"She's dead to us," my mother said at my sister's rehearsal dinner, blaming me for a drunk driver's crash. I asked one question that froze the room. The rehearsal supper was hosted at the Waterford Estate, a setting with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a lake that appeared too exquisite to be true. Crystal chandeliers dangled from exposed wooden rafters, while white flowers adorned every accessible surface. Nobody who knew Emily Parker expected her to go above and above. She had always paid close attention to her beauty. I arrived on time, wearing the navy outfit Emily Parker had approved 4 weeks before. The parking lot was already crowded, and I could see people mixing through the windows as I moved towards the door. My stomach felt like I had eaten shattered glass, but I kept my expression bland. I had become good at it over the years. The clearance procedure for the outfit was consistent with every encounter I'd had with Emily Parker since the accident. She had texted me 3 possibilities, all in subdued hues that wouldn't catch attention: navy, charcoal, and taupe. Nothing flashy, nothing that would draw attention away from her or the bridal party. I decided for navy since it was the least sad, and she replied with a thumbs-up emoji. There were no words, simply an acceptance that I had made an appropriate option. That dress cost me $550, which was the most I'd ever paid on a single piece of apparel. It fit wonderfully, thanks to a seamstress from a downtown Detroit shop who inquired about the event. When I told her it was for my sister's wedding, she smiled and mentioned how wonderful it must be. I smiled back, saying nothing about the knot of dread that had formed in my chest since receiving the offer. The invitation had been a surprise. I figured I wouldn't be invited at all. Emily Parker and I hadn't communicated directly in over 3 years. Our final discussion was during Dad's birthday dinner, when she asked me to pass the salt, which I did. That was it. Pass the salt. In our household, a 30-second encounter was considered conversation. But the invitation was only addressed to me, Miss Lena Parker. There is no +1. No, and I figured only my name in fine calligraphy on cream-colored card material that likely cost more per page than I spent on food in a week. I was 18 when the accident occurred. Emily Parker, 21, was home from college for the summer. We'd attended a party at Lauren Whitaker's house, one of those end-of-summer events that seemed significant at the time. Emily Parker had been drinking. She handed me the keys to her car around midnight, giggling as she fainted in the passenger seat. I was sober. That night, I had never touched any alcohol. The junction was dark, the light was green, and the vehicle drove through the red light at 65 miles per hour. Emily Parker's femur was fractured, her pelvis was crushed, and her left leg suffered chronic nerve damage as a result of the accident. The doctor stated she could walk again, but the dancing was ended. Her scholarship to Juilliard vanished, along with her career in dance. Nobody inquired what color the light was. Nobody questioned me whether I was sober. Mom discovered Emily Parker's hospital wristband containing the blood alcohol content record and concluded that was the only truth that counted. I was liable for everything that happened because I was driving. Emily Parker's blood alcohol level was 0.09. The hospital had tested her as part of its usual trauma routine. When Mom saw that number on the discharge papers a few days later, her expression shifted. She stared at me across Emily Parker's hospital room, where I had been sitting watch, and I saw exactly when she chose who was to blame. "You allowed her to drink," Mom remarked. Her voice was low and nasty. "You were expected to be responsible. She is 21 years old. She should not have drunk at all." I was accountable. I protested. "I did not drink anything. I drove her home safely." "The other driver." "Don't dare to blame someone else," Mom snapped. "You were behind the wheel. You were in charge of that automobile. Emily Parker trusted you, and here's what happened." Dad had attempted to intercede. "I do not care what the police report says, honey." Mom shut him off. "My daughter's life is finished. Her scholarship is no longer in effect. Her dreams have been ruined. And it occurred when Lena Parker was driving." The rationale was absurd. However, grieving is not a rational emotion. Mom wanted someone to blame, someone she could control and punish. The inebriated driver was a stranger who had previously been handled by the judicial system. His insurance was covering the medical expenses. Mom could do nothing to satiate the wrath and grief she felt while witnessing Emily Parker suffer. But I was right there. 18, terrified, and pleading for her acceptance and pardon. An easy target. The following several months were a jumble of hospital visits, physical therapy appointments, and agonizing stillness. Emily Parker's operation was effective in stabilizing her pelvis, but the nerve damage to her leg was irreversible. She'd walk again. The physicians made it obvious. However, the exact muscular control essential for professional ballet was lost. The letter from Juilliard rescinding her admission arrived 4 weeks after the catastrophe. I watched Emily Parker read the letter. We were in her hospital room, and I was assisting her with the exercises that the physical therapist had prescribed. She opened the letter with quivering hands, read the contents, and then gazed at the wall for 20 minutes without saying anything. "Emily Parker," I finally tried. "I'm so." "Get out," she whispered gently. "Please let me out." She shouted so loudly that nurses came racing. "I do not want you here. I do not want to see you. It is your fault. Everything is your fault." She had been informed about the intoxicated driver. She was aware of the police report, his arrest, and the pending charges. The physicians had explained everything to her in detail. Knowing the facts, however, was not the same as embracing them. I'd left her room in tears and passed Mom on the corridor. She stared at me coldly and said, "You heard her. Stop coming to the hospital. You've done enough damage." The years that followed the accident were a master class in solitude. I'd been admitted to Michigan State on a full academic scholarship, but Mom persuaded me to defer and assist Emily Parker's recuperation. 1 year became 2, and then 3. By the time I attended, most of my high school pals had moved on. Emily Parker would never speak to me unless compelled. She'd gaze through me at family gatherings, her face expressionless as if I were furniture. The deferral seems logical at the time. Emily Parker required assistance with basic things while she was recovering. Someone to transport her to physical therapy appointments, assist her upstairs and downstairs, and prepare meals while Mom was at work. "It's the least you can do," Mom explained. And I'd agree because the guilt was eating me up. Never mind that I was not guilty of anything other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I found a job at a neighborhood coffee shop to keep myself busy and help to family expenditures. The Michigan State scholarship was deferred, but it was not assured to be fulfilled during a gap year. The university's financial aid division issued me a letter indicating that I would have to reapply and that support could not be guaranteed for future academic years. I contacted them in a panic. Margaret Ellis, a sympathetic advisor, stated that academic scholarships were offered on the basis of immediate enrollment. Because I deferred, I lost my spot in that year's cohort. I could reapply as a transfer student after earning some credits elsewhere, or I could enroll as planned and forfeit the scholarship outright if I changed my mind. "What will I do?" I questioned her, my voice cracking. "That depends on why you deferred," she said softly. "If there is a family emergency, we may be able to make an exception with the necessary paperwork. But how could I explain that my family required me to give up my future since they believed the accident was my fault? How could I explain to her that my mother had made it obvious that I owed Emily Parker this time, this sacrifice, this penance for a crime I had not committed? I ended up taking community college classes while assisting Emily Parker, and studying at night after she went to bed. The courses included fundamental English writing, beginning psychology, and general biology, all of which translated to nearly any 4-year school and kept my mind sharp. I convinced myself I was being realistic by accumulating credits while being a nice sister. The reality was, I was trapped. Mom had made it obvious that leaving would result in lifelong banishment. "If you forsake your sister now," she continued, "don't bother returning." Emily Parker's physical treatment was grueling and unpleasant. 3 times a week I drove her to a clinic 45 minutes away. She'd go into the treatment rooms for 100-minute sessions, emerging hot and fatigued, and occasionally in tears from the pain. The therapists were gentle yet forceful, encouraging her to regain movement in her crippled limb. I'd wait in the reception area, doing schoolwork or reading. Other members of the patients' families would occasionally attempt to strike up a discussion. I got adept at dodging personal queries with vague responses that indicated nothing about the circumstances at home. Another mother sat next to me at one of these sessions, around 9 months after the accident. Her daughter was recuperating from a ski accident. We talked briefly about healing timetables and insurance nightmares. Then she inquired about what had happened to my sister. "Car accident," I said briefly. "Were you there too?" she inquired, observing the fading scar on my wrist from when I underwent surgery to fix the fracture. "Yes. This must have been scary for both of you." I nodded, throat tight, unable to explain why Emily Parker no longer spoke to me. How being in the accident together had created an unbridgeable divide between us rather than shared suffering. Emily Parker's recuperation proceeded slowly. After 7 months, she was able to walk without crutches, although her stride remained uneven. After 14 months, she was able to climb stairs without help. After 20 months, she enrolled in the local community college, which was also where I was taking classes, but we carefully planned our schedules to minimize overlap. She claimed her major as marketing. It was functional and had nothing to do with dance. I once caught her in the parking lot, sitting in her car and weeping while viewing a video of herself performing the Nutcracker 4 years ago. I'd approached cautiously, hoping to provide consolation, but she saw me and drove away without saying a word. Emily Parker had transferred to a 4-year institution downstate by the time I entered at Michigan State 4 years later, and without my scholarship. She moved into an apartment near university and ceased returning home except on significant holidays. I was relieved. Living in the same house as someone who treated you like a ghost was stressful. College was lonely for me. When I arrived as a freshman, the majority of the students my age were juniors or seniors. The scholarship I had lost would have paid for tuition, housing, and board. Instead, I paid my own way through student loans and part-time employment at the university library. I lived off campus in a rundown studio apartment, surviving on ramen and cheap groceries. I studied finance since it was useful and the employment market was stable. My grades were great, with a 3.9 GPA that I kept up by pure perseverance and long nights. I had several acquaintances, but few true pals. People would ask me to parties or study groups, and I would fabricate reasons as well. The fact was that I no longer trusted people. The accident showed me that even family members may turn against you when times are tough. What would outsiders do if Mom and Emily Parker could decide I was guilty despite overwhelming proof to the contrary? I finished with honors and was immediately offered a position with a financial business in Detroit. The beginning wage was small yet manageable. I got a 1-bedroom apartment in a nice area and bought furnishings from IKEA. For the first time in years, I had a space of my own, where no one stared through me or chastised me for being. I stopped visiting home on small holidays. Only for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I'd arrive late and depart early. Emily Parker began bringing partners to these events, a succession of interchangeable guys who were kind enough. She'd laugh and joke with them, a side of herself I scarcely knew. Mom would sit me on the far end of the table, as far away from Emily Parker as possible. Dad's attempts to include me in talks were difficult. Aunt Carol, Mom's sister, was always hugging me and inquiring about my employment, but the sadness in her eyes was nearly as bad as Mom's coldness. Dad first attempted to play the role of mediator. Mom's resentment, however, was like a wave that gradually carried everyone along. He stopped offending me about the time Emily Parker began physical therapy. It was probably simpler for him to have one daughter rather than two. After college, I stayed in Michigan and worked as a financial analyst for a mid-sized corporation in Detroit. I went home twice a year for big holidays, sitting at the far end of the table while Emily Parker discussed her career as a marketing director or her ideal lover, Ethan Collins. Mom would serve me last, almost like an afterthought. Dad would engage in uncomfortable small chat about weather trends. When Emily Parker's wedding invitation arrived, I looked at it for 4 days before opening it. My name was listed alone. There was no +1 given. The ceremony would take place in our hometown of Riverside, at the church where we had both been baptized. I purchased an airline ticket and requested time off from work, knowing I'd regret going but unable to explain to myself why I couldn't just miss it. The invitation package was extravagant, with thick card material with gold foil printing, an information card, an RSVP card with a pre-stamped envelope, and a map of the venue locations. Everything screamed pricey and meticulously prepared. Emily Parker had always been detail-oriented, even as a youngster. Her bedroom was carefully arranged, and her school tasks were always completed on time. Ethan Collins looked like an ideal fit for her. I had met him once before, briefly, at a family dinner 20 months ago. He was a civil engineer, stable and quiet, with a pleasant grin. He attempted to engage me in conversation that night, inquiring about my career in finance. Emily Parker quickly turned the conversation away from me, but I appreciated the effort. The wedding invitation had come on Tuesday. I noticed it in my mailbox among the bills and trash mail. My immediate reaction was to toss it away and pretend it never arrived. But something stopped me. Maybe I was curious about if I was needed there, or maybe I was hoping for an olive branch. I messaged Emily Parker personally. Received the invitation. Are you certain you want me there? She answered 6 hours later. Mom insists on maintaining appearances. You are invited. Not yet. I want you there. Not necessarily. I hope you can make it. Just a straightforward observation regarding looks. I should have understood the danger in those words. I'd spend a week pondering whether or not to go before eventually accepting the RSVP card. Part of me thought that the wedding would mark a turning point. Weddings were meant to represent fresh beginnings and family harmony, right? Perhaps seeing Emily Parker happy will soften Mom's attitude. Maybe we can find a way to be sisters again. Shopping for dresses had been an agony in and of itself. Emily Parker had supplied the 3 color selections with specific specifications. Nothing too formal, nothing too casual, and nothing bright. I went to 5 different places before finding a blue dress that suited all of her requirements. The saleswoman had been upbeat, talking about how lovely the wedding would be and how unique it was to have a sister getting married. I had smiled, consented, and felt hollow within. The trip from Detroit to Riverside was brief, taking less than 75 minutes. I had rented a hotel room instead of staying at my parents' residence. The pretext was convenience, but the truth was that I couldn't take the notion of sleeping in the same house as Mom's scorn. The motel was a Holiday Inn beside the highway, clean and unassuming. I arrived 2 days before the rehearsal dinner to avoid seeming to be a last-minute guest. The passage of time seemed to go on forever. I worked from my hotel room, took a yoga class at a neighboring studio, and ate alone at chain eateries. My phone remained virtually silent, save for business emails and a few texts from co-workers wishing me a good time at the wedding. On the day of the rehearsal dinner, I changed 3 times before deciding on the navy dress. Too early, and I'd appear desperate. Too late, and I'd appear rude. I aimed for exactly on time and succeeded, arriving into the Waterford Estate parking lot at exactly 6 o'clock. The rehearsal dinner included 72 guests, including extended relatives, close friends, and Ethan Collins' family from Colorado. As I approached the arena, I knew the majority of the faces. Aunt Carol on Mom's side waved hesitantly from a corner table. Cousin Andrew pretended not to notice me. Madison Reed, Emily Parker's college roommate, offered me a stiff smile that did not reach her eyes. I took my allotted place at a table near the kitchen doors, away from the head table, where Emily Parker and Ethan Collins would sit with both sets of parents. The location seems purposeful. A couple I didn't recognize sat next to me and introduced themselves as Ethan Collins' aunt and uncle from Denver. They were kind, inquiring about my flight and career, oblivious of the familial issues that had forced me into exile. Their names were Robert and Susan Hayes. Robert ran a hardware shop in Denver, while Susan taught elementary school. They were kind and conversational, thrilled about the wedding. Susan showed me images of their 2 boys, who are both married and have their own children. "Are you on the bride or groom's side?" Robert inquired happily. "Brides," I explained. "I am Emily Parker's sister." Susan's face lightened up. "Oh, incredibly amazing. Emily Parker is very gorgeous. We met her last Christmas when she and Ethan Collins came to visit. She's really nice and sweet. You must be really proud of her." I managed to grin. She worked so hard to be where she is. "And what are you doing, dear?" Susan asked. "I am a financial analyst in Detroit." "Oh, how fascinating. Are you enjoying it?" I did it, actually. My job was one of the few things in my life that seemed simple and straightforward. Numbers did not lie. Financial statements presented coherent narratives. Market trends followed a logical pattern. It was comforting to know what to expect. We had a good conversation throughout the appetizer dish. Bruschetta with fresh mozzarella and tomato. Robert shared a humorous story of a wedding tragedy involving a missing ring and a golden retriever. Susan inquired whether I was seeing anybody special, and I evaded with practiced grace. Other tables in the room were abuzz with chatter. I recognized Emily Parker's college friend, Madison Reed, who was holding court with a group of women near the windows. Cousin Andrew sat at a table with other cousins from Dad's side, folks I had grown up seeing at family gatherings but who now scarcely noticed me. Aunt Carol caught my gaze from across the room and offered a little wave. She seemed uneasy, trapped at a table with Mom's friends, who were most likely hearing about how much of a burden I'd been since the tragedy. Aunt Carol had attempted to remain impartial throughout the years, but she'd been exhausted by Mom's incessant story of my guilt. The sight was stunning. Large windows looked out over the lake, which mirrored the evening light in orange and pink. The tables were adorned with gorgeous arrangements of white flowers, including roses, hydrangeas, and baby's breath. String lights had been draped from the exposed beams, casting a comforting glow as dusk approached. Emily Parker had always had good taste, and it seemed that Ethan Collins had the money to satisfy it. I was curious as to how much all of this cost. The venue alone probably cost $25,000. Add in the food, the bar, the flowers, and the photographer who is presently touring the room, getting candid shots. I had heard Dad indicate that Ethan Collins's family contributed heavily to the wedding money. His father had a thriving construction firm in Colorado. I didn't add anything. Of course, I hadn't been asked to join the wedding party. There's no surprise there. Emily Parker had 6 bridesmaids, all of whom were either college friends or colleagues. Madison Reed, her 4-year roommate, served as her maid of honor. They had remained close after together and celebrating each other's graduation, going on girls' excursions accomplishments. I had seen photographs on social media. Emily Parker had never unfriended me, But she had long ago changed her settings so that I couldn't remark or respond to her postings. Pictures of wine nights, beach getaways, and bridal showers that I had not been invited to. Emily Parker is happy and carefree, surrounded by people who adore her. Dinner service started without incident. The cuisine was fantastic. Filet mignon with roasted veggies, Caesar salad, and delicious bread. I ate carefully, attempting to enjoy the dinner despite my mother's gaze from across the room. She donned a burgundy dress that complemented Emily Parker's color scheme, and her hair was arranged in exquisite waves. She appeared gorgeous yet frigid. During the main meal, Ethan Collins' father stood and gave a toast. He was a cheerful man with a booming laugh, telling him how Ethan Collins had contacted him after the first date to inform him that he had met his future bride. Guests laughed and cheered. Emily Parker flushed and leaned against Ethan Collins' shoulder. They appeared to be happy together, and I had a complex range of feelings that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Then Mom got up. According to the program next to my water glass, she was not scheduled to speak until after dessert. Emily Parker was astonished, her grin weakening slightly when Mom tapped her fork against her champagne flute. The room became silent. "I'd like to say something while everyone's here," Mom said, her voice calm. She was not looking at Emily Parker, she was gazing right at me. My throat closed. "Most of you are aware that our family has been through some difficult times," she said. Emily Parker overcame a devastating tragedy at the age of 21. An accident that ended her professional dancing dreams. The room's temperature appeared to plummet. I could sense people shifting in their chairs and bewilderment spreading over the audience. This was hardly the traditional rehearsal dinner speech. "Many of you are unaware of who caused the disaster." Mom's voice became harsher. "My other daughter, sitting right there, drove the car that night. She ruined Emily Parker's future. She took all my lovely daughter had toiled for since she was 4 years old." I couldn't breathe. The silence was deafening. "I invited her tonight because Emily Parker insisted," Mom explained, her mouth twitching. "However, I want everyone here to realize something. To us, she is dead." Someone gasped. "She has been dead to us for 14 years. I believe it was Aunt Carol." Ethan Collins' mother seemed frightened. Dad sat still, his face gray. Emily Parker stared at her plate. "I don't recall standing up. I can't recall walking from my table to the center of the room, where I could see everyone. My legs seemed divorced from my body, as if they were moving on autopilot while my head was racing." Mom's cheeks was flushed with righteousness. She seemed triumphant, as if she had finally revealed something she had been keeping quiet for years. Around us, 72 people were waiting to see what happened next. I gazed at Emily Parker. She still refused to meet my gaze. Then I looked at my mother and asked the one question that mattered. "Which color was the traffic light?" Mom blinked. "What about the traffic light?" I repeated it louder. "What color was it when we approached the intersection?" The look of uncertainty on her face was almost funny. "That is not correct. You were driving. You were accountable." I said that according to the police report, the other motorist ran a red light. My speech sounded weird and too calm. He was doing 65 in a 40 zone. He failed the field sobriety test. His blood alcohol level was 0.18, little more than twice the legal limit. I removed my phone from my purse. My hands were shaking, but I was able to open my email and access the PDF I'd been lugging about for 14 years. The police report. When I became 18, I requested a copy, wanting to see the truth written out in official language. I said, "The accident was ruled his fault. He spent 20 months in jail for vehicular assault. His insurance covered Emily Parker's medical expenses. All of this information is public record." Mom's face had changed from flushed to pale. "You were still driving?" "I was sober," I explained. "My blood test came back absolutely clear. Emily Parker had been drinking. She is the reason I was driving at all. She handed me her keys since she knew she couldn't drive." I turned to address the audience. 72 faces gazed back at me, each with a different expression of astonishment and anguish. "I was 18 years old," I explained. "I did everything correctly. I was the designated driver. I obeyed traffic laws. I wore my seatbelt. The light was green. A drunk motorist ran a red light and struck us on Emily Parker's side of the vehicle. I had a concussion and a fractured wrist. Emily Parker's injuries were severe because that is where the collision happened. It was tragic. This was not my fault. The hush that followed was different than before. This one seemed like the moment before a thunderstorm." "You never even asked me what happened," I murmured, turning back to Mom. "You observed Emily Parker's injuries and assumed I was responsible." You forced me to postpone college to assist with her recuperation. You treated me like a criminal within my own house. You removed me from family photographs. You've stopped celebrating my birthday. You avoided stating my name by introducing me as the daughter who still resides in Michigan. Aunt Carol was openly sobbing now. Dad held his head in his hands. I kept silent because I felt like I deserved it somehow. I replied that if I'd been a better driver, I'd have noticed the vehicle sooner and swerved differently. I've spent 14 years thinking what I could have done better. My voice cracked. I swallowed hard. But I was 18, Mom. I was your daughter. I was also hurt. I'd experienced nightmares for years. I still stiffen up at junctions. I needed you, and you abandoned me because it was simpler to blame someone than to acknowledge that horrible things really happen. Emily Parker cried. Despite the fact that she had turned away from the room, I could see her shoulders quivering. Ethan Collins wrapped his arm around her and was absolutely lost. Mom opened her mouth and then closed it. No words came out. I came tonight, hoping that enough time had passed, I explained. Perhaps you were ready to be my mother again. Maybe Emily Parker was ready to be my sister, but you chose to embarrass me in front of everyone. I grabbed my handbag off the table. I'm finished, I said. I'm finished apologizing for something that was not my fault. I'm done playing the ghost at your dinner table. I'm over waiting for you to love me again. I stared at Emily Parker one final time. I'm sorry you were hurt. I've been regretful every day since it happened, but I am not sorry for living. And I am not going to continue torturing myself because you need someone to blame. I moved towards the exit. My heels tapped on the wooden floor, each step echoing in the eerie calm. Nobody attempted to stop me. Nobody said my name. I got to my rental car before I began trembling so violently that I had to wait in the parking lot for 30 minutes. My phone started vibrating before I could catch my breath. I didn't recognize Aunt Carol or Cousin Andrew's phone numbers. I shut it off and drove back to the motel. The wedding was set for tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I didn't intend to attend. I slept poorly, waking up every few hours to look at the ceiling and relive the confrontation in my head. Part of me felt awful about creating a scene. The rest of me felt lighter than I had in years, as if I had finally let go of a burden I had been carrying since I was 18. When I switched on my phone the next morning, it showed 51 missed calls. Most came from family members. 3 were from a group called Emily Parker Cell. I listened to her voicemail while sipping awful hotel coffee. It's me. Her voice was husky, like if she had been weeping. I am aware that you will most likely not be present tomorrow. I do not blame you. I just need to tell you something. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I knew it was not your fault. I had always known. While I was in the hospital, the doctors informed me what the police report indicated. But Mom was furious, and it was simpler to let her be mad at you than at me for drinking. I was cowardly. I've been a coward for 14 years. There was a prolonged pause. I could hear her breath. I let you take the blame because I felt humiliated. She added, I damaged my own life by becoming drunk and handing you my keys. You rescued me from a DUI. You undoubtedly saved my life by driving, and I reciprocated by pretending you didn't exist. Another silence. I don't expect you to forgive me, she explained. I don't know what to ask, but I needed you to know I knew the truth. I had always known. And what Mom did last night was terrible. I should have stopped her. I should have stopped all of this years ago. The voicemail has finished. I sat on the hotel bed for a while, gazing at my phone. My return trip to Detroit wasn't until Sunday evening. The wedding would start in 4 hours. I saw Emily Parker at 21, intoxicated and hurt, seeing her dreams fade in a hospital room. I reflected on her decision to let me take the responsibility. I reflected on 14 years of quiet, avoidance, and carefully kept distance. Then I remembered the girl who practiced ballet in our shared bedroom, and allowed me to see despite the fact that I was the obnoxious younger sister. The girl who taught me how to braid my hair, shared her Halloween candy, and protected me from bullies in elementary school. I didn't attend the wedding, but I texted Emily Parker's number. I accept your apologies. I am not ready to see you yet, but perhaps someday. I hope your day was all you hoped it would be. She answered instantly. Thank you. I'll wait for as long as you need. 4 months later, Emily Parker called me again. She and Ethan Collins had settled into their new apartment in Colorado Springs. Mom and Dad were heading to therapy. Mom wrote me a note. Emily Parker had a copy if I needed it forwarded. Would I be willing to chat on the phone sometime? I answered. Maybe. 8 months later, Emily Parker flew to Detroit. We met in a coffee shop near my flat and sat across from each other at a little table by the window. She walked with a small limp, more noticeable than I recalled. Her face seemed older, but her eyes remained the same. We spoke for 4 hours. She informed me about the guilt she had carried. How it had ruined everything nice in her life. How she attempted to conceal it by pretending I did not exist. Mom's wrath had become a barrier she'd used to avoid facing the reality, which meant acknowledging she had ruined her own goals. I told her about my loneliness and vacations spent in vacant flats. How I taught myself not to expect anything from relatives. How I established a life in Michigan since it was far enough away that unexpected visits were difficult. We did not exchange hugs as she went. We did not make promises we were unable to uphold. But we decided to speak again in a month. The reconstruction was gradual. Some familial connections never healed. Mom and I talk maybe 3 times a year, and the chats are awkward and guarded. Dad tries more, but the gap between us may never be bridged. Aunt Carol now sends birthday cards, and Cousin Andrew asked me to his wedding last year. Emily Parker and I speak every couple weeks. She returned to Detroit twice more, and I saw her in Colorado once. Ethan Collins is courteous to me in a way that indicates Emily Parker told him everything. Their daughter was born 3 years after the wedding, and they requested me to be her godmother. I said yes. The scars are still present. I still get anxious at crossings. I still get a flutter of dread when I see Emily Parker's name on my phone, but the weight is gone. I bore a terrible load of unwarranted guilt from the ages of 18 to 32. I didn't get my family back totally. Some things, once broken, cannot be completely mended. But I got myself back. I had the truth acknowledged. And in the end, that had to be sufficient. When I last saw Mom at a neutral family event planned by Aunt Carol, she took me aside before I left. Her face appeared worn and older than her 65 years. I apologize, she said. The words sounded rusty and unpracticed. I was mistaken. I was completely incorrect about everything. I nodded. I understand. Will you forgive me? I honestly considered it as I stood in Aunt Carol's driveway, automobile doors slamming in the background. I'm working on it, I eventually admitted. But it'll take time. She nodded as tears streamed down her cheeks. I understand. Take as much time as you need. I drove away from that gathering emotion, which I hadn't had in years. Not hoping for a return to the status quo. That family died 14 years ago, buried in the ruins of that crossroads. But I am eager for something fresh, based on truth rather than blame. Sometimes bad things happen. Sometimes there is no one to blame, only circumstances, terrible luck, and split-second timing. The drunk driver who hit us completed his sentence, and became sober, writing me an apologetic letter during his stay in rehab. I did not react, but I preserved the letter. I also preserved the police report. Not because I need to establish my innocence again, but as a reminder. A reminder that my truth was always correct, even when no one believed it. That being silent did not maintain the peace. It simply allowed the falsehoods to establish deeper roots. The girl I was at 18, afraid, heartbroken, and longing for love, deserved better. My current self is aware of this. Finally, after 14 years, my family is beginning to comprehend it. It's not the ending I would have preferred, but it is the reality, and truth I've discovered is more valuable than false peace. My mother called me family trash. At Christmas, while 21 people watched, my dad said, "Let it go." I chose silence, a suitcase, and the last flight out. Dad remarked, "You're overreacting." My mother responded, "Goodbye." I didn't say anything. Some things do not require words, they require action. They are now begging. Hey Reddit. So my mother called me trash during Christmas dinner in front of 21 family members. Not in a funny or lighthearted roasting style. She stared me dead in the eyes and described me as the family letdown, the trash who got fortunate. My golden child brother sat there, grinning as if he had won a prize. She expected me to shrug it off, as I always did. Take the hit, grin through it, and maintain the peace. But something snapped in me that evening. For the first time in 33 years, I selected myself. Let me back up a bit since this narrative requires context. I'm Ethan Parker, 33 years old, and the eldest of 2 kids. Logan Walker, my younger brother, is 29, and he has been the focus of my parents' existence from birth. I am not being theatrical here. This isn't some sibling rivalry crap in which I'm upset because he received a larger slice of cake at a birthday celebration once. This is decades of systemic bias that would make any documentary filmmaker cry. Growing up in our house in Ohio was like living in 2 distinct worlds. Logan Walker lived in a universe in which he was applauded for breathing, congratulated for living, and coddled through every single failure as if he were a delicate work of art. Then there was my reality, where nothing I accomplished was ever satisfactory. Every accomplishment was reduced, and I was essentially viewed as a family utility player who existed to make Logan Walker appear better. When I was 17, I worked part-time at a grocery shop to save up for a second-hand automobile. It took me 20 months of stocking shelves and dealing with entitled consumers to save $3,500. My parents contributed precisely nil. They said it would improve character. You know what happened when Logan Walker turned 17? They purchased him a fresh new Mustang. Cash. No questions were asked. When I pointed out the obvious injustice, my mother genuinely spoke the words that still echo in my ears today. She claimed Logan Walker was unique. Logan Walker needs additional help. Logan Walker was unique. Special. That word tormented me throughout my childhood. Every accomplishment I made was expected. Logan Walker's accomplishments were always celebrated as miracles. I completed high school with a 3.8 GPA and worked 30 hours a week. Logan Walker nearly graduated with a 2.3 despite receiving tutoring from 3 separate tutors whom my parents paid for privately. Guess who received the graduation party for 60 guests and catered cuisine? Hint. It wasn't me. I got through college on scholarships and work-study programs. I studied finance because I was strong with numbers and desired stability, something my family never provided. I finished with honors in 4.5 years, despite working practically full-time. Logan Walker dropped out after 4 semesters because college was not for him. My parents paid out his $32,000 in college loans anyhow. They claimed he needed a fresh start. Meanwhile, I'm drowning in school debt since I was supposed to sort it all out on my own. Character development and all that. When I asked my parents if they could help with any portion of my loans in the same manner they helped Logan Walker, my mother scoffed. She stated that I was completely capable of managing things on my own. She stated that Logan Walker required further assistance since his life was becoming increasingly difficult. It's more difficult for the child who has never had a job, suffered academically without professional tutors, or had to worry about whether he can pay textbooks. The double standard was so obvious that it would be amusing if it weren't my real life. One Thanksgiving during my junior year, I returned home concerned about exams and my part-time job schedule. I remarked that I was working additional shifts to pay the rent, and my mother glared at me as if I had said something terrible. She advised me to prioritize my family over my financial situation. This was the same woman who had just sent Logan Walker a $2,500 check for a road trip with his pals. The same woman who never asked me how I was doing financially, or if I needed anything. After college, I relocated to Arizona to pursue a job as an entry-level analyst at an investing business. Nothing fancy. My family believed I was wasting my ability by not staying close to home, like Logan Walker did. For years, I grinded. I'm talking 12-hour days, weekend work, and always proving myself. Nobody ever handed me anything, so I had to work my way up the ladder. Logan Walker changed employment many times throughout this period. Retail, restaurant jobs, and a brief stint as a personal trainer of around 4 months. My parents sponsored his rent every month, they purchased him food. They co-signed for his flat when his credit was too bad for him to get a loan. They even purchased him a new automobile when the Mustang eventually broke down after years of neglect. But here's where things began to change. By the age of 31, I'd advanced to the position of senior portfolio manager. I was responsible for accounts worth millions. I was making more than both of my parents together. The family dynamic began to shift abruptly. My mother would make these tiny remarks whenever I visited. Things like wondering if I really needed such a wonderful place, questioning whether my career was steady enough, or advising that I was working too hard and should slow down like Logan Walker, who had discovered peace and simplicity. Peace and simplicity. That's what she dubbed her grown son, who lives off their retirement funds while delivering meals part-time and plays video games for 16 hours a day. Logan Walker never said anything openly, but I could feel the animosity pouring from him every time I returned home. When I mentioned employment, he became silent. When I explained my life in Arizona, I received eye rolls. The statements about how some individuals are simply lucky, while others have to work. Coming from someone who had had everything handed to him his whole life, the boldness was almost admirable. I struggled for years to preserve the peace. I actually did. When my parents expressed concern about their costs, I sent money home. I gave Logan Walker birthday gifts that he never acknowledged. I traveled home for every major holiday, even if it meant taking vacation days that I might have spent resting. I did everything a good son and brother should do. And none of it mattered because in their view, I was always the tough one who left, the cold one who prioritized profession above family, the one who needed to be pushed down a few pegs. Which takes us to last Christmas, the holiday that altered everything. My firm had recently completed a large transaction which I had led. We're talking about the largest purchase in the company's history. My bonus alone was more than my father earned in 2 years. I was not going to boast about it, since that is not who I am. But I felt proud. For the first time in my life, I felt like I'd made it. It seemed as if all of the years of hard work and sacrifice had finally paid off. I flew home for Christmas with genuine optimism in my heart. I realized this is stupid, but I figured this year would be different. Perhaps they'd finally notice me. Perhaps they'd finally admit that their oldest son had built something real. My parents had invited the entire extended family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents. 21 guests jammed into their tiny home for Christmas supper. The home was decked out like a holiday magazine, and my mother had been cooking for 4 days straight. Everything appeared wonderful from the outside. Logan Walker was there, as usual, conducting court in the living room. He had a new girlfriend, Madison Reed, who appeared pleasant enough. She was a dental hygienist who obviously had no idea what she was getting into with my family. Logan Walker was narrating a story about his new work opportunity, which turned out to be an MLM he'd recently joined. My parents were nodding, as if he had just claimed he had cured cancer. When I stepped in, the reaction was lukewarm, at best. A couple short embraces and customary questions about my flight. Then everyone returned to Logan Walker and Madison Reed, and the incredible business opportunity that was not a pyramid scam. Within 10 minutes of my arrival, I found myself standing alone at the appetizer table. Christmas supper began at about 6:30 p.m. My mother had surpassed herself with the spread: turkey, ham, all the sides, and several desserts. We all huddled around the long dining table which barely fit in the room. I landed there sandwiched between my Aunt Linda Harper and my cousin's husband, whom I had only seen twice. The seating arrangement felt deliberate. Logan Walker was seated in the center of the table, directly between my parents, like if a throne had been saved for him. Madison Reed sat next to him, clearly fascinated by everything, perhaps because she didn't know any better. The discussion flowed as it often did at these events, catching up, asking about kids, grumbling about the weather, politics, and gas costs. Logan Walker dominated the majority of the conversation, talking about his new business endeavor as if he were already a billionaire. My father continued nodding heartily, mentioning how Logan Walker had finally discovered his purpose. My mother grinned at him as if he were announcing a Nobel Prize rather than a clear pyramid scam. Nobody asked me much of anything. It's just normal. I mainly listened and ate, which was good. I'd stopped expecting attention at family gatherings years ago. Growing up as an afterthought teaches you to shrink yourself. Then, bless her heart, my grandma decided to include me in the discourse. She inquired about how work was doing. A simple query, harmless enough. I responded modestly, saying how things were going well, how we had a terrific year, and how glad I was for the opportunity I had. I was not boasting, I was not bragging. I was just addressing a direct inquiry from my 84-year-old grandma, who was genuinely curious about my life. That is when my mother decided to intervene. She chuckled a frigid, theatrical laugh and uttered something that made the entire table go quiet. She thought it was humorous that the family trash ended up trying to be successful. She stated I must have deceived a lot of people to reach where I am since it wasn't skill or hard work. She said Logan Walker was the one with true talent, and I was simply lucky because I was ready to forsake my family for money. 21 people heard my mother refer to me as garbage, a fraud, and reject all I did as chance and dishonesty. My grandma seemed humiliated. Some of my relatives shuffled nervously in their seats. My father looked at his plate as if it were the most exciting thing in the world. Logan Walker grinned, the small smirk that indicated he had won. That being stated, no matter how much I did, our mother would always regard me as inferior to him. For a brief time I felt the old temptation to smooth things over, to laugh it off, to tell a self-deprecating joke that would relieve the tension and allow everyone to pretend nothing had occurred. That's what I've done my entire life. Take a hit. Keep the peace. Protect others' comfort at the price of my own dignity. However, something was different this time. Perhaps it was due to years of accumulated disrespect. Perhaps it was the fact that I had just accomplished something very substantial, and it still wasn't sufficient. Perhaps it was witnessing Logan Walker's smile too often. Whatever it was, something inside me turned frigid. Nor furious, nor sad. Simply chilly. Like a switch flicked, I was able to see everything clearly for the first time. I did not say anything. I just put down my fork, rose up from the table, and walked upstairs to the guest room, where my suitcase was. I could hear the puzzled murmuring beginning under me. My mother called out, wondering where I was going. Her voice was already moving to the defensive tone she employed when she realized she'd crossed a boundary but refused to accept it. I packed my luggage attentively. Clothes, toiletries, the book I had packed for the travel, and chargers. Everything was placed back into the suitcase with slow, careful motions. No haste, no theatrical gestures, simply a man gathering his possessions. By the time I returned downstairs with my luggage, half the table had stood up. My father stopped me in the corridor, his expression a mix of shame and irritation. He informed me that I was overreacting. He stated my mother didn't intend it that way. He said I was being theatrical and spoiling Christmas for everyone. I gazed at him for a long time. This man had seen his wife tear me down for 33 years and never intervened. This man has sponsored my brother's shortcomings while leaving me to battle alone. This individual was now claiming that my reaction to being publicly humiliated was the issue. I did not argue. I did not explain. I just walked by him to the front door. My mother was standing there, arms crossed, her countenance a strange mix of fury and what may have been dread. She told me that if I went out the door, I was making a decision. She claimed I was showing everyone who I truly was. She said farewell, as if it were a threat, expecting me to tremble at the thought of losing her approval. I paused at the door. I gazed at her. Logan Walker stood behind her smirking. I looked at my father, who was already shaking his head as if I were a disappointment. I looked about at the family members gathered in the living room, watching the events unfold as if it were reality television. And I said nothing, since certain things do not require words, they require action. I opened the door, stepped outside, got into my rental car, and drove to the airport. I rescheduled my flight to the next available departure, and, by 11:45 p.m. on Christmas night, I was 35,000 feet in the air returning to Arizona. My phone blew up the entire time. My mother sent me texts ranging from wrath to guilt trip to false concern. Messages from my father instructing me not to be childish. Logan Walker sent a single text that simply stated, "Nice tantrum, bro." I read every single one. Then I turned off my phone and requested a ginger ale from the flight attendant. For the first time in my life, I felt liberated. The weeks after Christmas were fascinating. I returned to work. I stayed focused on my task. I pounded the gym harder than I had in years. I reunited with people I had neglected. I did everything they suggest you should do when dealing with a difficult situation. But I never reached out to my relatives. My mother's communications developed during the first several weeks. The first rage gave way to guilt trips. The guilt trips gave way to passive-aggressive remarks about how she hoped I was content wrecking the family. After then, there was roughly a week of stillness. The quiet gave way to timid olive branches that weren't actually olive branches at all. Messages asking whether I was all right, but with the implication that I should apologize for overreacting. My father texted me precisely twice. Someone once told me that my mother was really unhappy and that I should call her. He once told me that he hoped I realized what I was doing by cutting off my family. Both communications made it plain that he regarded me as the problem, as if my reaction to being publicly humiliated was worse than the humiliation itself. Logan Walker did not respond after the initial text, which was honestly tracked. Why should he? His place in the family hierarchy remained stable. If anything, my absence likely made him feel more validated. I didn't react to any of them, not because I was being petty or playing a game, but because I honestly didn't have anything to say. What was there to discuss? My mother called me garbage in front of 21 people, expecting me to laugh. My father informed me that I was overreacting. My brother grinned as if he had won some competition I had no idea we were participating. These were not individuals who misinterpreted me. These were folks who knew exactly who I was, yet decided to belittle me regardless. The stillness continued during January, and then February. By March I'd gone 4 months without conversing with any of my close family members. It was the longest I'd ever gone, and it was the most serene I'd felt in years. I spent those months finding myself outside of my family's shadow. Turns out, I liked myself more when I wasn't continually compared to Logan Walker, or made to feel like an outcast in my own family. I rekindled activities I had abandoned years before, began reading for pleasure again, and began hiking since Arizona has some wonderful trails, and I now had the mental energy to appreciate them. I even started cooking more, something I had always wanted to do but never had the time for. When I was devoting all of my focus to work and dealing with family problems, the tranquility was transforming. I slept better. I laughed harder. I got rid of the persistent knot in my stomach that I had been carrying about for so long. I forgot what it was like not to have it. I realized how much time I had spent in survival mode. I was always bracing myself for the next critique, comparison, or reminder that no matter what I did, I would never measure up. Around February, my extended family started reaching out. My grandma phoned to check on me, and I responded since she had never been involved in the situation. She told me she was proud of me, she understood why I left, and she had confronted my mother after I walked out. Apparently, half the family believed my mother had crossed a limit. The other half said I should simply get over it. That kind of family relations is enjoyable. My Aunt Linda Harper, who I had sat next to during dinner, sent me a lengthy email apologizing for not saying anything at the moment. She claimed to have frozen in horror after hearing what my mother had said. She stated she'd always seen how differently I was treated and regretted not speaking out. It meant something to hear that, knowing that at least some individuals had taken note. However, the folks who really needed to reach out: my mother, my father, and Logan Walker. Radio silence that meant something. Not the quiet of meditation or regret. The quiet while waiting for me to blink first. Waiting for me to cave and crawl back, like I always had. Work continued to go smoothly. Actually, things went really well. Without the emotional strain of dealing with my family's turmoil, I had more energy to focus, clarity, and motivation. In April, I was elevated again to vice president of our regional division. I was 33 years old, led a staff of 45 individuals, and managed portfolios worth more than $400 million. I purchased a home in May. Nothing insane, but pleasant. 3 bedrooms, and a pool in a nice area with a community. I got a shelter dog, Cooper, a 2-year-old German Shepherd mix who quickly became my greatest buddy. I began dating someone I had met through a mutual acquaintance. Claire Bennett was an architect with no sympathy for family turmoil, having cut off her own poisonous parents years before. We understood each other in ways that were unusual. Life, for lack of a better term, was nice. This is actually good. Not the performative good I used to offer to uninterested family members. Genuinely and truly good. And then June occurred. My grandma informed me that Logan Walker's multi-level marketing business had failed. It's shocking, I know. The business proposition turned out to be a predatory scam, which failed when federal officials intervened. Logan Walker had not only lost all of his money, but he had also persuaded numerous family friends to join, prompting various people to threaten him with legal action. But it was not the finest part. Logan Walker had allegedly been living far above his means for months, hoping that the MLM money would finally start coming. He had maxed up his credit cards, not paid his rent, and taken out loans against almost anything he could leverage. When everything fell, he had nothing, or almost nothing. He was in debt for roughly $68,000, had no genuine career prospects, and was known in our area as the person who duped others into a pyramid fraud. My parents, who had been supporting his lifestyle for years, were suddenly confronted with a decision. Bail him out again and deplete what was left of their retirement funds, or let him face the consequences of his own actions for the first time. They attempted to bail him out. Of course they did, but this time the hole was too deep. They paid off some of the more pressing creditors, funded his rent for a few months, and then reached a snag. My father was compelled to come out of retirement and work part-time at a hardware shop. My mother started doing bookkeeping from home for small companies. At their ages, they were working hard to keep Logan Walker afloat. Meanwhile, Logan Walker came back into their home since he couldn't afford to live on his own. The golden child, nearly 32 years old, was back in his childhood bedroom, with his parents attempting to justify his failures. I heard all of this secondhand from my grandmother, Aunt Linda Harper, and the family grapevine, which somehow kept me in the loop despite the fact that I hadn't spoken to my parents in 7 months. I'm not going to pretend that hearing about Logan Walker's downfall didn't give me some satisfaction. I am human. After 33 years of watching him fail upward while I clawed for every inch, seeing reality finally catch up with him felt like poetic justice. But I didn't feel the need to brag. I didn't contact you to say I told you so. I didn't intervene in their crisis. I just kept living my life, advancing my career, spending time with Claire Bennett and Cooper, and enjoying the peace I had worked so hard to achieve. Then the messages began. My mother contacted me first, not with an apology or acknowledgement of what she had said at Christmas, but with a request. She asked if I could help them financially, just temporarily, until they got back on their feet. She explained that family helps family. She said she knew our relationship had been difficult, but I wouldn't abandon them when they needed me the most. The audacity was almost impressive. This woman had called me trash 7 months ago, had never apologized or admitted that she had done anything wrong, and now she was asking for money because her golden child's failures had finally caught up with everyone. I did not react. A week later, my father contacted me with essentially the same request, but in slightly different language. He discussed how difficult things had been, how they had never expected to be in this situation, and how a family was supposed to stick together through thick and thin. He mentioned my success several times, emphasizing their pride in what I had accomplished. It's funny how that pride only came out when they needed something from me. I did not respond to that either. Logan Walker eventually reached out. That one really surprised me. His message was shorter than our parents' attempts, less pleading, and more entitled. He said he understood our differences, but I was still his brother. He said he was going through a difficult time and could use some help. He promised to pay me back once he got back on his feet. He even made a comment about how I had always been the smart one and that he was simply trying to learn from my success. I read the message 3 times, looking for any sign of genuine remorse, an acknowledgement of the years of mistreatment, or an indication that he understood why I had walked away. There was nothing but a golden child expecting the universe to provide for him once more. This time through his brother, whom he had looked down on for 33 years. I did not respond to that one either. By August, my family was becoming increasingly frustrated with my radio silence. I know this because my grandmother told me, and the messages progressed from requests to demands to outright guilt trips. My mother sent me a message calling me selfish, saying she couldn't believe she raised someone so heartless, and accusing me of abandoning my family in their time of need when they had always been there for me. That last line nearly made me laugh aloud. Always been there for me. In which alternate reality? My father tried a different approach. He sent me a long message about how disappointed he was with the man I had become, how success had changed me, and how he remembered me as a little boy who valued family above all else. He expressed his hope that I would find my way back to who I truly was before it became too late. Logan Walker's messages became more aggressive. He called me a sellout. I stated that I believed I was superior to everyone else. I claimed I had always been envious of him, and that this was my way of finally exacting revenge. The projection was almost too accurate. I remained silent throughout it all. Not because I was playing a game or attempting to manipulate anyone, but because I had truly moved on. Their disarray was not my responsibility. Their financial problems were not my concern. Their emotional needs were not mine to manage. Then my mother showed up at my house. I'm not sure how she got my address. Probably from one of my extended family members, whom I trusted to respect my boundaries. I returned home from work on a Tuesday evening to find her sitting on my front porch, looking older and more tired than I remembered. Cooper was going crazy inside, so I took a moment to collect myself before approaching. It was the first time I'd seen her in person since Christmas. After nearly 9 months of silence, she showed up unexpectedly on my doorstep. She stood up when she saw me approaching. There were tears in her eyes. She started talking before I even got to the porch. Words came out about how sorry she was. How she didn't mean what she said over Christmas. How she was simply stressed and took it out on me. How she had always loved me, even if she did not express it properly. I let her talk. I stood on my own walkway, keys in hand, and let her get it all out. Apologies, excuses, justifications, tears, and pleas. She discussed how difficult things had been since I left. How my absence had left a hole in the family. She lay awake at night, wondering where she had gone wrong. How she had no idea how much her words could hurt, until she saw me walk out the door on Christmas. It was an exceptional performance. If I hadn't witnessed her behavior for 33 years, I might have believed it. But I knew my mother. I knew how she worked. And I knew she usually cried before making a request. When she finally stopped, I asked her a single question. I asked her why she was actually here. The tears stopped almost instantly. Her expression changed, and there it was. The actual cause, They needed money. Logan Walker's condition had worsened. There were legal issues now, including potential lawsuits from people he had recruited into the MLM. They were on the verge of financial ruin, and they needed my help to avoid it. I nodded slowly. I told her that I understood. I thanked her for coming all this way. Then I told her no. Not angry, not vindictive, but simply honest. I stated that I would not bail out Logan Walker or fund an unaffordable lifestyle. I told them that if they needed financial advice, I could recommend some professionals who could help them restructure their debts. But I wasn't going to write a check to solve their problems. She tried arguing, pleading, and guilting. She discussed everything she could think of. How she carried me for 10 months. How she made sacrifices for me when I was younger. Family was supposed to mean something. I asked her what family meant when she referred to me as trash in front of everyone. What family meant when she spent 33 years favoring Logan Walker while I had to earn everything myself. What family meant was that she never acknowledged my accomplishments unless she needed something from me. She had no answers, just more tears, deflection, and attempts to make me feel guilty for setting boundaries. I told her she could stay at a hotel in town if she needed to rest before traveling back. I offered to pay for one night as a courtesy, but I made it clear that she was not staying at my house and that no amount of showing up unexpectedly would change my mind. She left without accepting the hotel offer. I felt nothing as I watched her rental car drive away down my street. No guilt, no sadness, no second guessing, just a calm certainty that I had made the right decision. The months following my mother's visit were interesting. The family division became permanent. Those who supported my decision maintained contact with me. Those who thought I was cruel eventually stopped reaching out. And to be honest, I was fine with both outcomes. My parents continued to struggle. They sold their house and moved to a smaller apartment. My father's part-time job became full-time. My mother's bookkeeping work expanded. For the first time in their lives, they had to deal with actual financial consequences. Logan Walker bounced around for a while, couch surfing with friends and working short-term jobs. Madison Reed dumped him around July, when it became clear that his business opportunity was a financial disaster. Last I heard, he was working in a warehouse, possibly for the first time. Did I feel sorry for them? In some abstract way, they might still be my biological family. I didn't want them to suffer, but I also wasn't willing to give up my own well-being to save them from the consequences of their own actions. Claire Bennett and I became engaged in November. Cooper was the ring bearer at our engagement party, which was just as cute as it sounds. We purchased a larger house together. I began talking about kids and created a life that felt genuinely fulfilling in ways I had never experienced growing up. The engagement party was ideal. Just 36 people genuinely cared about us. Friends from work, Claire Bennett's family, who treated me like a son, and a few of my cousins who reached out after Christmas. There is no drama, no hidden agendas, and no one is trying to diminish anyone else. Just a genuine celebration of two people who have found each other. Claire Bennett's parents had flown in from Oregon for the occasion. Her father approached me at one point and expressed his happiness that his daughter had found someone who understood the value of boundaries. He was aware of my situation because Claire Bennett had informed them, and rather than judging me for cutting off family, they respected me for it. It was the first time I had felt supported by my in-laws. The contrast with my own family was striking. We spent the winter planning our future. It's not just the wedding, everything. We discussed where we wanted to live long-term, how many children we wanted, and the type of life we wanted to build. These conversations with Claire Bennett felt natural because neither of us had the baggage of trying to please people who would never be satisfied. We were creating something new and unique, free of generational dysfunction. In February of the following year, my grandmother died peacefully while sleeping. At 85 years old, I flew back to Ohio for the funeral. It was the first time I'd seen my parents or Logan Walker in over a year. The funeral was awkward, as one would expect. My mother tried to hug me as if nothing had happened. I accepted the hug briefly before taking a step back. My father nodded at me from across the room. Logan Walker avoided all eye contact. We were strangers who happened to share DNA, and everyone in the funeral home sensed it. My mother pulled me aside after the service. She appeared genuinely older, more tired, and defeated. She explained that she had been thinking a lot about everything. She said she understood why I was pulling away. She stated that she wished things had been different. It wasn't quite an apology, but it was closer than anything I'd received before. I told her I appreciated it. I told her I hoped they were doing well. I told her that I did not hate her, her father, or Logan Walker. I simply couldn't be a part of a family that didn't respect me. She cried. This time there were real tears. Not the manipulative kind from her trip to Arizona. She asked if there was any way we could start over and rebuild what had been broken. I thought about it. Really thought about it. This was not a snap decision. Since walking out that Christmas night, I'd imagined this moment 1,000 times. Rebuilding would necessitate acknowledgement, genuine acknowledgement of favoritism, real recognition of the harm it caused, real acknowledgement that I had been treated as inferior my entire life. Not just words meant to entice me to write a check. Actual understanding of the harm done informed her that. I told her that if she and Dad ever wanted to work on genuinely rebuilding our relationship, I would be willing to do so. However, that work had to come from them. I wasn't going to coach them through it, take half measures, or pretend everything was fine just for the sake of family unity. She nodded. Said she understood. Said she'd talk to my father about it. That was 16 months ago. I received a letter from my mother last month. An actual handwritten letter, which she used to send when I was in college before our relationship deteriorated. It was 6 pages long. She relived specific memories from my childhood. They forgot my 16th birthday because Logan Walker had a soccer tournament. Logan Walker was sick with a cold at the time, so they missed my college graduation. Logan Walker was always introduced first at family gatherings, and he was frequently mentioned. Always made me feel invisible. She acknowledged it all. Every instance I mentioned at the funeral, plus a dozen more, I had forgotten about. My father added a page at the end, shorter and more practical. But he admitted he failed me by never standing up when he should have. There was no request for money anywhere in the letter. There is no request, only 2 people finally accepting responsibility for their 33-year mistakes. I called my mother the next day, the first time in nearly 3 years. We spoke for nearly 4 hours. She cried. I did not. I told her exactly what those years were like. She listened without making excuses. That was new. 2 weeks later, they flew to Arizona. I picked them up from the airport. My mother hugged me and did not let go for a full minute. My father shook my hand and then pulled me into a hug. This was the first time he had done it since I was about 13 years old. They stayed for 6 days. I met Claire Bennett properly. I immediately fell in love with Cooper. My father spent the entire afternoon throwing a tennis ball in the backyard, while Cooper ran himself ragged. My mother assisted Claire Bennett in selecting paint colors for the nursery. Normal family stuff, the kind I never imagined I'd have with them. On their final night, we sat on the back patio after dinner. My father cleared his throat and said, I have something to tell you. He stated that they had officially cut Logan Walker off completely. No more money, no more bailouts, no more paying his rent or covering up his mistakes. He claimed they should have done it 22 years ago, but they were too scared, and he couldn't handle it. He explained that seeing me walk away that Christmas made them realize they had been protecting the wrong son. Logan Walker did not take it well, according to my mother. He called them every name in the book, accused them of choosing me over him, and threatened never to speak with them again. They allowed him. They told him that if he wanted to return to their lives, he had to do so on his own terms as an adult, without expecting anything in return. Logan Walker was still working at that warehouse, living in a cramped apartment with a friend, bitter, and blaming everyone but himself, according to the last time I heard. Madison Reed dumped him 9 months ago after the money ran out. He tried to contact me once about 4 months ago. He asked if I could lend him $6,500 to start a new business. I did not react. Claire Bennett and I were married in April. Small ceremony for 60 people. My parents were sitting in the front row. My mother cried throughout the entire event. My father approached me afterward and told me how proud he was of me. This was the first time he had said those words to my face. Cooper was the ring bearer. Custom tuxedo, stole the show. Claire Bennett has approximately 280 photos of him on her phone from that day alone. Parents chose my sister's boutique over my daughter's surgery, giving her $140,000 instead. My fiancé asked, should I tell them I make $1.1 million a year? The restaurant's cutlery was more expensive than my first automobile. My fiancé, Michael, had particularly picked it for this supper. When I questioned the decision, he said that my parents would take us more seriously in an expensive environment, demonstrating that we were responsible people worth investing in. I had been too desperate to dispute. Looking back, I understood he already knew how the evening would go. My daughter Sophia sat next to me, her hand never leaving mine. At the age of 7, she knew more than any youngster should. The tumor pushing on her spinal cord had taught her about pain, hospitals, and conversations that would abruptly end when she entered rooms. She asked me 2 weeks ago if she was going to die. I hugged her and lied, claiming everything was all right. However, the operation cost $150,000, and our insurance company refused the claim twice, claiming it was an elective treatment despite 3 independent medical assessments verifying its need. My folks came 15 minutes late. Clara donned her new Chanel jacket, which she had shown on Facebook last month. John was wearing his Rolex, which he had given himself as an anniversary gift. My sister Rachel stepped in after them, already beaming the same grin she'd mastered over 32 years. The one who said she had already won the game we were playing. "Sorry we're late," Rachel apologized, kissing the air near my cheek. The traffic from the spa was extremely terrible. Michael stood and shook hands with my father before pulling out seats for the women. Regardless of our predicament, he insisted on paying for this supper. When I argued, he just answered, "Trust me." Those 2 words had carried me through the previous 2 months. Michael worked in finance, a complex field with foreign accounts that he rarely addressed at home. We'd been engaged for 8 months, and he had been Sophia's father in ways that went beyond genetics. The waiter delivered menus. Rachel chose the most costly wine without consulting anyone else's preferences. This was standard. She'd always been the golden child, incapable of doing anything wrong. She dropped out of college twice because she was searching for herself. I was bragging about finishing my degree after working 3 jobs. She'd married a real estate developer who abandoned her for his secretary, stealing the most of their money in the process. My parents had paid for her legal bills, the down payment on her new condominium, and her credit card debt. They'd never volunteered to aid me with anything. So once we'd ordered, John spoke with the boardroom authority he was known for. "You said this was important." I began to speak, but my throat tightened. Sophia gripped my hand. She had wanted to stay at home with Michael's sister, but I needed her here. I needed my parents to understand what was at stake. Michael spoke instead. "We're here because Sophia needs surgery. It's time sensitive. The tumor is growing, and the doctors have given us a narrow window before it causes permanent paralysis." Clara's expression fluttered with alarm. "Oh honey, that's terrible, but surely your insurance denied it." I survived. "They're calling it elective, not medically necessary. We've appealed twice. Our lawyer says we might win eventually, but Sophia doesn't have eventually. She has 4 weeks before the neurological damage becomes irreversible." It became real when the number appeared. Sophia's fingers clenched around mine. Rachel drank her wine. "That is truly awful, but what do you expect Mom and Dad to do about it?" I had anticipated this question. I'd practiced it in the mirror, the vehicle, and in the shower. "I'm asking for a loan. The surgery costs $150,000. I'll sign anything. Agree to any terms. I have my house as collateral. I'll work the rest of my life if I have to, but I need help now." John was enjoying his steak. The knife scratched on the plate. "That's a substantial amount of money." "I know, and you're certain about this surgeon. Have you gotten second opinions?" asked Michael. "We've consulted with 7 specialists across 3 states. Dr. Williams at Johns Hopkins is the best option. He's done this procedure successfully for years with excellent outcomes. The insurance company is just trying to avoid pain." "Still risky," Rachel remarked. "I mean, surgery is always risky. Maybe you should wait and see if the insurance comes through." Sophia made a little squeak. Not exactly a whimper, but close. I wanted to hurl my water glass at Rachel's flawlessly made-up face. "The tumor won't wait," Michael remarked, his voice calm but frigid. "Every day increases the likelihood of permanent damage." Clara leaned across the table and touched my hand. The gesture was theatrical and intended to be seen. "Sweetheart, we want to help. We really do. But that kind of money is complicated. We have our own obligations." "Like what?" My comments came out harsher than I had intended. John's jaws constricted. He dreaded being questioned. "Like your mother's medical expenses, like house maintenance, like retirement planning." I had seen their bank records a few years ago. When I assisted them with their taxes, they have investments totaling more than $2 million. The home was paid off. Clara's medical bills included Botox injections and dermatological treatments. She contacted a wellness doctor. "I'm not asking for a gift," I explained. Rachel slumped back in her chair. "I'll put it in writing. I'll pay interest. Whatever you need. You know what your problem is? You've always been so proud. Too proud to ask for help until you're desperate. And then you expect everyone to just drop everything." The boldness of the comment took my breath away. Rachel had asked for money so many times that I'd lost count. Rachel had borrowed $4,200 from me 6 years ago and never mentioned it again. Rachel had moved back home 3 times as an adult. That's not fair, I muttered. Life isn't fair, sweetie. Rachel smiled wider. You made your choices. You had a kid young. You picked a career that doesn't pay well. You stop. Clara's words broke through the tension. This isn't helpful. The table became silent. The diner proceeded around us. Other families ate their lunches, unconscious that my entire world was disintegrating in the corner booth. John cleared his throat. We've actually been discussing this since you called. Your mother and I have talked it over extensively. Hope erupted in my chest. Painful and bright. We have decided that we can give you some money, he added. Not the full amount, but something to help. How much? Mike inquired. $18,000. The hope died. $18,000 would not even cover the anesthesiologist. I started to say something, but John raised his hand. However, she said, we've also decided to help Rachel. She's been through a difficult time with the divorce, and she's trying to start over. We want to support both our daughters. The universe was shifting. Clara smiled as she said, What do you mean by help, Rachel? She genuinely grinned. We're giving her the money we'd set aside for your request. Rachel wants to start a boutique. She's always been creative and now she has the opportunity to truly establish herself. A boutique? I repeated the words since they made no sense. You're using my daughter's medical money to open a shop. It's not your money, Rachel responded hastily. It's their money. They can do whatever they want with it. Michael placed his hand on my shoulder. His hold was firm and anchored. How much? I asked. How much are you giving her? John said, his expression slightly uneasy. We've agreed to invest $140,000 in Rachel's business venture. It's a loan, of course. Though we're not requiring immediate repayment, she'll pay us back when the business is profitable. The figures were not even attempting to conceal what this was. They took the exact amount I had requested and gave it to my sister instead. They kept $18,000 to preserve deniability and claimed they were assisting each of us equally. So, to be clear, Michael explained calmly, you're choosing to fund a boutique over your granddaughter's medical surgery. That's not how we see it, Clara said. We're helping both our daughters. Rachel deserves a chance at a better life. She's been through so much. And what has Sophia been through? I asked sharply and clearly. What exactly has my 7-year-old been through that matters less than Rachel's lifestyle choices? Don't be so dramatic, Rachel yelled. It's not like she's dying. Sophia snatched her hand away from me. I heard her quick inhalation, the type that preceded tears. Michael quickly hurried to her side, crouching next to her chair and mumbling something I couldn't hear. Actually, I said, turning to my sibling, without the surgery, paralysis is guaranteed within 2 months, and yes, the tumor is potentially fatal, so maybe choose your words more carefully when discussing my daughter's life. Girls, please. Clara's voice was plaintive as if she wanted everyone to get along so she wouldn't have to deal with problems. This doesn't have to be a fight. We're all family. John nodded. We've made our decision. We think it's fair and balanced. Rachel needs this opportunity and we want to support her. You'll figure something out for Sophia. You always do. The dismissal was plain. They had made up their minds before even arriving at the restaurant. This dinner was merely theater, an opportunity for them to announce their choice and feel kind about the symbolic $18,000 they were providing. She deserves a better life, John said, nodding toward Rachel. After everything she's been through, she deserves this chance. He stated it with pride, as if he had done something heroic by selecting one daughter's business enterprise above the other daughter's kid. As if this were knowledge rather than malice. I did not weep. I've wept enough over the last 2 months. I sobbed in hospital parking lots, the shower, and my car during lunch breaks. I sobbed till I was left with a cold, unambiguous sense of who my parents were. Instead, I turned to stare at Michael. He had returned to his seat after reassuring Sophia, and his expression was inscrutable. Our gazes connected, and I noticed something I had never seen before. Not sympathy, not even anger. It was a calculation. He rose up carefully and reached inside his jacket pocket. His phone appeared sleek and costly. He held it lightly, almost carelessly, while looking at my father. Should I tell them what I do for a living? The man inquired. The question remained in the air. Rachel's smile started to fade. She'd been victorious seconds before, shining with pride. Uncertainty crept into her features. You work in finance, John said dismissively. We know that. I do, Michael agreed. But specifically, I'm a senior partner at Berkeley and Company. We handle wealth management and private banking for high net worth individuals. I manage a portfolio of about $750 million. The telephone number struck like a bomb. Clara's fork halted halfway to her mouth. My annual salary is $1.1 million, not counting bonuses, Michael said, his voice casual. Last year my bonus was $2.9 million. I've been hesitant to discuss this because your daughter values privacy, and I didn't want our relationship to be about money. Rachel's grin had entirely vanished, her face had turned pale behind her makeup. We haven't needed your money, Michael explained, staring at my parents. We have more than enough for Sophia's surgery. I have investment accounts, savings, assets. We could pay for this surgery 10 times over without feeling it. I felt woozy. David, I wanted you to ask them, he added, turning to face me. You needed to know who they really are, what they would choose when it mattered. His gaze returned to my parents. And now we all know. John's face had gotten crimson. Then why put us through this charade? Because it wasn't a charade for me, Michael explained. I genuinely wanted to believe that when faced with their granddaughter's life, they would make the right choice. I was wrong, and I'm sorry for that, but I needed to know what kind of people I was marrying into. He took out his wallet and put a credit card on the table. Dinner's on me, all of it, including Rachel's expensive wine. Rachel discovered her voice. You let us think. You manipulated. I observed, Michael corrected. There's a difference. We came here asking for help, and you revealed exactly who you are. The money I have doesn't change the choice you made. You decided your daughter's boutique was worth more than your granddaughter's health. That's a decision you'll have to live with. Clara grabbed for me. Sweetie, if we'd known. Known what? I pushed away from her grip. That Michael had money. That only matters if you were making a financial decision instead of a moral one. Sophia needed surgery either way. That didn't change. This isn't fair, Rachel said, her voice rising. You set us up. You made us look bad on purpose. Michael laughed sharply. Nobody made you do anything. You were given the opportunity to aid a youngster, your niece, but you declined. The fact that we don't need your money does not affect your decision. We were still planning to give you $18,000, John objected. That's not nothing. You're right, I responded, standing. It's not nothing. It's insulting. It's the minimum amount you thought you could offer while still claiming you helped. It's a tip, not assistance. I lifted Sophia up, and she placed her arms around my neck. She was becoming too large to carry comfortably, yet I longed to hold her. Michael placed his hand on my back and guided us to the exit. Wait, Clara said. Please don't leave like this. We can talk about this. There's nothing to talk about, I said without looking around. You made your choice. Rachel gets her boutique. I hope it's everything she dreams of. You're being childish, Rachel yelled. Just because you tricked us. I paused and turned around. The entire restaurant was watching, but I didn't mind. I didn't trick anyone, I stated unequivocally. I asked my parents to help save my daughter's life. You all decided that funding a retail business was more important. Those are the facts. What you do with that information is up to you. We departed. The chilly evening air touched my face as we headed to Michael's vehicle. Sophia was silently weeping on my shoulder. Michael unlocked the door and assisted us both inside before getting into the driver's seat. For a long time, neither of us talked. The restaurant's lights gleamed behind us, warm and welcoming, in stark contrast to what had just transpired inside. I'm sorry, Michael eventually said. I know that was hard. Why didn't you tell me? I inquired about the money. About your plan. Because you wouldn't have gone through with it, explained the man. You would have said it was cruel or manipulative, but I needed you to see them clearly. We're about to get married. Sophia is about to become my legal daughter. I needed to know if they were going to be a positive presence in our lives or a toxic one. He was correct. I'd have declined. I would have argued it was overly harsh and deliberate. But sitting at that dinner, witnessing my parents prioritize Rachel's demands over Sophia's, confirmed everything. They'll try to reconcile, Michael stated. Once they process this, once Rachel's boutique inevitably fails, they'll reach out. They'll want access to our life, to the money they now know we have. You need to decide now what that relationship looks like. Sophia stirred against me. Mommy, why doesn't Grandma love me? The question destroyed something in my heart. She does, baby. She just doesn't know how to show it properly. That's a lie. Sophia murmured quietly. You don't have to lie anymore. I heard what they said. Michael caught my attention in the rearview mirror. Your grandparents made a bad choice tonight, Sophia. But you're going to be okay. We're going to take care of you. The surgery is scheduled for next month, and you're going to get better. Will I see them again? Sophia inquired. That's up to your mom, Michael said. And eventually up to you. The ride home that night seemed weird. Sophia fell asleep in the back seat, weary by the emotional toll. Michael's hand met mine across the console, his thumb drawing circles in my palm. Neither of us talked for the first 10 minutes. I keep replaying it, I eventually admitted. The look on John's face when he said Rachel deserves a better life. Like it was obvious. Like it was the only reasonable conclusion. Michael clasped my hand. He believed it. That's what makes it so devastating. He genuinely thought funding a boutique was equivalent to saving a child's life. How did you stay so calm? I inquired. I wanted to scream. I wanted to flip the table. Years of practice hiding what I'm thinking, he joked. It's a skill you develop in finance. But trust me, I wanted to do a lot more than flip a table. When we came home, I brought Sophia upstairs and put her to bed. She stirred when I lifted the cover. Mom. Her voice was small and tired. Yes, baby. Are we going to be okay? I brushed back her hair. We're going to be more than okay, I promise. Even without Grandma and Grandpa? The question wounded my heart, especially if that is what it takes to keep you safe and loved correctly. She nodded and closed her eyes. I observed her for a long time, this courageous young kid who had been through so much. The biopsy left a scar on her back, the night she sobbed in anguish, and how she learned to ask me whether we could afford things before asking for them. 7 years old and already carrying hardships that no youngster should bear. I went downstairs and found Michael in his office. He had his laptop open, with many displays displaying financial figures and data I could not comprehend. I'm establishing a trust, he replied without looking up at Sophia. Education, medical expenses, whatever she needs. It'll be ironclad. Your parents won't be able to touch it or contest it. Michael and I are having our lawyer create an agreement that clearly excludes them from any medical choices. If anything happens to you, they have no rights. My sister gets guardianship, not them. I settled into the chair opposite from his desk. You really think they try to interfere? He turned his gaze at me. I think people who value money over a child's health can rationalize anything. I'm not taking chances with Sophia's future. The next morning, I had 17 missed calls. My folks had evidently spent the night attempting to contact me. The voicemails varied from bewildered to furious to imploring. I erased them all without listening beyond the first few seconds. Work was a pleasant diversion. I'd been the marketing director at a small software business for 3 years, and my boss had been quite supportive of Sophia's medical predicament. When I arrived, my colleague Ethan was waiting at my desk with coffee. How did it go with your parents? He inquired. I told him about the supper and my severe need for support, but I didn't divulge Michael's plan or his salary. They decided to sponsor my sister's store instead. Ethan's mouth fell. You're joking. I wish I was. What are you going to do? Can you take out loans? Start a GoFundMe? Actually, I remarked, sitting down and going onto my computer. Michael had the money all along. He wanted to see what choice they'd make. Ethan was silent for a bit. That's either brilliant or cruel, I can't decide which. Neither can I confessed. But it worked. I know exactly who they are now. My telephone rang. Mom, are you calling again? I declined. They're not taking the hint, Ethan inquired. They're probably still in shock. Give them a few days to get angry. That's when the real messages will start. I was correct. On Wednesday, the tone altered. John texted me, calling me ungrateful and manipulative. Clara sent a lengthy email detailing how I was pulling the family apart. Rachel left me a message with every name she could think of. Her voice was harsh and aggressive. You always have to be the victim, Rachel's message said. You always have to make everything about you. Mom and Dad were trying to help both of us, and you threw a tantrum because you didn't get your way. Grow up, the world doesn't revolve around you and your kid. I stored the voicemail. Something told me that I could need it later. Michael returned home on Thursday evening with some news. Your sister went to my office today. I glanced up from assisting Sophia with her schoolwork. What? She showed up at the reception desk, demanded to see me. Security escorted her out, but not before she caused a scene. He undid his tie. She was yelling about how I'd ruined her life, how I'd manipulated everyone, how she was going to sue me for emotional distress. Can she do that? No. But she can try. It will cost her money that she does not have. He poured himself a drink. Your parents were waiting in the parking garage. I think they'd planned it together. My stomach constricted. Did they approach you? Your father did. Asked if we could talk man to man. I told him we had nothing to discuss and that if any of them showed up at my workplace again, I'd get a restraining order. Sophia was looking at us, her pencil frozen over her arithmetic paper. I faked a grin. It's okay, sweetheart. Just adult drama. Nothing for you to worry about. She did not appear persuaded, but she returned to her schoolwork. That night after Sophia had fallen asleep, I finally broke down. Michael discovered me in the bathroom, sitting on the floor and weeping into a towel to mask the sound. They were supposed to love her, I blurted out. She's their granddaughter. How could they choose money for Rachel over Sophia's life? What kind of people do that? Michael sat next to me, drawing me against him. The kind of people who never should have been parents in the first place. I keep thinking about when I was younger. John teaches me how to ride a bike. Clara's making my Halloween outfits. Were those folks ever genuine, or was I simply helpful until I wasn't? Maybe both, Michael said gently. People can love you and still be fundamentally selfish. The love doesn't make the selfishness hurt less. Friday offered a different strategy. My Aunt Helen, Clara's sister, contacted me. We had always been tight. When my parents were away, she was in charge of looking after me. The one who came to my college graduation after skipping Rachel's rehab graduation. Your mother asked me to call, she explained. She's devastated. They both are. They should be. Sweetheart, I'm not calling to take sides. I just want you to know that they're struggling with this. They thought they were making a balanced decision. On Helen, they paid Rachel $140,000 for a store and offered me $18,000 for Sophia's operation. How is that balanced? She exhaled. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. It sounds bad because it is bad. Your mother mentioned that Michael had money all along, that you weren't really in need. Would it have been okay if we were actually desperate? I blurted out. If we'd had no options and they'd still chosen Rachel's boutique, would that have been fine? Of course not. Then Michael's money doesn't change anything. They made a choice based on what they believed was true. They chose wrong. Aunt Helen was silent. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called. It's okay, but please tell them to stop. Stop calling. Stop showing up places. Stop sending people to talk to me. They made their decision. I've made mine. In comparison, the weekend was rather tranquil. Michael brought us to the zoo. Sophia giggled for the first time in days as she pointed out animals and enthusiastically read the information panels. We had lunch in the cafe, and Michael let Sophia to order whatever she wanted. This is nice, Sophia murmured, chocolate ice cream on her chin. Just us. Just us. I agreed and wiped her face. Michael caught my eye above Sophia's head. His look was both sorrowful and resolute. We were creating our own family, one that excluded those who had failed the most fundamental test of love. Monday morning marked the first break in my parents' togetherness. Clara phoned from a number I didn't know, so I answered, assuming it was the hospital or Sophia's school. Please don't hang up, she pleaded right away. I just need 5 minutes. I should have disconnected right then. You have to. Your father and I had a fight, a bad one about the money, about Rachel, about you. He's saying I'm too soft, that you're being manipulative, and we should stand firm. But I keep thinking about Sophia. You should have thought about Sophia at dinner. I know. You're right. I should have. Her voice crackled. I've made a lot of mistakes with you, favoring Rachel, looking the other way when she treated you badly. I told myself it was because she needed more support, because she struggled more. But the truth is, it was easier to give in to her than to stand up for you. I did not react. Couldn't. I want to make this right, Clara added. I know you don't need the money now. But I want to give it to you anyway. For Sophia's surgery. For her recovery. Whatever you need. I'll take it from the money we gave Rachel. And what does John think about this silence? He doesn't know you're calling, does he? He'd be furious, but I don't care anymore. You're my daughter. Sophia is my granddaughter. I should have chosen you. It was the closest thing to an apology I had ever received from her. A part of me wanted to embrace it, to believe she had finally seen the light. But another part, the one that had witnessed her grin while explaining why Rachel deserved more, couldn't forget. I appreciate that, Mom, I really do. But it's too late. Please, you didn't just make a financial mistake. You revealed what you value. And I can't expose Sophia to people who might make her feel less important than her cousins, or less worthy of love or support. I can't risk her internalizing the same treatment I got. I would never make her feel that way. You already did. She was sitting right there when you said Rachel deserves a better life. She heard every word. She asked me later why you don't love her. Clara's sob was clear over the phone. I'm not trying to hurt you, I said. But I'm done protecting your feelings at the expense of my daughter's well-being. You made your choice. This is mine. I hung up before she could reply. Then I added her new number to my contacts as Mom. Do not answer. So I'd know it if she phoned back. Michael had been listening at the doorway. That must have been hard. It was necessary, I explained. She wants absolution without consequence. That's not how this works. 2 weeks later my phone was buzzing with texts. First from Mom, then John, and then from Rachel. The store had fallen through. The property owner noticed Rachel's business plan was insufficient, and she had no experience. He pulled out of the lease. Rachel was insisting that my parents sue him. They asked whether we might aid with legal bills. I banned all of their numbers, including Mom's new one. Sophia's operation was set for the following Tuesday. After another patient rescheduled, Dr. Williams was able to move forward her appointment time. The time was excellent. We'd be done with this before my relatives could cause further havoc. Sophia underwent surgery on a Tuesday morning, 3 weeks after the catastrophic supper. After 6 hours, Dr. Williams came out and informed us everything had gone great. The tumor was fully removed, and while she will require physical therapy, a full recovery was predicted. I cried in Michael's arms in the waiting area, releasing months of worry and anxiety. Rachel arrived at the hospital 2 hours later. She must have phoned around to find out where we were, most likely nagging common acquaintances until they informed her. She got past the front desk, pretending to be Sophia's aunt, and located us in the surgery recovery wing waiting room. Her hair was dirty and her makeup smudged. She seemed desperate. Please, she asked. I need to talk to you. Mom and Dad won't take my calls. The boutique money, they want it back. They're threatening to take me to court. I need help. I need a lawyer. Michael stood between her and me, saying, You need to leave. She's my sister. I have a right. You have no rights here, Michael said coldly. You made it clear where your priorities were. Now deal with the consequences. Security escorted her out. I watched her leave, feeling nothing but tiredness. Clara and John tried again, arriving with flowers and cuddly animals. They grinned and cooed over Sophia, as if the meal had never occurred. Sophia gently received their presents but declined to talk with them. After 15 minutes of uncomfortable small conversation, they departed. In the parking garage, John cornered me while Clara kept Michael busy. You know this makes you just as bad as us, he replied calmly, cutting us off since we had made one mistake, using money to influence relationships. You're no better. I studied him closely. This man who had taught me to ride a bike, assisted me with homework, and accompanied me down the aisle at my first wedding. I attempted to locate a glimmer of affection for him but came up empty. The difference, he replied, is that I would have given you the money if Sophia was fine and Rachel was sick. I would have helped without conditions or tests. You failed one. I'm not manipulating you with money. I'm protecting my daughter from people who valued a boutique over her life. There's a difference. He flinched. We didn't know Michael had money. That's what makes it unforgivable, I corrected myself. If you'd known, you might have made a different choice. But that would have been for the wrong reasons. You should have chosen Sophia because she's a child who needed help. The money should never have mattered. I went away, leaving him standing alone amid the vehicles. Sophia walked alone for the first time in 6 months after surgery. Her physical therapist sobbed. So did I. Michael videotaped the entire affair, speaking like a sports announcer and making Sophia giggle. We went home, ordered pizza, and watched movies till Sophia fell asleep between us on the couch. My phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number. It was Rachel. The shop failed. I am bankrupt. Clara and John are suing me over the money. Please assist. I erased the mail without replying. Another text arrived. I'm your sister. Doesn't this signify anything? I blocked that number. Michael discovered me on the back porch later that night, gazing at the sky. He brought me tea and sat near me. No regrets? He inquired. I thought about it thoroughly. I regret that they made the choice they made. I regret that Sophia heard it. I regret that this is who they are. But cutting them off? No regrets about that. Rachel's legal troubles will probably drag on for months. He proceeded. Your parents will lose their case eventually. She never signed proper loan documents, and even if she had, she's got no assets to collect against. How do you know that? I have friends in family law. They're talking about it. He took a break. Your parents will definitely lose the majority of that $140,000. And Rachel has already spent a significant portion of it on what? Apparently, she went on a shopping spree before the boutique transaction fell through. She bought a new car, furnishings and clothing because she believed she was going to start a profitable business. I drank my tea. Chamomile was my fave. I should feel something. Satisfaction maybe or vindication, but I just feel tired. That's normal, Michael said. They were your parents. Grieving them doesn't require their death, just the death of who you thought they were. Did you know? I inquired. When you first met them, did you know it would end like this? I suspected, he said. The way they talked about Rachel versus how they talked about you. The way they lit up for her and offered polite smiles for you. I saw the pattern. I just needed you to see it too. Sophia shouted out from within, half awake and craving water. We went to her jointly and tucked her back in. Her room was filled with images she had drawn while recovering. Rainbows, dwellings, and stick figure families. In each one, there were 3 people. Her, me, and Michael. My parents were not in any of them. 1 year later, I got a wedding invitation in the mail. Clara and John were renewing their vows. 40 years of marriage. The invitation was formal and costly. My name was on the envelope, but there was no personal letter. Only printed information and an RSVP card. I tossed it away. Clara phoned back 2 days later from another new number. I recognized the area code this time and nearly didn't respond, but my curiosity got the best of me. Did you get the invitation? She said, her tone guarded. Yes. Will you come? It would mean so much to us. Family should be there. No, I answered simply. Please. Your father wants to reconcile. So do I. We miss Sophia. We miss you. You chose this, I explained. When you had a chance to help Sophia, you chose Rachel's boutique. When you had a chance to show up for us, you chose your own comfort. Actions have consequences. That was more than a year ago. You're going to hold on to that forever? It wasn't about the money, I explained. I said it was about the choice. You revealed who you are when it matters. I'm protecting my daughter from people who see her as less important than their other grandchildren, or their investments, or their image. Rachel is suffering, Clara remarked gently. She's living in a studio apartment, she works retail, she has nothing. Then help her, I responded. That's what you chose. Live with it. And what about us? Clara's voice broke. Don't we deserve forgiveness? Forgiveness isn't the same as relationship, I informed them. I don't hate you, I just don't trust you, and I won't expose Sophia to people I don't trust. I hung up and blocked the new number. Michael discovered the invitation in the garbage later. Your mom called? Yeah. How do you feel? Free, I said. Is that wrong? Shouldn't I feel guilty or sad? You feel how you feel, he explained. They made their choice. You made yours. That's how consequences work. Sophia came into the kitchen after school, full of stories about her day. She had made the soccer squad. Her legs were strong and totally healed. She was prospering. Michael and I listened as she talked about practice, her friends, and the scientific project she wanted to start. She did not inquire about grandparents. She didn't disclose the invitation she wasn't aware of. She was content in the family we created, the one that showed up when it counted. My phone vibrated, another unknown number. I took a quick check at the text. This is cruel. We're your parents. We deserve better than this. I erased it without answering and switched off the phone. Sophia grasped my hand. Can we make cookies? Michael promised that we may try the dish with chocolate chips and peanut butter. Absolutely, I said, allowing her to lead me toward the cupboard. Behind me, Michael was already preparing the mixing bowls. Our house was warm, full, and secure. Outside, my parents were undoubtedly arranging their anniversary celebration and making excuses for why one daughter couldn't come. Rachel was doing a job she thought was beneath her, blaming everyone but herself for her circumstances, and I was preparing cookies with my daughter, who could walk, run, and live normally since we had rescued her without them. Some individuals believe family is everything. That blood requires forgiveness, that parents deserve unlimited opportunities. Sisters should always encourage each other. Those folks have not witnessed their parents prioritize money above their child's life. I did, and I chose appropriately. I worked 17 years to own my condo. My sister walked in and said, "Mom and Dad agreed, you can move out." Weeks later, police cuffed her outside my door. 10 days after I had paid off my apartment, my sister arrived up and stated that our parents had consented to allow her family move in. She expected me to go and find another place. I'm 34, unmarried, no kids, and I work in IT. My parents reside 25 minutes away in the same suburb where we grew up. My sister Lauren is 30, married to Ethan, has an 18-month-old baby. She was always the one teachers adored, the one neighbors complimented. I was the one mowing lawns in summer while Lauren got to focus on academics. My parents didn't mean to pick favorites, but if something broke, it was somehow my responsibility. If Lauren needed aid, the whole family moved mountains. I had just finished paying off my condo 3 months earlier, a 2-bedroom property in Chicago. Nothing special, but it was mine. Every inch of it has a tale. The used fridge that grumbled every time it kicked on. The inexpensive dining table I'd constructed improperly, so it wobbled if you leaned on it. The closet I transformed into a modest office because I couldn't afford a bigger home with a genuine one. For years this apartment was the finish line I limped toward. I missed holidays, drove a car old enough to vote, learned to fix leaking sinks from YouTube instead of contacting plumbers. My pals went to bars on weekends. I performed DoorDash after work for additional income. And when the bank received the letter declaring mortgage paid in full, I placed it on my fridge with a silly magnet shaped like a cow. It seemed like the biggest triumph of my life. So, when my sister Lauren appeared up out of nowhere that Tuesday afternoon, I assumed maybe she came to congratulate me. She doesn't normally visit alone. Most times, if she's in the neighborhood, she drags our parents or her husband Ethan with her. But this time, there was just her standing at my doorway carrying a huge iced coffee, looking like she owned the house already. "Hey," I murmured, stepping back. She strolled in without speaking, gaze roving over everything like she was evaluating a place for rent. She peered into the second bedroom, the bathroom, even my little office closet. She halted in the kitchen, hands on her hips. "This place is bigger than I remember," she replied finally. Thanks." She nodded like she'd verified something in her brain. Then she turned around and stared right at me. So, she began like we were in the middle of some continuing discussion. "We've agreed this place should belong to the family now." I blinked at her. "Excuse me, a family place," she said again, slower this time, like I was missing the point. "It's ludicrous for you to have all this room to yourself when Ethan and I have a baby and rent is unattainable. We'll be moving in. You can locate somewhere else." She stated it nonchalantly, like announcing the weather. I laughed because what else do you do when someone says something insane? But Lauren didn't laugh back. She crossed her arms and arched her eyebrows like I was the one acting crazy. "Wait, are you serious?" I asked. "Of course," she said. "Mom and Dad agree. It's the finest option for everyone. It's not like you need all this space, it's only you." I gazed around my little condo, as if she had discovered a hidden ballroom that I was unaware of. "You are kidding, right? You don't just decide to move into my house." Lauren rolled her eyes. "Don't be theatrical. It is presently a family house. You will understand after you have children." That bit made me laugh more. "Lauren, this is not a family house. I purchased it. I paid for it. It is my." She waved her hand as if this were a small thing. "Yes, but come on. It's not fair of you to keep it when we need additional space. You can obtain a tiny apartment. You do not even utilize the second bedroom." I just stood there. I'd heard some crazy stories from my family before, but this was a new level. I inquired whether you had previously spoken with your mother and father. "Of course," she said as if it were clear. "They think that makes complete sense." "Do they think I'll just hand up my keys and start packing?" Lauren sighed as if I were being ridiculous. "Look, we are not trying to fight. It's just what's best for everyone." Ethan's hours were slashed. Daycare prices continue to rise. And you're sitting here with 2 bedrooms and no children. Don't you think it's a bit selfish? I blinked at her. Selfish. Because I worked extra hours and skipped dinners so I could have a secure place to live, and now I'm selfish for not sharing it. Lauren took her coffee off the counter as if the conversation was over. "We will need to move in within 6 weeks. Gives you time to find somewhere." Before I could speak, she was already walking for the door. "Lauren," I replied, finally catching up with what had transpired. "You are not moving in here." She halted with her hand on the doorknob and flashed me this smile. "People say this when they believe you will ultimately change your mind." "We've already talked to Mom and Dad," she said. Then she departed. I stood in the center of my living room, looking at the door after it had closed. The refrigerator kicked on behind me, eliciting the customary grumble. I looked over at the mortgage letter which was still hanging there with the cow magnet. I briefly wondered whether I had dreamt everything, but Lauren seemed dead serious. Apparently, so were my parents. I wasn't upset yet. I simply felt off balance, like if the floor had shifted slightly and I was waiting to see if it would continue. After Lauren departed, I remained there for a while, gazing at the door as if it might open again. It did not. I sat down, opened my laptop, and tried to concentrate on work, but my thoughts kept returning to what she said. Family asset. As if she and Ethan had the authority to make that decision for me. I decided if I was going to relate the entire narrative, I should explain how we got here, because this did not begin yesterday. I've been working since I was 17. My first job was bussing tables in a dirty cafe near our high school. If clients felt generous, they might tip over the minimum wage. Most did not. After that, there were summer shifts at the hardware shop. After that, I worked part-time at the university library while in college. By the time I graduated, I had developed a practice of accepting any extra hours I could obtain. I lived cheaply for a long time. Studio apartment with a view of a brick wall and stuff from Craigslist. Meanwhile, Lauren was living a very other life. She's 4.5 years younger. My parents paid for her cheer camp, driving lessons and prom outfit while telling me they were short on money when I needed new brakes on my car. Lauren was the golden kid. Teachers adored her. Neighbors adored her. When she forgot homework, my parents explained that she was simply sleepy. When I received a B instead of an A, they questioned why I hadn't studied more. It wasn't like she was malicious or anything. She was simply used to things going her way. When I was in college, she enrolled in a private university with a price tag that made my stomach turn. Her parents co-signed her debts without blinking. I was attending a public school with scholarships and part-time employment. She studied communication and uploaded photos from tailgating parties, spring getaways, and chic coffee shops. I spent evenings in the library trying to finish work before my 5:30 a.m. deadline. Shift unloading trucks at the warehouse. When I bought the condo 6 years ago, it was the most affordable quality 2-bedroom I could find in an area that wasn't going apart. Peeling paint, old appliances and squeaky floorboards were all in need of repair. But it was mine. I recall signing the paperwork, with hands that wouldn't stop shaking because I was afraid I'd mess it up somehow. Lauren stopped by once and strolled around the premises, wrinkling her nose. "It's cozy," she added, using a nice way of describing tiny. "It's what I can afford," I informed her. She grinned as if she were amusing me. "I mean, I could never live somewhere like this, but good on you." That stayed with me. I worked extra shifts on weekends maintaining other people's laptops, lived on instant noodles and delayed purchasing quality clothes for years in order to own a property, while my sister treated it like some starter apartment she was too good for. Fast forward, she marries Ethan. He's okay. Quiet dude. Teaches middle school science. We were always nice to each other, but we seldom chatted much. They rented a decent 2-bedroom plus den apartment not far from here. Newer building with a gym and a functional rooftop deck. Much better than my condo. They welcomed a baby 18 months ago. Cute youngster. I gave presents, paid visits, and did my best to be a nice uncle. Then childcare costs began to hammer them. Ethan's hours were slashed. Lauren resigned her part-time marketing job to remain at home. Money issues began to creep into talks. There were few discussions about bills and rent during the months when money was tight. I assumed they'd shrink as normal people do when costs spiral out of control. Instead, Lauren comes up at my door saying that my condo is now family property just because we share DNA. I wasn't shocked that my folks supported her. The difference today is that this isn't just another family item that everyone may borrow, it's the one thing I worked so hard for. Lauren now believes she can waltz and claim it. And as usual, her parents will support her. But, here's the deal. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm not living in their house, eating their food or using their car. I pay my bills. I keep my house in good condition. I've finally got something firm under my feet. And, to be honest, hearing Lauren call it selfish for me to keep the property I paid for sparked an emotion in my chest that I had never felt before. Sure, I was angry, but I also had stubbornness that I had never idea I possessed. Because this time, it isn't about sharing toys or getting rides to school. It is my home. And I will not give it up. The call began the morning after Lauren arrived at my house. "First, Mom, sweetheart. I heard you were a bit uptight yesterday," she continued in that voice you hear when someone is going to scold you but pretends not to be. "Tense?" I asked. Lauren informed us what had occurred. You have to view things from her perspective. They've got a baby. Renting is currently impossible. Mom. She arrived up and stated that she was moving into my house as if it was already decided. Nobody asked me anything. She presumably anticipated you'd help out. Families benefit one another. That is what we do. I told her I wouldn't agree to anything. And she sighed, as if I had just admitted to being a villain in a movie. You don't even use the second bedroom, she explained. And it simply sits there while they fight. That doesn't seem fair. I informed her again that it was not going to happen. She said we'd discuss more over dinner on Sunday. I had no idea there was a supper on Sunday. By lunchtime, my phone was vibrating again. This time my father delivered the same message but with a displeased tone, as if I had breached some family taboo. He said things like, "Step up," and "bigger picture." I told him that I wasn't the one asking someone else to give up their house. He advised me not to be too theatrical. Then I got a text from an aunt I hadn't seen in over a year. "Honey, they simply need a break. You can find another location later. For example, some people store spare condominiums in their back pockets." Lauren texted a lengthy message later that evening, explaining that this was just temporary and for the sake of the family. She attached a chart Ethan created that showed how much money they had saved by moving in with me. It had a rent of $100, utilities reduced by around 40%, and no HOA or repair fees stated. As if the place kept itself out of benevolence. I did not react. Instead, I visited the complex's public website. They display the regular lease terms. Early termination costs 4 months' rent. My eyebrows rose. So it wasn't simply about wanting extra room. It was about avoiding a bill. A few hours later, I contacted Tyler, a front desk employee at a nearby real estate company. I asked him standard inquiries regarding rental applications, recent denials and such. He claimed there had been a lot. High debt, missing payments, and plummeting credit ratings. He didn't identify anyone directly, but I began connecting the connections on my own. I didn't tell either my mother or father. No point yet. Friday afternoon, another call. Mom again. "We're having a family supper on Sunday," she remarked. "Everyone will be present. We can discuss this calmly." Is everything all calm now? I knew how those dinners went. A table full of relatives nods in agreement when someone tells you you're being ridiculous. Voices remain courteous until you give in. It resembles an intervention, but with lasagna. "Still," I responded. "All right, I'll go." Lauren texted again on Saturday evening. "We must get out of here within 6 weeks. Don't make this any difficult than it needs to be." Who is it harder for, I wondered. I didn't respond. Sunday arrived. I headed over to my folks' apartment after lunch. Their residence is the same as our childhood home. The same crumbling wallpaper in the hallway. The same couch, which dips in the center since Dad refuses to replace it. When I stepped in, the scent of garlic bread struck me immediately. The table was already set. Lauren and Ethan sat on one side, like a panel waiting to question me. My parents remained in the kitchen. "Hello?" I said. Lauren smiled as though nothing was wrong. "Hey, we are just about to dine." I understood what the strategy was from the moment I sat down at that table. Lauren was wearing the false pleasant grin she employed when she was going to make a major request. Ethan seemed to want to be somewhere else. Mom and Dad continued giving each other subtle nods, as if they had a script ready. Lauren began first. "We only need the condo for 14 months, she replied softly, as if she was doing me a favor by providing a schedule. 14 months? I asked. "Well, maybe less," she responded hurriedly. "Depends how soon we get back on our feet." I did not react. She thrust the packet of papers toward me again. "Ethan and I put up a strategy, budget, time frame, everything." Ethan cleared his throat. "It's really structured. We'd cover utilities. Obviously we just wouldn't be paying rent since you already own the house." "Utilities?" I inquired, glancing over the pages. "That's it." Lauren nodded like that was generous. Mom leaned in. "Honey, it's transitory. Think of the baby. She needs her own room." I looked at Lauren. "You rent a 2+ den now." "It's too pricey," she stated frankly. "So, get a smaller place." She didn't like that. Her mouth constricted. "Why should we uproot everything when you have room lying there unused?" I gazed at her. "Because it's my home." Dad groaned, laying down his fork like he was going to offer knowledge from a mountain. "This is about family working together. You've got the room. They've got the need. It's common sense." I gestured to the papers in front of me. "You worded this like I already agreed. Did anyone consider to really ask me first?" Silence. Lauren eventually remarked, "We figured you'd be reasonable once you saw the numbers." I switched to the so-called budget page. No HOA fees indicated. No repairs. Utilities cut down like power bills run on feelings. Rent $100. I slid the folder back toward her. Not happening. Her smile cracked. "Why not? You do not even utilize the second bedroom. That doesn't matter." It's simply sitting there while we're drowning in debts, she remarked, voice rising a little. And you've got excess room you don't need. It's selfish. There it was again. Selfish. Like the years I spent working extra shifts, eating instant noodles, saying no to holidays so I could pay this property off didn't count. I slumped back in my chair. I glanced at your lease, I said. Lauren froze. What? It's public, I said. 4 months rent if you break it early, right? That's what this is actually about. Ethan moved uneasily. Lauren's face grew crimson. And that's none of your business, she snapped. You're making it my business, I said, keeping my voice even. You want to move into my home to avoid paying penalties on yours. Be honest about it. Mom frowned. Is this true? Lauren glared at me like I'd betrayed her. We just need a fresh start. Why are you making this so hard? Because you showed up and announced you were moving in like I had no say, I said. Like my years of work don't matter because you want an easy out. Ethan finally spoke. Look, we're just trying to find a solution that works for everyone. For everyone or for you two? I asked. He didn't answer. Lauren looked at Mom, desperate. Tell him this makes sense. You know it does. Mom hesitated, then said, Honey, they do have the baby to think about. I cut her off. Then maybe they should have planned better instead of showing up here with fake budgets and expecting me to hand over my keys. Lauren slammed her hand on the table. We are family. Families benefit one another. Family also respects each other, I said. You don't get to decide my home isn't mine anymore because you made bad financial choices. Dad finally spoke up. All right, let's calm down. No, I said, standing. You all sat here ready to guilt trip me like I'm the bad guy for not giving up the one thing I've worked for. I'm not doing it. Lauren's voice shook now. So, you'd rather see us homeless than help? You rent a 2+ den apartment, I said. Sell the furniture, break the lease, move to a cheaper place. People do it all the time. But you're not moving in here. Mom looked stunned. You don't mean that. I do, I said. This isn't a debate anymore. Lauren's face grew crimson. Ethan stared at the table like the wood grain was fascinating. I grabbed my jacket. Thanks for dinner, I said, heading for the door. Good luck with the lease. Nobody stopped me. As I left, I heard Lauren mutter something to Mom about me being cold-hearted. I didn't even look back. And after dinner, the family chorus kicked in. Lauren with, we can still work this out. Mom with family comes first. Dad's bigger picture. Even an uncle I haven't seen in a year weighing in with she has a baby. You don't. I stopped replying. I wasn't changing my mind. 10 days passed. One night after work I got home and noticed something by the door. Fine scratches near the lock. A scuff mark low on the wood like someone kicked it lightly. I ran my finger over the scratches. Could be nothing, sure. But I've lived here 6 years. I know every dent and squeak in this place. That wasn't there before. My stomach felt heavy. I went inside, locked the door, and sat down at my laptop. I filled out the city's online non-emergency report form. Just the basics. Possible tampering. No entry. No suspects. I hit submit. Got the confirmation email. Closed the laptop. Next day I swapped in a drill-resistant deadbolt and added 3 cameras, a door viewer facing the hallway and a small motion-activated cam inside covering the entry. Both recorded in high definition and sent alerts to my phone. Didn't cost much. Worth every penny if I was right about who was creeping around. For 3 nights nothing happened. The cameras stayed quiet. Still I kept checking the feeds before bed. Volume up on my phone in case alerts came through. 4th night, it happened. 2:49 a.m. Buzzing phone on the nightstand woke me up. Motion detected at your door. I grabbed the phone, opened the app. The grainy black and white feed showed someone standing at my door. Lauren, hoodie up, hair sticking out the sides, shoulders hunched. She had something shiny in her hand, moving it around the lock. I felt my chest go tight. I hit record on the app, swung my legs out of bed, and dialed 911. Whispered to the dispatcher. Someone's trying to break into my condo. I have video. Gave the address. Stayed on the line. Lauren kept working the lock like she'd done it before. Like she knew I wasn't home. The building's hallway lights kicked on. Automatic timer. She froze for half a second, looked over her shoulder, then went back to jiggling the lock. The dispatcher said units were close, told me to stay put. I watched through the phone screen, heart hammering. A minute later, Two cops came into view on the hallway camera, walking fast. Lauren didn't see them until they were almost on top of her. I stayed behind the door until the officers came down the hall. When they told her to step back, I opened up and showed them the live feed with the tool at the lock. The cops asked for ID. She stammered, said something about forgetting her keys. I showed them the app recording, her with the screwdriver clear as day. They detained her right there in the hallway, cuffed, red wrists, the whole thing. I wasn't smug. I wasn't even angry in that moment. Just tired, shaky, like my body hadn't caught up with my brain yet. They asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes. One cop stayed to take my statement while the other walked Lauren down the hall. 5 minutes later, Ethan showed up, hair messy, sweatpants, looking like he sprinted over. "What's going on?" he asked, voice cracking. "She tried to break in," I said flatly. Ethan looked at the cop, then at me. "It's a misunderstanding. She had a spare from before." I cut him off. "I never gave her a spare." "She thought she still had one," he said weakly. "She didn't," I said. Ethan rubbed his face. Didn't argue after that. Just mumbled something about calling a lawyer and followed the cops out. I locked the door behind them, double-checked the deadbolt, sat on the couch staring at nothing for a long time. The cameras kept recording until the hallway went quiet again. The morning after Lauren got arrested, I called off work for a couple hours. I wanted everything documented before people started calling me names again. First, I stopped at the police station. I turned over the video files. They said they'd pull the 911 audio from dispatch. One of the officers gave me a case number and said the video made things pretty straightforward. They'd filed the report, forward it to the prosecutor, and I'd get updates later. When I got home, I made 3 copies of everything, one on a thumb drive, one in a locked folder in my cloud account. I printed out the incident report and stuck it in a folder with my mortgage papers. Then I emailed my boss, saying I'd be a bit late to work because of a personal security incident. That was all I said. He wrote back, "Handle what you need to. Thanks for letting me know." I left it at that. By noon my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Mom first. "How could you do this to your sister?" she asked, voice sharp. "She tried to break into my condo nearly 3 a.m. I said, "I didn't do this." "She did." "You didn't have to call the police," Mom said, like there had been some better option. "She had a screwdriver in my lock," I said. "What did you want me to do? Open the door and offer her coffee?" "Family should handle things privately," Mom said. "Does privately mean pretending it didn't happen?" I asked. She didn't answer that one. A couple hours later, Dad called. Same tone, different words. "She has a baby," he said. "She made a mistake. Don't ruin her life over this." "She made her own choices," I said. "I was asleep in my own home. I'm not apologizing for protecting it." He muttered something about me being cold. I hung up before saying something I'd regret. By evening my aunt texted, "She didn't mean it. Just drop the charges." I ignored it. 2 days later a neighbor mentioned an old fraud case. Court records showed a deferred sentence and probation from years back. The new arrest didn't violate active probation, but it did mean a new conviction on top of a prior case. I looked it up later. Court records are public if you know where to look. Sure enough, Lauren had a small fraud charge from 6 years ago. Deferred sentence, probation, fine paid. Nothing major, but it was there. I didn't post about it anywhere. Didn't tell cousins. Didn't go on some big rant online. I answered the prosecutor's questions, emailed the footage when they asked for it, and kept everything boring and professional. Lauren's case moved fast. They booked her on misdemeanor charges related to the break-in attempt, and the prior case didn't help. She pleaded guilty to avoid a bigger mess. The judge gave her a short 90-day sentence and a criminal record that wouldn't go away this time. Ethan texted me while she was inside. Long paragraph about how they'd been under stress. Daycare costs, medical bills, rent too high, life coming at them too fast. He said Lauren was just trying to do what parents do. Keep a roof over their kid's head. I read it twice, saved it, didn't respond. Their money situation tanked hard after that. They were still in a fixed-term lease. When they broke it, the 4-month penalty hit. After that, they grabbed a short month-to-month elsewhere, and the rate jumped. With Lauren not working, and now with a record, Ethan was carrying the whole thing on a teacher's salary. 4 months later, Lauren was out. I heard from Mom they'd moved in with her and Dad for a while. "That's between you and them," I said. "Not my business anymore." Mom didn't like that answer. She said the house was tense. Lauren and Ethan argued about bills. Dad hated the noise. Mom tried to keep the peace. I stayed out of it. A month later I saw Dad in person. He stopped by my condo to drop off some mail that had gone to their address. He looked tired. "Your sister's having a rough time," he said. "Finally. She made her choices," I said. "She says you hate her now." "I don't hate her," I said. "But I'm done being the person everyone leans on while calling me selfish." He didn't argue, didn't defend her, just nodded slowly, handed me the mail, and left. That was the last real conversation we had about it. Life went back to normal for me faster than I expected. I kept my routine the same. Work in the mornings, gym in the evenings, fixed the sticky window in my living room one Saturday, finally painted the patchy wall in the hallway with cheap rollers and way too much blue tape. Little things I'd been meaning to do for years. Later, I heard through my mom that Lauren wanted to clear the air. My first thought was she wanted to yell at me. My second thought was she probably wanted something again. I didn't reach out. Instead, I mailed them a single thing. A framed photo of my front door with the new lock installed. Under it, a short note. "Hope you find a place that's yours for real. No swearing, no insults, just clear." 2 weeks later, Mom called. "Lauren wants to talk," she said carefully, like I was a wild animal she didn't want to spook. "About what?" "About." "She wants to apologize," Mom said. "Does this apology come before or after she asked for something?" I asked. Silence on the line. "I'll meet her," I said finally. "But here's the deal. My home is off the table. Nobody shows up uninvited. If she can't agree to that, I'm not coming." Mom agreed. The meetup was set for Saturday at their house. "Neutral ground," Mom said. Lauren was already there when I arrived, sitting at the kitchen table, arms crossed, chin up. Ethan sat next to her, looking like he wanted to disappear into his chair. I sat across from them. "All right," I said. "You wanted to talk. Go ahead." Lauren didn't waste time. "You didn't have to call the cops," she started, voice sharp. "Family doesn't do that to each other." I gazed at her. "You tried to break into my home." "I was desperate," she said, like that made it fine. "You wouldn't listen. You left us no choice." "There was a choice," I said. "You could have found another apartment like normal people." She waved a hand. "Do you know how hard it is with a baby? With bills? We needed help." "You wanted a free house," I said flatly. "We deserved help," she snapped. "You don't have kids. You don't understand what it's like. All that space going to waste while we were drowning." I felt my jaw tighten. Space I worked for. Space I paid for while you were calling it small and laughing at it 6 years ago. Lauren rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on. That was different." "No," I said, keeping my voice even. "You treated this place like it was nothing until you needed it. Then you decided it was yours. Not asked. Decided. You could have just let us stay a few months," she shot back. "But no, you had to make it this big thing. Pressing charges." "Really? You ruined my record." "You ruined your record," I said. "You picked up that screwdriver. You showed up at 2:49 in the morning. Not me." Lauren leaned forward, eyes sharp. "You think you're better than us because you have a condo and no responsibilities? You think working a few extra hours makes you some kind of hero?" I laughed once, short and dry. "No, I think it makes me the person who owns the place you tried to steal." Her face went red. "We just needed a break. And I needed boundaries," I said. "Now I have them." She opened her mouth, but I kept going. "You showed up uninvited. You ignored every no I gave you. You tried to break in, and now you're mad at me because there were consequences." Ethan finally spoke, voice low. "She just means it didn't have to go this far." "It went as far as she pushed it," I said. "I'm not carrying that for her." Lauren glared at me, fists tight on the table. "One day, you'll need help. Don't expect us to be there." I stood up. "Good. That way we're all clear." She blinked like she didn't expect that answer. "I hope you figure things out," I said. "But my home is off limits forever. No debates. No surprises. We're done here." I walked out before she could fire back. Weeks passed after that. Mom tried a couple more times to get everyone together for a family dinner. I told her the same thing each time. If my home comes up, even once, I'm leaving. She said she understood. I kept my routine. Work in the mornings, gym in the evenings, fixing small things around the condo. I bought some cheap plants for the windowsill, upgraded my desk chair. Finally, life felt quiet. One afternoon, A cousin mentioned Lauren had picked up a part-time job at a daycare. Ethan grabbed extra tutoring hours at school. After a few months they found a small rental farther from the city. Cheaper, older place, but theirs. I didn't reach out. Not angry, just done. 14 months later, the condo looked better than it ever had. Fresh paint on every wall, not just the hallway this time. New locks on both doors. The squeaky floorboard near the bedroom finally fixed after years of promising myself I'd get around to it. I bought a decent couch, got rid of the lumpy one I'd been hanging onto since college. Picked up a used rug that didn't clash with the curtains for once. Even the closet office looked better. I mounted a real shelf instead of stacking everything on milk crates. The plants by the windowsill were still alive somehow. A couple even had new leaves. I watered them on schedule, gave them the good sunlight, talked to them sometimes when I was bored. Coming home felt different now. Not because the place looked nice, but because it was mine in a way it hadn't been before. I'd open the door after work, hear the deadbolt click behind me, and feel it in my shoulders. The weight of the last year just gone. No surprise visitors, no guilt trips, no phone calls telling me I was selfish. The quiet wasn't lonely. It was steady. For the first time in a long time I could actually sit on my couch with the TV off. No noise, no drama, and just breathe in my own space without wondering what fight was coming next. Peace. Not victory. Not revenge. Just boundaries that stayed where I put them. My dad praised my daughter. At Christmas, then my sister snapped, shattered her $18,000 violin, and screamed, "Why not my child?" Hello everyone. I am Ethan Caldwell, a 42-year-old software engineer based in Seattle. My wife Claire Caldwell and I have a daughter, Madison Maddie Caldwell. We live in the Ballard neighborhood, and the sound of Maddie's violin every afternoon has become a regular part of our day. Every time I see my daughter holding her violin with a beaming smile, I am overcome with pride. But at the same time, I'm sad because I still remember what happened at my parents' Christmas party 3 years ago. In December 2022, I accepted an invitation to my parents' holiday party in Seattle. Maddie was only 9 years old back then. Maddie carefully carried her violin case in her arms the entire way there, occasionally stroking it affectionately before exiting the car and walking into my parents' house. I turned to face my daughter and gently said, "If you're uncomfortable, please let me know. We can leave anytime." Maddie nodded and took my hand, saying, "I'll be fine, Dad." "I want to play the violin for Grandpa," my daughter whispered. I reached up and patted her on the head to encourage her. We had just exited the car when Dad opened the door and dashed out, his face beaming. He spread his arms wide, hugged Maddie tightly and told her, "There's my granddaughter. I missed you so much. You grew up so quickly. I almost didn't recognize you." Maddie laughed as my father lifted her. Then he turned to me, slapped my shoulder hard and said excitedly, "Ethan, you've finally arrived home. I thought you had forgotten your way home." After Dad's joke I smiled and replied, "I'm relieved that you're still as strong as ever." After a few greetings, Dad placed his arm around my shoulder and led Maddie into the house. He kept asking about my work and Maddie's schooling. His enthusiasm made me feel good after a year apart. When we entered the house, the atmosphere changed completely. My mother was sitting on the sofa at the time, and she only glanced at us once before turning back to talk to my sister. She did not stand up or greet us. Instead, she nodded slightly, as if we were strangers. My sister Vanessa Harper was sitting next to my mother, along with her husband Derek Harper and their 10-year-old daughter Haley Harper. Haley sat huddled in the corner of the sofa, her gaze sadly directed downward at her hands. I noticed Haley had lost a lot of weight since we last saw her. Her eyes appeared tired, lacking the brightness of a child. When Maddie approached to say hello, Haley forced a weak smile and turned away. Just as I was still surprised by their attitude, my cousin Tyler Brooks emerged from the kitchen, holding a beer. Tyler was 30, the son of Uncle Daniel Brooks, my father's younger brother. Tyler noticed me and came over to pat my shoulder in a friendly manner, saying, "Ethan, long time no see. You look good." Uncle Daniel followed Tyler. He came over, wrapped his arm around me, and said warmly, "Ethan, I have missed you so much. Maddie is this big now. The last time I saw her she was tiny." Following what he had said, I inquired about his health and the other relatives who were still present in my parents' living room. My relatives' enthusiasm and care for my family warmed my heart. At the time I had no idea that jealous eyes were following our every move. Around 6:30 p.m., the Christmas party was held in a forced atmosphere. Vanessa constantly brags about her management position, major projects, and year-end bonuses. Mom sat listening with satisfaction, occasionally nodding in agreement. Derek occasionally spoke up to support his wife, but it was clear that he was also nervous due to the party's intense atmosphere. Uncle Daniel attempted to lighten the mood by sharing old family stories. He talked about when our entire family went camping at Mount Rainier when we were kids, as well as the football games we watched as a family. Tyler also tried to create a cheerful atmosphere by sharing enjoyable military experiences, but I could tell he was aware of the tension. In the middle of dinner, Mom turned to Haley and asked, in a somewhat harsh tone, "Haley, how's piano going lately? Your mother stated that you have been skipping lessons for weeks." Haley hung her head and did not respond to my mother's question. Vanessa jumped in with a tense voice. "She's sluggish about practicing. I signed her up for lessons at the best center in Seattle, but she won't even try." Uncle Daniel saw this and immediately attempted to defend Haley. He said loudly, "Haley is still young. Give it time and she'll become interested." Vanessa did not respond to Uncle Daniel. She remained silent, staring at her daughter with annoyance. While the situation was tense, my father made a grave mistake. He turned to Maddie and proudly announced to everyone, "Maddie is different. She's extremely hardworking. She practices the violin every day. Okay, Maddie?" After my father's unexpected question, Maddie nodded shyly, as if she was uncomfortable with the comparison. I noticed Haley lower her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Vanessa tightened her grip on her wine glass at the party table, her face darkening as she realized my father's toxic comparison. I wanted to say something to calm things down, but Dad went on enthusiastically. "Maddie even made it into the gifted class. My Maddie is the best." Mom looked at Dad, annoyed, but said nothing. Vanessa gritted her teeth, attempting to suppress something boiling inside. At this point, Uncle Daniel attempted to salvage the situation. He exclaimed loudly, "Both Haley and Maddie are wonderful. Each has their own talents." Following Uncle Daniel's words, the other relatives quickly changed the subject to avoid a potential family conflict. At the time, I had no idea that a storm was slowly forming and would tear my family apart in a matter of minutes. After dinner, as everyone was preparing to exchange gifts, my father clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Maddie, I heard you play really well." When Maddie heard Grandpa's request, she looked up at me with worried eyes. I nodded slightly to encourage her, and she timidly stepped forward, taking the violin from the case she had brought into the house. Maddie stood in the center of the living room, her little fingers trembling slightly as she rested the violin on her shoulder. A few seconds later, my daughter took a deep breath and began playing Silent Night, which she had practiced for weeks and arranged in her own style. My father sat up straight as the first sound rang out, his face beaming with pride. Haley had an undeniable admiration for Maddie at the time. Tyler nodded rhythmically and whispered, "Awesome." Uncle Daniel and Aunt Megan listened intently, their faces lit up as they heard the melodic tune. Derek nodded along with the rhythm, demonstrating genuine interest for the first time that evening. Only Vanessa and my mother sat with their faces as cold as ice. Vanessa's eyes narrowed every time Maddie finished a difficult passage, and Mom turned away as if she didn't want to see it. Then something happened that I could not have imagined, even in my wildest dreams. Vanessa stood up just as Maddie reached the climax. She took quick, decisive steps toward Maddie. Before anyone could react, Vanessa yanked my daughter's violin from her grasp. The music abruptly stopped. Maddie stumbled back, her eyes wide with horror. My daughter screamed in terror, "Aunt Vanessa, don't." But it was too late. Vanessa raised the violin high and slammed it hard to the ground. The sound of breaking ripped through the air. The violin costs $18,000. My daughter's gift, for which I had worked overtime and saved for 3 years, was now shattered. The strings snap and twist. The body broke open. The neck is almost completely separated. Haley jumped out of her chair, her face pale with horror. She screamed in a choked voice, "Don't do that, Mom. Don't." Tyler and Uncle Daniel both jumped up at the same time, their faces filled with horror. Tyler yelled at Vanessa, "Are you crazy?" Aunt Megan covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in shock. Vanessa continued to scream even after everyone else had done so. She stepped on the broken pieces, grinding them under her heels, as if she wanted to completely erase the violin from existence. When I saw that scene, my heart seemed to stop for a few seconds. Then, an excruciating pain struck me. Not physical pain, but the pain of seeing my child's violin smashed. And Maddie, my daughter, stood there. her entire body shaking and tears streaming down her young face. She looked at the broken pieces of her violin, and then up at me, her eyes full of despair. My father jumped out of his chair in response to my sister's unexpected action. He yelled, "Are you crazy, Vanessa? What the hell are you doing?" Vanessa did not respond. She simply stood there, staring intently at my daughter as if she were looking at an enemy. She then let out a loud, cold laugh that chilled me to the bone. At this point, I lost control of myself. Rage flared up, extinguishing all reason. I lunged at Vanessa, fists clenched, only wanting to teach her a lesson. But before I could reach her, Derek, Tyler, and my father rushed in to help. Derek grabbed my arm. Tyler held my shoulder, while my father stood between Vanessa and me, blocking our path. I screamed angrily, "Let me go. She destroyed my daughter's violin. Let go." Tyler gripped me tightly and said sternly, "Ethan, calm down. Violence will not solve anything." I struggled violently, attempting to break free from their grip. After everything had happened, my mother sat calmly on the sofa, her face cold and emotionless. She simply said quietly and evenly, "Calm down. It's only a violin." That statement from my mother fueled my rage. I struggled to break free, but couldn't. They were holding me too tightly. Claire went unnoticed amidst all the chaos. My wife had stood up at some point, moving silently as a shadow. Claire suddenly grabbed Vanessa's arm and pulled hard. To everyone's surprise, my wife dragged my sister into the bedroom, just a few steps from the living room. The door slammed shut with a solid thud. Everyone stood stunned for a few seconds by my wife's unexpected action. Tyler and my father let me go before rushing to the door and pounding hard. My father yelled, "Claire, open the door. What are you doing in there?" Derek also ran over, repeatedly turning the doorknob, but it was ineffective. Vanessa's screams came from the inside. Desperate cries for help are mixed with the sounds of impact. "Help me!" Vanessa pleaded. "Help me!" Derek used his shoulder to ram the door, but it did not budge. He screamed, "Claire, open the door right away. I'll call the cops." Uncle Daniel stood beside him, helpless, and Aunt Megan hugged Haley, who was sobbing uncontrollably. My mother stood up and walked near the door, but she did not appear panicked at all. She stood there with a cold face, observing everything. I stood in the middle of the living room, unsure what to do. Part of me wanted to break down the door and stop Claire, but another part, the dark part that no one dared to admit, felt strangely satisfied. 7 minutes felt like a century. Then the door opened. Vanessa walked out with a bruised face, swollen lips, and disheveled hair. She was staggering and had to lean against the wall to stay upright. A streak of dried blood clung to the corner of her mouth. Uncle Daniel and Aunt Megan gasped in horror when they saw Vanessa's condition. Dad noticed Vanessa's face. He stepped back, horrified, and said, "My God, Claire, did you beat Vanessa like this?" When my mother saw her beloved daughter being beaten, she approached Vanessa and helped her sit down on a chair. She turned to Claire with cold eyes and screamed, "How dare you hit my daughter? How dare you hit your husband's sister?" Claire now stood in the doorway, her expression strangely calm. My wife shrugged and said coldly, "She fell on her own. If you don't believe it, just ask her." Vanessa screamed with trembling voice, "She's insane. I'll call the cops. I will put her in jail." Dad then stepped into the center of the room. He took a deep breath and tried to regain his composure. Then he looked at Vanessa with stern eyes. My father pointed to the broken violin and said, "Vanessa, why did you smash Maddie's violin?" Vanessa stammered back, "Look at my face, Dad. I was beaten like this, and you're still asking about the violin?" Dad replied firmly, "I'm asking you first. Please respond to me. Why did you do that?" Vanessa remained silent. She couldn't respond. Dad turned to Claire, his eyes stern. He told my wife, "Claire, I understand your anger because your daughter was mistreated. But hitting people is wrong. You have no right to use violence, regardless of what Vanessa did." Claire replied calmly, "I know." After my wife's response, Dad sighed, turned to Vanessa and said, "Vanessa, you must apologize to Maddie and compensate her for the violin. That violin was Maddie's property. You had absolutely no right to destroy it." Mom immediately jumped up, her voice cold, and asked, "Dad, what are you saying? Your daughter was beaten like this, and you are making her apologize?" After Mom's question, Dad turned to her and said firmly, "Be quiet." Vanessa was wrong first. She smashed a 9-year-old's violin. "Don't you notice Maddie crying over there?" Mom looked at Dad angrily and said, "You always side with Ethan. Your daughter's face was beaten up and you're still making her apologize. Are you actually her father?" What Mom said made my father even angrier. Dad slammed his hand onto the table, his voice booming. "Who am I siding with? I am trying to be fair. Vanessa's decision to smash the violin was wrong. Claire's act of hitting someone was also wrong. Both must take responsibility." Everyone in the room agreed with Dad's words. Tyler now said loudly, "That's correct. That's fair." A few seconds later, my father turned to Vanessa and told her, "You apologize to Maddie and pay her $18,000 for the violin right now." Vanessa screamed, "No, I won't apologize. I will not compensate. Why is it always about Maddie? Why does she always receive praise? Haley is also your granddaughter, but do you care about her?" Vanessa's question ended in silence. Dad looked at Vanessa disappointed and asked directly, "So it's because of jealousy? You are jealous of a 9-year-old child?" After Dad's question, Mom jumped in with a cold voice. "Enough. Vanessa is not wrong. Haley is constantly compared to Maddie. Every time the family gathers, you only talk about Maddie. Maddie is a good violin player. Maddie does well in her studies. Maddie, this, Maddie, that. What about Haley? Do you ever ask about Haley?" Dad and Mom exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. A car suddenly came to a stop in front of the door. Then the doorbell rang. Dad went to open the door, and I noticed 2 police officers standing there. I turned to look around the room, trying to figure out who had called the police. Then I caught Tyler's eye. He stood in the corner of the room, phone still in his hand, and nodded to me. Tyler walked over to me and whispered. I called immediately after Vanessa smashed the violin. This was too serious to handle within the family. At that point, I knew Tyler had made the correct decision, no matter how painful it was. Our family required outside assistance. After my father opened the door, 2 police officers walked in and quickly assessed the situation. The male officer noticed Vanessa's bruised face, the broken violin pieces on the floor, and Maddie crying in my arms. The male officer spoke in a professional manner. "We got a report of an incident here. Could anyone tell me what happened?" My father stepped forward, trying to remain calm, and said, "I am the homeowner. It's a little complicated, officer." Vanessa rushed in front of the cops, pointed at Claire and yelled, "She hit me. Look at my face. I want to report an assault." The female officer approached Vanessa and examined her facial injuries. Then she turned to face Claire with serious eyes. Claire stepped forward, her voice calm as she replied, "Yes, I hit her. But first, she grabbed my daughter's violin and smashed it. My daughter is only 9 years old." The male officer immediately looked down at the pile of broken violin pieces on the floor before turning to Maddie, who was crying. He took out his notepad and said, "Okay, we need statements from everyone. Please remain calm and cooperative." The statement-taking process took nearly an hour. The female officer spoke privately with Maddie, gently inquiring about what had occurred. The male officer obtained statements from me, Claire, Vanessa, and the others. Tyler was also interviewed as a witness. He described everything in detail and honestly. I sat in the corner of the living room holding Maddie, while the police took statements from the others. My mind was racing with the images of what had just occurred. But then old memories came flooding back like a torrent. Vanessa and I's relationship was never peaceful. Since we were children, we lived in 2 different worlds under one roof. Vanessa was Mom's favorite daughter, and I was closer to Dad. I remember when I was 13, I won first place in my school's art contest. Dad was ecstatic, as if he had won the lottery. He brags to all the relatives and hangs my painting in the center of the living room. Mom was different. She looked at the painting indifferently before making a cold comment. "What use is drawing? Why don't you focus on proper studying?" Vanessa was standing next to Mom, then laughing mockingly and saying sarcastically, "That's right. How can drawing help anyone? Just keep dreaming." I stood there, feeling as if someone had dumped a bucket of cold water on my face. Dad wanted to defend me, but Mom had already turned and walked away, dragging Vanessa behind her. That divide widened over time. Mom always gave Vanessa her undivided attention, from studies to work, marriage, and relationships. And I, in her eyes, was always the impractical child with pointless interests. Dad was the opposite. He supported all of my decisions, from studying engineering instead of business, as Mom had preferred, to marrying Claire. He frequently said, "You live your own life, Ethan. Don't let anyone make a decision for you." But that favoritism caused an irreversible crack. Vanessa always thought Dad loved me more, whereas I believed Mom never acknowledged me. And now, history was repeating itself with the next generation. Dad adored Maddie, but Haley was abandoned in the shadows. I realized it, but it was too late. In that moment, I wondered if I had any responsibility for this tragedy. Had I unknowingly contributed to the comparison by constantly bragging about Maddie without considering Haley's feelings? The response was painful because I realized that, even though it wasn't intentional, I had contributed to my little niece's wounds. An hour later, after gathering all of the information, the male officer stood in the center of the room and announced, "Based on the statements and evidence, we will file reports on 2 incidents. Mrs. Vanessa Harper is charged with intentionally destroying property, specifically a violin worth $18,000 that belonged to Madison Caldwell. Second, Mrs. Claire Caldwell is charged with assault resulting in bodily harm to Mrs. Vanessa Harper." Vanessa screamed, "What are you charging me with? I'm the victim here." The male officer looked at her with serious eyes and replied, "Ma'am, destroying another person's property, especially a child's property, is a crime. Both parties will have to accept legal responsibility." Mom took a step beside Vanessa, her voice cold as she spoke to the police. "We will hire an attorney. You'll have to pay." Dad shook his head, tired and disappointed. He didn't say anything, just turned and entered the kitchen. That Christmas night, the police filed reports and scheduled both parties to come to the station to complete the necessary procedures. We left my parents' house quietly, Maddie sleeping exhausted in my arms. Claire drove home, and I sat in the back with my daughter. My wife did not say anything, but I could see her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. I knew nothing would be the same after that night. The days following Christmas night were the darkest for my family. Maddie sank into depression. She refused to speak, eat, or leave her bed for the entire day. When I asked Maddie if she wanted anything, she simply shook her head and turned to face the wall. After extensive discussions with my wife, I took my daughter to see a child psychologist. Maddie remained silent during her first therapy session. She sat there motionless, staring into space. By the 3rd session, she had burst into tears. The doctor informed me that Maddie had said, through tears, "I don't want to play violin anymore. I'm afraid people will hate me. I'm afraid Mom and Dad got in trouble because of me." Hearing those words made my heart feel like it was being squeezed. My daughter, an innocent 9-year-old, was blaming herself for the adults' actions. Claire has also changed. She grew quieter, frequently sitting alone in the dark. I knew my wife was carrying a burden of guilt, even though she never admitted it. One night, while Maddie was sleeping, I sat down next to Claire and asked, "Are you okay?" Claire remained silent for a long time. Then she turned to face me, her eyes red, and said, "I do not regret hitting her, Ethan. If anyone dares to touch our daughter, I will do it again. But I am scared. I'm afraid Maddie will think her mother is violent." Hearing my wife's words, I took her hand, unsure what to say, as I had similar concerns. 4 months later, the trial was held at Seattle Criminal Court. That day, I sat in the back row with Claire next to me. Maddie wasn't there because I didn't want her to confront those who had hurt her. Vanessa sat on the opposite side with her lawyer. Mom sat right behind her face as cold as usual. Dad didn't come because he didn't want to see his family go to court. The trial followed proper procedure. All evidence was thoroughly presented, including images of the shattered violin, the receipt for the $18,000 violin, witness testimony, and medical reports on Vanessa's injuries. When asked to explain her actions, Vanessa stood up with a tense expression. Her lawyer attempted to argue that it was a temporary reaction to long-term psychological pressure. But then the prosecutor asked directly, "Ms. Vanessa, could you please explain why you behaved in that manner toward a 9-year-old child's violin?" Vanessa remained silent for a moment following that question. Then she burst into tears, crying while speaking. "I couldn't take it anymore. Every time the family got together, they only talked about Maddie. Maddie is so good at this. Maddie is extremely talented at it. How about my daughter?" Haley tries. "Haley also studies hard. But no one looks at my daughter. My father only cares about Maddie." I've had to hear those comparisons for years. Her words elicited a heavy silence throughout the courtroom. A few seconds later, she turned to face me with hateful eyes and asked, "Ethan, do you understand how my daughter feels? Every time she visits her grandparents, she cries because she feels inferior. She asks me why Grandpa does not love her as much as he does Maddie. Do you recognize that feeling?" After that question, I sat in silence, unsure how to feel. Part of me understood Vanessa's pain, but another part of me could not forgive her for what she had done to my daughter. The judge issued the verdict after hearing all of the parties' cases. Vanessa was convicted of intentionally destroying property. Sentence: 18 months probation, mandatory anger management classes, and $18,000 for the violin. Claire was convicted of assault resulting in minor injuries. Sentence: a $2,500 fine and mandatory anger management classes. When the judge sounded the gavel to conclude the session, I looked at Claire. My wife sat there with a calm expression, but I could see her shoulders sagging slightly. A moment later, Mom stood up and assisted Vanessa out of the courtroom. When she walked past where I sat, she came to a halt and looked at me with cold eyes. She said nothing, simply turned and walked away. It was the last time I saw Mom. A week after the trial, I was sitting in the living room when the doorbell rang. When I opened it, I saw Dad standing there, his face more gaunt and tired than the last time I saw him. Dad looked at me with red eyes and asked softly, "Can I come in?" I nodded and opened the door wide for him to enter. Claire was in the kitchen. She looked out, then quietly retreated to the back room, giving my father and me our own space. Dad sat down on the sofa, hands clasped together and head hung low. He remained silent for a long time, as if trying to organize his thoughts. Then he looked up at me, his voice trembling, and said, "Ethan, I came here to apologize." I sat across from him, said nothing and waited. Dad took a deep breath and continued. "I was wrong. I should have intervened earlier. I noticed Vanessa becoming increasingly stressed, and Haley withdrawing more and more, but I did nothing. I kept thinking everything would work out, but it didn't." He paused after that statement, swallowing as if trying to control his emotions, before continuing. "I have to admit that I lacked sensitivity. I adore Maddie. That is true. However, I didn't realize that every time I complimented Maddie, Haley felt excluded. I unknowingly compared my two granddaughters without considering the consequences." Dad looked down at his hands, choking up as he spoke. "Haley is my granddaughter. She deserves to be loved, just like Maddie. But I failed. I wasn't fair to her." I sat there, emotions rising within me. This was the first time I had seen Dad admit his mistake so openly. A moment later, Dad looked up at me and said, "I am not asking you to forgive Vanessa. What she did was unacceptable, but I want you to understand that I am also responsible for this. If I had been more sensitive, if I had intervened sooner, perhaps things would have been different." Hearing Dad's confession, I stood up and walked over to sit beside him. I placed my hand on his shoulder and replied, "I understand, Dad. I do not blame you." Dad turned to look at me. We sat for a long time, saying nothing. Sometimes silence is the most powerful language. It has been nearly 3 years since that fateful Christmas night. Maddie is currently 11 years old. She has overcome the initial traumas. I bought her a new violin, and Maddie resumed playing. She was chosen to join her school's youth orchestra just last week. Claire and I are still together. We went through the most difficult period together, and instead of falling apart, our relationship grew stronger. She finished her anger management classes and experienced significant changes. We learned to communicate more effectively with one another and share our emotions rather than bottle them up inside. Dad still calls me every week. He continues to visit Maddie, and each time he sees her, he tries not to compare or brag too much. I know he's trying to change, and that's enough for me to admire. Mom is still silent. I haven't received a phone call or a text message in nearly 3 years. Dad says she's still angry at me and believes I destroyed the family. I'm not sure if she will ever change, but I've come to accept that fact. Vanessa finished her anger management classes and paid the entire $18,000 in compensation. Dad told me she's changed a lot, is less angry, and is attempting to rebuild her relationship with Haley. I don't know if I'll ever forgive her, but I hope Haley is okay. Something unexpected occurred a few months ago. I got a letter from Haley. She wrote that she does not blame Maddie. She understands that what her mother did was wrong. Haley apologized on her mother's behalf, saying she misses Maddie and the times the two cousins used to play together before everything happened. I read the letter and gave it to Maddie to read. Maddie cried. Since then, Maddie and Haley have begun texting. At first, they only exchanged short messages to check in on each other. The two then gradually increased their conversation and sharing. I didn't stop it because I recognize that both Maddie and Haley are victims of this tragedy. They should not be forced to bear the consequences of the adults' mistakes. After everything we've gone through, I'd like to share with you 6 pieces of advice I gained from my family's tragedy. First, never compare children to one another. Each child has unique value and deserves to be treated fairly. Don't allow one child to live in another's shadow. Second, keep your emotions under control, especially in tense situations. Regardless of how angry you become, violence is never the best solution. Allow the law to intervene. Third, express your emotions rather than allowing them to fester. Vanessa had been harboring resentment for years, and no one knew about it. If she had told Dad about her discrimination early on, if she had shared Haley's pain, perhaps things would have been different. Fourth, don't let children bear adults' guilt. Both Maddie and Haley are victims in this story. Haley blamed herself for believing she wasn't good enough, while Maddie felt guilty for excelling and making others jealous. This is something I would never want to see. Finally, intervene as soon as you notice signs of tension. Dad and I noticed Vanessa becoming more stressed and Haley withdrawing more, but we assumed everything would work out. This was an error. When you notice unusual signs in your family, take the initiative to identify and address the underlying issues. Do not wait until everything explodes. My story ends here. Before I finish the story, I'd like to ask you a question. What would you do if you saw your sister smashing your child's violin? Please share your thoughts in the comments section below the story. And if you were moved by the story, please subscribe to the channel to show your support. Goodbye, and we'll see you again. My dad demanded I cancel my honeymoon to babysit during my sister's cosmetic surgery. This is a test of loyalty. I smiled. I failed. We need you to cancel your honeymoon and monitor your sister's children. Dad told me I was getting married in 96 hours. She has planned her operation for next week. This is a family emergency. Cosmetic surgery was performed on an elective basis. This is a test of loyalty. So I grinned and acknowledged my failure. Then I blocked them all and headed to Bora Bora. When we shared images, there were 163 missed calls. My name is Mason Carter, and I am 35 years old. 96 hours until my wedding. My father stood in my kitchen like he was delivering a court summons saying, "We need you to cancel your honeymoon and watch your sister's kids." He said it on speakerphone in front of my fiancée and our wedding planner, as if it was normal to draft me into unpaid labor while I was literally trying to finalize seating charts. To explain how we got there, let me start from the beginning. I grew raised in a household where love was evaluated by usefulness. My father, Richard Rick Caldwell, worked for the county for over 28 years, and brought that do-your-duty attitude to everything, including parenting. My mother, Elaine Caldwell, was a nurse who could be kind in private, but in public she regarded family like a brand that needed to be immaculate. And then there was my sister, Vanessa Caldwell. Vanessa is 3 years older than me and has always been the sun in our family's solar system. She was noisy, attractive, theatrical, and constantly involved in a situation that demanded urgent finance, childcare, emotional assistance, or all three. I was the kid who finished his homework without being asked, avoided getting in trouble and kept his head down. Adults enjoy such type of child because he can be ignored and still come out well. One of my earliest recollections is of being 9 years old and sitting at the kitchen table with a science fair project made of cardboard and glue. I was so proud I couldn't sit still. Vanessa came in weeping since she did not receive the lead in a school play. My mother did not even peek at my project. She drew Vanessa into a hug and whispered, "My poor baby." My father glanced at me and said, "Mason, clean up your mess. Your sister needs us." It was always phrased that way. Vanessa needs. Mason can handle it. When I was 16, I joined the varsity soccer team. My father vowed he'd attend my first home game. He did not. Vanessa had a panic episode after a male did not contact her back, so my parents took her out for ice cream and called it family time. The next day, my father rubbed my shoulder and said, "You're tough. Your sister is sensitive." When I was 18, I received a scholarship offer to a good engineering program. I recall gripping the letter as if it was about to sail away. My parents were overjoyed for precisely 1 minute until Vanessa decided she wanted to attend a private institution out of state that cost a fortune. Suddenly my scholarship was not a success. It was convenient. It meant they could spend money on Vanessa and call it balanced parenting. The only person who ever stated the silent portion aloud was my uncle Frank Holloway, my mother's older brother. He wasn't wealthy. He was not flamboyant. He had a modest auto shop and smelled like motor oil and peppermint gum. He'd stare at me over his coffee and say things like, "You're not a spare tire. Mason, don't let them keep you in the trunk." I used to giggle because it seemed like a strange joke. But he was the first adult to make me feel seen rather than handled. Fast ahead, and I did the responsible child thing. I worked hard, earned my degree, relocated to the DC area, and worked my way up to a position that made my parents proud in the only manner they could understand. A job title. I was trained as an engineer, but I moved into human resources and operations because I excel with people systems, compliance, and fixing broken processes. I work for a multinational corporation with operations in the United States and Europe. And my work is essentially half technical and half preventing people from suing each other. It is stressful, but it pays well. And I am skilled at it. I currently reside in Washington, in a row house that is progressively becoming a home rather than a crash pad. My girlfriend, Claire Bennett, is the type of person who adores planning. She arranged our wedding as if she were creating a miniature, lovely cosmos. I only had to show there and not make a mess, which seems like too much to ask if you're my family. As I grew older, the family dynamic evolved from emotional favoring to financial dependency. It started little, as it usually does. When I was 25, my father phoned and said, "Vanessa is short on rent just for this month. You know how expensive everything is." I sent $750. It felt like the adult thing to do. 3 months later, Vanessa's automobile needed repairs. She can't get to work. I mailed $1,050. Then it read, "Your mother's credit card got a little high because of medical bills." I sent $1,400. When my mother unintentionally emailed me the wrong document, I began to see that medical invoices contained spa appointments and shop receipts. When I inquired about it, she became irritated and said, "Are you auditing your own mother after everything we've done for you?" That sentence, "after everything we've done for you," was like a key that released guilt at will. Vanessa married Brandon Pierce, who played both the charming provider in public and the bewildered helpless man in private. They had 3 children, Mila Pierce and Leo Pierce, and now every topic revolved around childcare. Vanessa would contact me weeping as she felt overwhelmed. By the conclusion of the call, I'd committed to watching the kids on Saturday so she could relax, as well as mailing money because Brandon's salary was delayed. Brandon's salary was constantly delayed, as if it held a particular vendetta. One year, I calculated it by combining random transfers, emergency funds, and family shortages. I had sent around $27,300 in 11 months. That amount made me feel ill. Not because I couldn't afford it, but because I hadn't realized it was disappearing. It resembled financial hemorrhage. You can't see till the floor gets slick. I began keeping records. Nothing dramatic. Simply a spreadsheet with dates and quantities, and someone asking what it was for. My uncle Frank Holloway would contact me on Sundays to see how things were going at work. One day I joked about the spreadsheet. He did not laugh. "Good." He remarked, "Paper beats poetry. Feelings won't save you when they rewrite history." I didn't completely comprehend what he meant at the time. Yes, I would. When Claire Bennett and I became engaged, I mistakenly assumed that the family dynamic would soften. Weddings make people feel nostalgic, right? People discuss love and togetherness. They get teary. They behave. My family saw my engagement as a chance to bargain my time and money. My mother's first inquiry was not about Claire Bennett's ring or our intentions. It was, "Will you make sure Claire Bennett has a role? She'll be devastated if she's not important." My father's first inquiry was, "How much are you spending? Don't be wasteful." Meanwhile, my parents had just assisted Vanessa Caldwell in upgrading to a larger home since her children need a yard. They didn't have the money, but they were confident. The down payment was a loan from my parents' retirement account, which I learned about after my father casually mentioned it and then asked me if I could assist refill their funds. I asked Claire Bennett what she wanted our limits to look like since she is wiser than me in these matters. She remarked, "Your family treats you like a resource, and I don't want our marriage to begin with me watching you be drained." We settled on something basic. We would pay for our own wedding. We would not borrow, nor would we allow anybody to attach beverages. We also scheduled our honeymoon early since it was something we both wanted to have. No viewpoints, no committees, and no family needs. Bora Bora wasn't some random flex. Claire Bennett has a photograph of the Blue Lagoons glued inside her childhood notebook. She grew up in a modest apartment and used to say she wanted to swim in glass-like water someday. So we did it. We saved. We planned. We paid the deposits. The overall cost of flights, resort transfers and excursions was roughly $26,800, and it was non-refundable beyond a particular period, which happened to be immediately before our wedding. The wedding week arrived like a tsunami. Last-minute meetings, final fittings and vendor calls. My work was likewise at one of those hectic times when every global office suddenly realized HR existed. So I was juggling compliance fires while pretending to be calm. 96 hours before the wedding my father called. Not texted, but called, which in my family indicated something significant. I responded because I was still the child who cleared up the mess to maintain the peace. He did not say hi. He added, "We need you to cancel your honeymoon and watch your sister's kids." I laughed at first because it was so preposterous that my brain interpreted it as a joke for self-defense. What? Vanessa Caldwell's operation is set for next week, as I mentioned. He added, "Family emergency." Claire Bennett froze in our living room. She was clutching place cards. I said, "Surgery? What surgery?" My father's voice became rougher, as if my questioning were disrespectful. "It is private. She requires help. Brandon Pierce has employment. Your mother and I have appointments. You are the only option." I was gazing at Claire Bennett, and she was staring back with that expression that screams, "Please don't do it. Please don't reflexively do it." I remarked, "Dad, we're getting married in 4 days." "I know." He added, "That's why you have time. You can reschedule the honeymoon. Just call and move it. And if you can't, then you'll eat the cost. That's what family does." That was the first time anything resonated in me. He was not asking. He was assigning. And he was content spending my money in his thoughts. I said, "No." The quiet on the line was sudden and thick, like if I had slapped him. Then he did what he usually does when he believes he has lost control. He escalated. "This is a test of loyalty for Mason Carter." He responded, "You can't start your marriage by abandoning your sister." Claire Bennett's jaw dropped wide, as if she couldn't believe someone would say such aloud. I gave a test of fidelity, softly savoring the sentence. "Okay." My father noticed something in my voice and attempted a new approach. "Your mother is quite unhappy. He stated that she claims Claire Bennett is transforming you." I gazed at Claire Bennett. She didn't say anything. She simply waited, as if she were letting me determine who I wanted to be. I said, "What surgery is it?" My father hesitated. "Just a fractional reconstruction," he said. And that term was so well selected that my skin crawled. That sounded serious. It sounded noble. It seemed like an attempt to embarrass me if I didn't cooperate. But I've been in HR long enough to understand that when someone is vague, it's because specifics would destroy the tale. I replied, "Send me the details. What hospital? What doctor? What paperwork? If it's a family emergency, I need to know what I'm walking into." He quipped, "Don't interrogate me." I replied, "Then don't draft me." He called it quits. My mother phoned 6 minutes later, weeping so hard that it seemed staged, as if she were reciting from a screenplay. "Mason, please," she requested. "Your sister is scared." I said, "What surgery?" "She doesn't want everyone to know." My mother wailed. I responded, "Mom, I'm not canceling my honeymoon on the spur of the moment." "What is surgery?" There was a pause, followed by a gentler voice in the background. "Vanessa," she said without sounding terrified. She sounded irritated. "Tell him it's my mommy makeover," she remarked, as if ordering coffee. My mother shouted at her, as if she had spoken too loudly. I blinked. "Mommy makeover," I repeated. Vanessa Caldwell picked up the phone. "Mason Carter, this isn't your business, it's an elective, but I need it. My body is damaged. Brandon Pierce is no longer attracted to me." I almost lost my cool right then, but what I felt more strongly than anger was clarity. I asked Vanessa Caldwell, "You want me to cancel a $26,800 honeymoon 4 days before my wedding to babysit because you booked cosmetic surgery?" She snapped. "It's not cosmetic. It's medical for my mental health." "That's not how insurance codes operate," I added, and then instantly regretted sounding like HR. My mother returned to the line and tried the guilt again. "Mason, your sister has done so much for you." I chuckled, but the tone was melancholy. "Name one item." My mother went quiet since we both knew the answer. Then my father called back, not to apologize but to threaten. He warned, "If you don't do this, don't expect us to show up for you." Something within me felt strangely tranquil. I told Dad, "You're already not showing up for me. You are attempting to take." He began ranting about respect, family, and responsibility. And I let him speak because I wanted to understand the form of the truth. It was not love. It was entitlement. While he spoke, I opened my spreadsheet. I scrolled. I observed the transactions. I spotted the patterns. I noticed myself decreasing year after year to keep them comfy. Uncle Frank Holloway's comments came back. Paper outperforms poetry. I texted him a single sentence. They want me to cancel my honeymoon to babysit for Vanessa Caldwell's cosmetic surgery. He phoned immediately. Put it on speaker, he instructed. So, I did. My father was still criticizing me when Uncle Frank Holloway's voice cut in. Richard "Rick" Caldwell. Frank Holloway said, "Are you out of your mind?" There was a startled silence. My father despised being challenged, particularly by someone he thought was beneath him. "This is family business," my father yelled. "It became family business when you tried to steal his honeymoon," Frank Holloway stated. "Mason Carter is not your employee. He's not your nanny. He is not your banker." My mother attempted to weep again. "Do not aggravate the situation, Frank." Frank Holloway remarked. "Elaine Caldwell, it's already worse. You're asking your son to pay the price for your daughter's vanity." Vanessa Caldwell screamed. "It's not vanity." Frank Holloway ignored her. Mason Carter responded. "Tell them no and send me your records." My father barked. "Records? What records?" And that's when I understood they never intended me to preserve the proof. They wanted me to be thankful for scraps of approbation but too embarrassed to count the cost. I gazed at Claire Bennett. Her eyes shone. Yet she was not sobbing. She seemed proud and fatigued, as if she'd been holding her breath for years before finally exhaling. My father responded, "Mason Carter, this is your final opportunity. Do you choose your sister or selfishness?" he said, as if my marriage were a pastime. I could have argued. I could have explained. I could have begged them to understand, but I didn't want it anymore. I want freedom. So I grinned, even if they couldn't see it over the phone, since it was meant for me. I added, "You said it's a test of loyalty." "Yes," my father said. I hung up after saying, "I failed." I blocked my father. Then my mother, Vanessa Caldwell, Brandon Pierce, and the aunt who constantly texted, "Family is everything," after begging for money. My hands were trembling, but not from terror. It was exhilaration, like if I had finally jumped off the cliff I had been standing on my entire life. Claire Bennett murmured, "Are you okay?" I said, "I don't know. But I'm done." The following 96 hours were a haze. My relatives did not show up for the rehearsal dinner. They didn't help. They did not send a message. They had plainly concluded that their absence constituted punishment. The strange thing about limits is that when you stop asking for permission, punishment loses its bite. My friend showed up. Claire Bennett's parents' turn arrived. Uncle Frank Holloway arrived dressed in an ill-fitting suit and a tie that he plainly despised. He stood by me like a guardrail. The wedding itself was stunning. Small enough to seem authentic. Large enough to feel like a party. When I looked out the seats and didn't see my parents, I felt a twinge of sadness because you always miss the family you desired. But then Claire Bennett clasped my palm, and I realized the truth of what I was doing. After the wedding we boarded an aircraft. Bora Bora was like walking into another person's fantasy. The air was warm and salty, and the water was so clear that it appeared false. Claire Bennett sobbed when we first saw the lagoon from the boat, and then she laughed at herself for sobbing, and I laughed as well because I had never seen her so free. We shot photographs from the overwater bungalow terrace. We ate fruits that tasted like sunlight. We swam at night, with the underwater lights blazing like a private galaxy. On the second day, Claire Bennett shared a photo of us in the sea, her head on my shoulder, both of us tanned and laughing like idiots. I did not think about my phone. I did not check. I didn't care. Then, later that afternoon, I opened it out of habit and saw 163 missed calls, dozens of voicemails, and messages from numbers I hadn't banned yet, indicating that my family had hired cousins like a call center. One message from my mother from a new phone number said, "How could you do this to your sister? She is in pain. You're wrecking the family." One from Vanessa Caldwell read, "If something goes wrong in surgery, it will be your responsibility. I hope Claire Bennett is worth it." Another from my father said, When you come back, you will apologize and make things right. The assumption of ownership. Claire Bennett looked at my expression and asked, "What is it?" I handed her my phone. She read the messages silently. Then she glanced up and said, "Do you want to respond?" I replied, "No." I blocked the new numbers. We went back in the water. I won't pretend that I didn't think about them. I did. At night, when it was quiet, I imagined my mother reading a narrative in which I was the villain. I pictured my father's rage simmering. I envisaged Vanessa Caldwell as the tragic heroine in a predicament she contrived. But I also pictured something else. I imagined what it would be like to stop being accessible for use. When we returned to Washington, reality slammed like a frigid wind. There were more calls, more texts, and more family members were extremely interested in togetherness. One relative commented, "Your parents are devastated. They paid for everything for you growing up." I almost responded with my entire upbringing in one letter. But Frank Holloway's voice reverberated in my brain once more. Paper outperforms poetry. So, I sent a single sentence. "Please address any future communications to my attorney." Yes, I retained an attorney. Not because I want to sue them for emotional harm or something crazy. I hired an attorney because I've learned that individuals who feel entitled to you don't stop with guilt. They continue to escalate. They show up at your home. They call it your job. They attempt to produce repercussions. My attorney assisted me in drafting a simple notice: no contact, no harassment, no visits to my home or business, and any efforts would be reported. Uncle Frank Holloway also assisted me with something practical. We reviewed my financial documents and closed all open pipes. I had been paying for a family phone plan since it was easier. Gone. My mother claimed that her monthly help payment was for utilities. Gone. I co-signed for the credit card years ago because my father claimed it would help us improve family credit. Closed. The most difficult phase was then completed. We grabbed my bank statements and compared each transfer to the spreadsheet. It was worse than I'd remembered. In the previous 3 years I've sent little about $28,400. That $24,000 to $29,000 range I used to estimate in my brain wasn't overly exaggerated, it was genuine. It was money that might have gone towards my personal emergency fund, house repairs, and future children. When I saw everything lined up, I did not feel triumphant, I felt humiliated. Not because I helped, but because I made assisting my identity. My family reacted just as you would anticipate. First came the wrath. My father left a voicemail from an unknown number calling me ungrateful and stating that he would never forgive me. Then came bargaining. On a Saturday morning, my mother attempted to reset the scene by showing up at my house with pastries. Claire Bennett opened the door, stepped outside and closed it behind her, which was a small gesture that meant so much. She didn't invite my mother in. She did not offer a chair. She just stood on the porch. Calm. My mother said, "I just want to talk to my son." Claire Bennett replied, "You can talk to his attorney." My mother's face twisted, as if Claire Bennett had slapped her. "You are turning him against us." Claire Bennett did not raise her voice. "No, you did that." My mother began crying, and Claire Bennett remained motionless. My mother finally left, furious that tears were ineffective. Then their relatives arrived to support them. An aunt, a family friend, and someone who hadn't mentioned my name in years all became concerned. They all used the same lines. "Your parents are older. Your sister has children. Family is family. You'll regret it." I began responding the same way every time. "I am not going to discuss it. Please speak with my attorney." It made people angry, which was how I knew it was effective. They did not want a boundary. They wanted a debate that they could win through guilt. The strangest moment occurred 3 months later, when I learned from a cousin who still spoke to me that Vanessa Caldwell's surgery went well. Not life-saving. Not tragic. Fine. She posted selfies after her recovery, discussing healing and self-love. In the comments, she alluded to toxic people who do not support mothers. I looked at the screen and realized something that altered the way I saw everything. My sister did not want to be supported. She desired control over the narrative. She wanted the power to make me jump. My father did not want family unity. He sought obedience. My mother did not want peace. She desired appearances. And I didn't want to be the one who funded and corrected their decisions while they treated me like a disposable tool. The last time I heard my father's voice was through my attorney. He wanted to mediate, which in my family means you apologize and then pretend nothing happened. My attorney told him no. After that, it became quieter. Not magically or all at once, but quieter. Claire Bennett and I began to live as if we weren't waiting for the next emotional invoice. We didn't check our phones every 6 minutes while cooking dinner. We spent weekends doing boring, happy things like walking through farmers markets and debating paint colors. Uncle Frank Holloway came over one Sunday and assisted me in repairing a stubborn cabinet hinge. He did not say, "I told you so." Instead, he worked beside me in quiet comfort. He leaned back, wiped his hands and asked, "How do you feel?" I considered it. I considered Bora Bora water and 163 missed calls. I considered my father's test of loyalty. I considered my mother's tears as a weapon. I thought about my sister's entitlement disguised as an emergency. And I said the truth. I told him I felt lighter. And I'm disappointed that it took this long. Frank Holloway nodded. It takes however long it takes. That night, Claire Bennett and I sat at our small dining table and signed paperwork for something boring and adult, like updating beneficiaries, organizing our accounts, and ensuring our future was secure. It was not romantic. It wasn't dramatic. But it felt peaceful. I used to think that walking away meant being cruel. That it meant I had given up. That meant I was failing an invisible exam that everyone else easily passed. Now I see things differently. Walking away was not vengeance. It was about survival. Boundaries are not a form of punishment. They are truth with consequences. And real family does not have the authority to demand the most from you. It's about who shows up respectfully. Who treats your life as if it belonged to you. Regardless, I did not visit Bora Bora. I went because I was getting married, and I chose my wife, my future, and my own dignity. If this meant I failed their test, that's fine. I decide who has a front row seat in my life. Now, this story is about the moment a family emergency becomes code for your life doesn't matter, and the relief that comes when you finally choose yourself. Mason Carter is not selfish. He is exhausted. For 35 years he endured chaos because his family assigned him one role: the fixer, the banker, the one whose needs are unimportant. His parents measured love and usefulness. His sister measured it in terms of access, demanding that he cancel a $26,800 honeymoon for elective cosmetic surgery that was not related to childcare. It was about power. His father's loyalty test revealed everything. Loyalty implied Mason Carter's unilateral sacrifice while funding his sister's decisions. When he said, "I failed," he was rejecting a rigged game he had played since childhood. This story teaches us that family emergency loses meaning when everything becomes an emergency except your boundaries. Mason Carter's family used urgency to avoid his consent. Manipulation is unnecessary in real emergencies. If they can't ask without feeling guilty, they're being extracted rather than helped. The people who were the most upset with your boundaries benefited the most from your lack of them. The 163 missed calls were not concerned. They were outraged when their designated resource went down. They were not upset that he went to Bora Bora. They were upset that he had stopped being available for use. Walking away is not cruel when staying means abandoning yourself. Mason Carter did not punish his family. He chose his wife, his future, and his dignity over people who only valued him when he was at his lowest point. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is let people see what life is like after you stop volunteering to be their solution. On my flight to Scotland, my mom sent 31 texts, telling me to cancel my $12,750 honeymoon, and fly home to babysit my siblings, or be disowned. The text from my mother arrived on my phone screen at 6:41 a.m., while I was waiting in the customs queue at Heathrow Airport, and the first 3 words caused my knees to buckle. Emergency family gathering. I saw my wife Harper's expression as she read over my shoulder. I watched her countenance morph from drowsy satisfaction to anxiety about something more serious. Anger or recognition? We had been married precisely 21 hours. We'd spent the previous 9 months preparing our vacation to Scotland. We saved $12,750 to finance the Highlands, distilleries, and castle accommodations. And my mother's next message, which arrived before I could digest the first, said, "Your sister Madison fractured her leg. Someone has to babysit the kids. You must return home today," not, "Can you return home?" Not, "Is there any need?" As if I were an employee she could summon at any time. I'd been the oldest of 5 children for 29 years, but I'd been functioning as a third parent since the age of 10. That's when my mother returned to school for her master's degree in educational administration, which required evening classes 3 evenings a week and weekend study sessions that took up the entire Saturday. My father had a sports goods store, working retail hours on most weekends and during the Christmas season. Someone needed to monitor my younger siblings, Madison, who was 7 at the time. The twins Carter and Dylan were 5 years old, while baby Sienna was just 3. That person became me. I learned to make macaroni and cheese before I learned long division. I changed diapers while my pals played Little League. While my age group had sleepovers and went to the movies, I read bedtime stories and looked for monsters beneath mattresses. By the time I was 13, my responsibilities had shifted from basic childcare to effectively running the family. I went grocery shopping with a list my mother had set on the counter and cash she'd put in an envelope labeled food money. I made supper most evenings. Nothing extravagant, just spaghetti, tacos, and chicken nuggets, the type of food that a child could handle. I assisted with homework, managed sibling disagreements, and provided bandages and children's Tylenol. I remembered which youngster was allergic to strawberries and which one refused to eat their sandwich until it was chopped into triangles. My parents always commended me for being mature, reliable, and dependable. Teachers at school referred to me as an ancient soul. Neighbors believed I was wise beyond my age. No one ever questioned why a 13-year-old was performing the job of 2 adults, or why my parents appeared perfectly content to delegate their parenting responsibilities to their child. The practice remained unabated throughout middle and high school. I couldn't join the basketball team since practice lasted until 5:45 p.m. and someone had to collect the kids off the school bus at 3:05. Sienna had a dancing performance that night, and my parents had commitments they couldn't break. My mother had a meeting in Phoenix. My father had an inventory weekend at the store. I only attended one high school party since leaving the kids alone overnight was not an option, and my parents' notion of family time was for me to babysit while they went to dinner and watched a movie. I was admitted to Berkeley with a half scholarship, my ideal school, and my mother thought it was great but unrealistic. "We need you here," she replied, stirring her coffee at the kitchen table as if she were discussing the weather. "The children rely on you. Berkeley is really far away." So I went to stayed at home, traveled 35 minutes each way, worked part-time in a campus bookstore to save money, and returned home every afternoon to make sure the kids had food and got started on schoolwork. My mother had completed her master's degree by then and was working as a vice principal at the middle school, but her hours were never in line with the needs of the students. My father was still in the store, working weekends, and unreachable. At 23, I finished with a degree in civil engineering and was immediately hired by a mid-sized business that constructed municipal water systems. Good employment, fair compensation, and genuine career opportunities. I relocated to an apartment precisely 7 miles from my parents' house. 7 miles. That was the furthest I could psychologically rationalize going since someone had to be accessible for the kids. That's when I met Harper. She worked as a pediatric occupational therapist at the Children's Hospital. Sharp, humorous, and really insightful, which made me uneasy at first. We'd been dating for 4 weeks when she casually requested for Thai cuisine. "So, how frequently do your parents truly parent their own children?" The question hit like a blow. I had been telling her about postponing our dinner arrangements the night before since my mother asked me to keep the kids while she went to a retirement celebration. "They parent them," I explained defensively. "They're simply busy. It's easy for me to help." Harper had given me a long, probing gaze. "You did not help out last night. You were a parent. There is a distinction." I did not have a response for it. Harper did not push at first, but just watched. I had to regularly cancel arrangements because my mother would call with some sort of emergency, which typically meant trouble. They saw me spend my weekends driving kids to soccer games and birthday celebrations while my parents attended their own social events. I saw my phone fill up with texts from my mother at all hours. "Dylan needs poster board for an assignment due tomorrow. Can you pick up Sienna after gymnastics? I am running late. Carter left his trumpet at home. Can you bring it to the school?" Always posed as queries but acting as mandates because if I answered no, I would forsake my siblings. I sincerely and strongly loved my siblings. They felt like my children in ways that were probably unhealthy but very genuine. When I proposed to Harper after 3 years of dating, she said yes right away, and then said seriously, "We need to talk about boundaries before we get married because I will not spend our marriage coming second to your parents' convenience." We spent months in premarital counseling with Dr. Elise Thornton, a licensed marriage and family therapist with 11 years of experience specializing in attachment and family systems. Dr. Thornton posed questions that made me sweat. "When was the last time I said no to my parents?" "Never." "Did I get paid for childcare?" "No." "Have they ever thanked me?" "Not really." "Did I recognize this as exploitation?" The word hit me like a cold water. Exploitation. Not helpful. Not familial support. Exploitation. We set limits 5 months before the wedding. I informed my parents that I would no longer be available for regular childcare, but that I would be pleased to assist in true emergencies. Saturday soccer games and forgotten lunchboxes did not qualify. My mother sobbed real tears, rubbing her eyes with a tissue as if I had announced my death. "After everything we've done for you," she murmured, her voice cracking. "We reared you. We made a sacrifice for you. And now you are abandoning your family." The guilt trip was well executed, refined over years of experience. But Dr. Elise Thornton had prepared me for it. "You are not abandoning anyone," she had emphasized throughout our session. "You are creating age-appropriate boundaries. You are an adult son getting married, not an unpaid babysitter." My father's answer was colder and more caustic. "Okay," he responded when I described the new restrictions, "but don't expect us to bend over sideways if you need something someday." The connotation was apparent. The relationships in our family were transactional. I offered free work. They offered what exactly? Conditional affection and reluctant approbation. I tried not to think about it too much. The wedding occurred in April. A little ceremony with 85 guests at Harper's favorite botanical park. My parents came and smiled for photographs and made a toast about how delighted they were. My mother sobbed again during the ceremony, and I wanted to think it was genuine grief over her son's wedding, not performance art intended to make me feel bad. We scheduled the honeymoon for late August, when Harper's hospital schedule cleared and I could take time off work. Harper had dreamed of visiting Scotland since she was a child, fascinated with Outlander and ancient history. We had thoroughly investigated everything. Flights from LAX to London to Edinburgh, rental cars, small lodgings in the Highlands, distillery tours, and castles. We'd saved every cent by avoiding meals and entertainment, worked extra hours, and putting birthday and wedding gifts directly into the vacation fund. Total cost: $12,750 for 13 days. I told my parents about it 8 months in advance. 8 months. I gave them more than a half year to make alternate childcare arrangements, plan around my absence, and accept that my life did not revolve around their demands. My mother responded by nodding blankly and saying, "That's nice, honey," as if I'd told her I was considering trying a new coffee shop. There are no questions regarding the itinerary. There was little thrill about my first overseas vacation. There was no appreciation of how significant this was to me. Just little indifference, which should have been my first red flag. But I was stupid enough to assume that the limits we'd established were being followed, and that my parents had accepted that I was no longer their go-to childcare answer. Looking back, I can't believe I was that foolish. They'd spent 19 years teaching me to be accessible, to drop everything, and to put their wants ahead of my own. 5 months of treatment would not be enough to remove such brainwashing. The first signs of problems appeared 4 weeks before our trip. My mother called on a Sunday morning as Harper and I were preparing breakfast. "I need to talk to you about something," she stated in her serious administrator voice. "Your father and I have received an invitation to a wedding in Portland on September 4th. We hoped you could watch the kids that weekend." September 4th fell right in the middle of our trip. We'd be in an essay to explore Loch Ness and see Urquhart Castle. I quickly responded, "I can't. I will be in Scotland. I informed you about this some months ago." A long pause. "So, couldn't you postpone?" "Only a few days. We simply cannot miss this wedding. It is your father's cousin's daughter, and it would be impolite not to go." The audacity was amazing. They preferred that I postpone rather than cancel, like that was more logical. My honeymoon so they could attend a wedding for someone I'd only met twice in my life. "Mom, we paid $12,750 for this vacation. The flights alone cost $4,200, and they were non-refundable. The hotels have been booked and paid for. I am not postponing my honeymoon." Her voice changed, taking on the pained tone that had always caused me to collapse. "I just assumed family would come first. I had no idea we were such a hassle now that you are married." There it was. The allegation. The manipulation. Family comes first. Which in her vocabulary implied that your demands are irrelevant. Only ours do. I remained firm, which was tougher than it should have been. "I told you that you would need to hire a babysitter or find another option. Harper and I are traveling to Scotland as scheduled." She hung up without saying goodbye. The quiet treatment began. No calls, messages, or answers. When I tried to contact the children, it took 6 days. She eventually texted. We discovered someone, a neighbor's daughter. She is charging us $240 for the weekend. I hope you have a wonderful trip. The subtle antagonistic remark about the expense was typical, especially considering they frequently spent more than that on their own date evenings and weekend trips. They had money for social activities but despised paying for childcare. The calculation only worked if my effort was worth $0. We left LAX at 10:55 p.m. on August 28 for an overnight trip to London, with a connection in Edinburgh. I notified my parents the precise dates, emailed them our itinerary, and let them know we'd be unavailable at times owing to travel and bad mobile coverage in the Highlands. My mother replied with a stern fine via SMS. My father had not replied at all. The quiet treatment persisted, and it was actually a comfort. No guilt trips, no last-minute pleas, and no fabricated crises. Harper and I boarded the plane, exhausted and excited, cuddled up in our economy seats, and finally relaxed for the first time in weeks. The flight arrived at Heathrow at 3:52 p.m. On August 29, it is London time. We had a 2-hour stopover before connecting to Edinburgh. Time to have some dreadful airport cuisine, stretch our legs, and attempt to remain awake despite the jet lag. I turned off airplane mode on my phone while we waited at the gate, partly out of habit. It took around 45 seconds to connect to the international network. Then it began to vibrate repeatedly. The notification noises were continual, causing other passengers to look over with angry faces. My gut fell before I even looked at the screen, because I knew. Of course, I knew. I received 31 messages, 16 from my mother, 9 from my father, 4 from my sister Madison, and 3 from family friends I seldom interacted with. All sent in the 9 hours we'd spent crossing the Atlantic. All are marked urgent, and they all scream catastrophe in that manner that makes your chest constrict, even though you know intellectually that it's most likely contrived drama. I opened my mother's texts first. They were time-stamped beginning at 7:48 a.m. Pacific time, which would have corresponded to when our plane was over Greenland. Madison shattered her leg this morning and tumbled down the stairs. She's currently in surgery. This is serious. So where are you? We need you home right now. Then I can't believe you aren't responding amid a family emergency. Then your sister may have died, leaving you unreachable. My hands became shaky. Madison was now 22 years old, living at home while completing her nursing degree at the public university, and she was still a member of the household I had helped nurture. A broken leg was severe, painful, and undoubtedly frightening, but surgery seemed excessive unless it was a complicated fracture or many fractures. I wanted to call right away, but we were still in the terminal. Announcements blare as people surge by. Harper read over my shoulder, her face turning pale. "Oh no," she gasped. "Is she okay?" I didn't know yet. We discovered a calm nook beside a closed business. I phoned my mother. She answered the first ring. Eventually she snapped. "No hello." There was no awareness that I had been on a plane for 9 hours with no cell connection, just fury. "Where have you been?" Her voice was tight and piercing, but not filled with despair. Not the voice of someone whose daughter had just had emergency surgery. "We were on an aircraft," I explained, trying to remain cool. "What happened? Is Madison all right? What sort of surgery?" My mother sighed deeply and dramatically. She slipped down the basement stairs this morning while hauling clothes down. The doctor stated that she shattered her tibia in 3 places. They had to put a rod in. She'll be non-weight-bearing for at least 7 weeks, possibly 9. I dialed the hospital's number on my phone, ready to talk with someone directly. "Okay, that's quite serious. I'm so sad she's going through that. Is she out of surgery? Can I speak to her?" My mother gave a disappointed sound. "She's in rehab and extremely drugged. She is not available for phone calls." Then came the punchline, the true reason for the hurried texts. "We need you to come home. Someone needs to keep the kids while we take care of Madison. Your father and I cannot handle anything alone. You need to cut your trip short and return today." There it was. Not "Madison is dying and would like to see you." We do not require family help during a medical crisis, but we do need to come home and babysit since we have more essential things to accomplish. Carter and Dylan were now 19 years old, having finished their sophomore year at State. Sienna was 17 years old and a senior in high school. They were not little children who need regular care. They were almost grown-ups themselves. Mom, the twins are 19. They're old enough to care for themselves and assist Sienna. I'm not sure why you want me to travel home from Scotland on the first day of my honeymoon to babysit youngsters. Long, scary quiet. I can't believe you've gotten so selfish. Your sister recently underwent surgery, and you're concerned about your trip. There was the word again. Our vacation, not honeymoon, made it feel frivolous, optional, and something I could skip without consequences. This isn't a vacation, I said, my voice rising despite my best attempts. This is my honeymoon. We saved for several months. We paid $12,750 for this vacation. The flights are non-refundable. We just arrived 5 hours ago. Madison is going to be okay. A fractured leg is horrible, but it is not life-threatening. And the kids are teens, not toddlers. They don't need me there. My mother's voice became frigid. If you don't come home, you shouldn't bother returning to this household. You've chosen a vacation above your sister, your siblings who rely on you, and this family, and I'll make certain that everyone understands who you've become. The danger hovered in the air, familiar and unpleasant. Emotional blackmail had always been her chosen weapon, developed over decades of experience. I hope Madison heals quickly, I murmured, my voice wavering slightly. We'll check in tomorrow, but we won't be home early. We just arrived. I hung up before she could reply. Harper was looking at me with big eyes. She threatened to disown you, she replied slowly, because we did not cancel our honeymoon to babysit teens. Put that way, it sounded absurd. It was wild, but it was also the same dynamic I'd been stuck in for 19 years. My wants were irrelevant. My limits did not matter. My existence wasn't important, except as a resource for my parents to abuse. We boarded the aircraft to Edinburgh. The short trip was meant to allow us to regain our breath, reorganize, and begin our genuine honeymoon. Instead, I spent time looking at my phone, watching texts accumulate. My father texted, "Your mother is distraught. Madison is asking for you. The children are afraid. This is what you chose." We arrived in Edinburgh at 9:05 p.m. local time. We picked up our rental car, a little Nissan hatchback with right-side steering, which made my American head hurt. We drove 45 minutes to our first hotel, a renovated Victorian mansion in the old town with uneven flooring and a fireplace in the room. It should have been amazing, the start of all we had planned. Instead, I perched on the side of the bed and dialed Madison's mobile phone, desperate to hear from her personally that she was okay, and that this was not the 5-alarm situation my mother had described. She responded on the 4th ring, her voice muzzy and distant. "Hey," she said. "Mom claimed you were not coming home." "I'm in Scotland," I explained gently. "I am on my honeymoon. I'm really sorry about your leg. That sounds really uncomfortable. How do you feel?" She was silent for a moment, and I could hear the beep of hospital equipment in the background. "It sucks. The surgery hurt, and the painkillers make me feel strange, but I'm fine." The doctor described it as a clean break. The hardware appears to be in good condition. I'll be on crutches for a while, but I should recover well. Relief washed over me. Clean break. Good prognosis. Not the medical catastrophe my mother had predicted. "So why is Mom claiming that this is a family emergency that requires me to fly home?" I inquired carefully. Madison sighed. "She's freaking out because someone needs to help me get around, and it appears she can't handle that, let alone managing the household where Carter and Dylan are adults and Sienna is 17. I'm not sure why she acts like they're 7 years old." There it was. The truth. Simple but infuriating. My mother did not wish to parent. She wanted me to come home and resume my role as an unpaid caregiver so she wouldn't have to deal with her daughter's injury. "Maddie, I'm not flying home," I explained. "I apologize, but I gave them 8 months' notice about this trip. They had time to plan. This is my honeymoon." "I know," she said, sounding tired. "I also told Mom about it. I told her the twins could help me and I didn't need you to fly home from Scotland, but she's all about family obligations and how you've changed since you married. It is exhausting." We talked for a few more minutes, and I reassured her that I loved her and wanted to hear about her recovery. She insisted that I enjoy my trip and ignore our mother's dramatics. When we hung up, I felt slightly better. My sister was not dying. She didn't need me there. This was a manufactured crisis, as Dr. Elise Thornton had warned me to expect. But the texts kept coming. My mother, my father, and extended family members whom my parents had clearly requested as reinforcements. My Aunt Marjorie, I can't believe you would abandon your family like this. What is wrong with you? My Uncle Raymond, your mother is crying. Come home and fix it. Cousins I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly voiced their concerns about my selfishness, cruelty, and complete lack of family values. The psychological assault was relentless. Every day, dozens of messages repeat the same themes. Bad son, brother, selfish husband, and family destroyer. Harper was watching me spiral. We were supposed to tour Edinburgh Castle, walk the Royal Mile, and drink whiskey in cozy pubs. Instead, I was glued to my phone, reading accusations and guilt trips, and my anxiety increased with each notification. Harper took my phone from me on our third day in Scotland, after I had spent 2 hours in our hotel room responding to family texts rather than hiking through the Highlands as planned. This had to stop, she stated firmly. They are ruining our honeymoon. You are letting them ruin our honeymoon. We need assistance. We discovered Dr. Maren Whitaker, a family systems therapist based in Portland who also offers telehealth sessions via an online directory. She had 16 years of experience focusing on emotional abuse, parentification, and toxic family dynamics. We scheduled an emergency video call for that afternoon, sitting in our hotel room overlooking Edinburgh, as Dr. Whitaker listened to me explain 19 years of exploitation and the current crisis. She did not interrupt, instead taking notes and occasionally asking clarifying questions. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. She finally explained that what your parents had done was known as parentification. It is a type of emotional abuse in which parents inappropriately delegate adult responsibilities to their children. You have been exploited since the age of 10. You gave up your childhood, adolescence, and early adulthood to raise their children, and now they're escalating because you finally set a boundary. She spoke with clinical detachment, stating facts rather than passing judgment. The emergency they've created, in which you must cancel your honeymoon to care for teenagers who do not require intensive care, is a control tactic. They're seeing if you'll break and revert to old habits. Flying monkeys refers to a family-wide attack in which relatives are recruited to harass you. It is deliberate abuse. Hearing a licensed professional with credentials describe this as abuse changed something in my brain. It wasn't just Harper being overprotective or me being overly sensitive. This was real, documented clinical abuse. Dr. Whitaker assigned me homework: document everything, every text, voicemail, and guilt trip. She requested dates, times, and exact wording. If your parents escalate further, she warned, you may require legal representation. I want you to have evidence. I assumed she was being paranoid. I didn't realize how right she was. We spent 5 days in Edinburgh before driving north into the Highlands as planned. The scenery was breathtaking: rolling green hills, ancient castles perched on cliffs, lochs as clear as glass. We visited Stirling Castle, drove through Glencoe, and stopped at small distilleries that produced single malt whiskey and copper stills. It should have been perfect, but my phone was constantly buzzing, sometimes with 60 messages per day. My mother's texts ranged from hurtful to aggressive to openly threatening. You're destroying the family. Everyone knows what you did. There will be consequences for this betrayal. On September 4th, 5 days into our trip, my mother sent a text that made my blood freeze. Because you have abandoned your responsibilities, we are filing a formal complaint with Adult Protective Services. The twins in Siena are being neglected because you are not present to care for them properly. Enjoy Scotland while you can. I showed it to Harper, my hands shaking. Can she do that? I asked. Can she report me to the APS for not babysitting? Harper, who had spent years practicing pediatric medicine and dealing with bureaucratic nightmares, appeared skeptical. Adult Protective Services are for elderly or disabled adults who are abused or neglected. Your siblings are teenagers with no custody arrangements. I don't believe there is any mechanism for that complaint to stick. Dr. Whitaker was more direct in an emergency session held that evening from our hotel in Annecy. Your mother is bluffing, she stated flatly. She's attempting to scare you into returning home, but she's also creating a paper trail that could backfire spectacularly because she's effectively documenting that she can't parent her own children without the unpaid labor of her adult son. That will not look good if any agency actually investigates. She was correct about the bluff. No one from Adult Protective Services ever called, but the threat had been made, and it lingered in my stomach like poison. 3 days later, On September 7th, I received a call from an unknown Oregon number. I answered wearily, expecting a telemarketer, or the wrong number. Instead, a professional male voice asked, "Is this Logan Pierce?" I confirm. "This is Troy Haldane with Child Protective Services. I'm calling because we received a concerning report about minors in your household." My brain stuttered at the words, "minors household." "I'm sorry," I said. "I have no minors in my household. I am on my honeymoon in Scotland." "Are you certain you have the right person?" Troy Haldane sounded puzzled. "The report identifies you as the primary caregiver for 3 minor siblings, Carter, Dylan and Sienna Pierce. It states that you abruptly stopped caring for the children without making alternative arrangements, putting them in danger." The pieces clicked into place with sickening precision. "My mother filed that report," I stated, "and she lied. Carter and Dylan are 19 years old. They are adults. Sienna is 17, but she is with our parents, who are her legal guardians. I am their 29-year-old brother. I have no custody, guardianship, or legal responsibility over any of them. I am on my honeymoon with my wife." There was a prolonged pause. "Could you describe your relationship with your siblings and your role in the household?" Troy asked cautiously. So I told him everything. The parentification that began at the age of 10, the 19 years of unpaid childcare, the boundaries I set before getting married, the honeymoon we had planned for months, my mother's insistence that I cancel everything to babysit teenagers who did not require intensive care, and the escalating harassment and threats. Troy listened without interruption, and I could hear him typing notes. After I finished, he said something that changed everything. "Mr. Pierce, I want to be very clear about something. The report we received was filed by your mother. In an attempt to make you appear neglectful, she has made several concerning admissions about her own parenting." He explained that CPS would perform a home evaluation within 72 hours. They would interview the children, assess living conditions, and determine whether adequate care was being provided. "For the record," Troy stated, "you are not in any legal trouble. You're an adult sibling without a custody arrangement. Your mother's claim that you abandoned minor children is factually incorrect. 2 are adults, and 1 is in her legal custody, but her admission that she cannot adequately care for her children without your constant presence is deeply concerning." We hung up. I immediately contacted Dr. Maren Whitaker again. "CPS is investigating my parents," I said, "and they are still processing it because my mother attempted to report me for not babysitting." Dr. Whitaker was quiet for a moment before saying something that will stay with me. "Logan, if CPS finds problems, it is because they exist. Not because you failed to conceal them, but because your parents have been neglecting their children while using you as a cover. You've been so effective for so long that the system never noticed what was really going on beneath the surface." She was correct. I'd been the band-aid on a wound that would never heal. And now that I had pulled away, the infection was visible. CPS conducted a home visit on September 9th. I was not there. I was in a small hotel in the Highlands near Loch Ness, attempting to enjoy a distillery tour while my stomach churned with anxiety. Troy Haldane called me later with his findings. "Mr. Pierce, I wanted to give you an update personally. We made an unannounced home visit this morning at 9:40 a.m. We identified several areas of concern." He listed them in the careful, clinical manner that social workers use. The house was disorganized and dirty, with dishes stacked in the sink, overflowing laundry, and little fresh food in the refrigerator. Dylan answered the door because his parents were still sleeping at 9:40 a.m. on a Thursday. Sienna had missed 4 days of school that week with no documented reason or parental contact. Troy went on to say, "We interviewed each minor child individually. They all stated that you had previously been in charge of most household management, child care, and emotional support. They described feeling confused and overwhelmed by your absence because they were unsure how to handle basic tasks that your parents had never taught them. The 19-year-olds reported being expected to fill your role while receiving no guidance or support. Your 17-year-old sister expressed feeling abandoned by both you and your parents." His voice softened slightly. "To be clear, she stated that she understands you're on your honeymoon and believes your mother is being ridiculous, but she feels abandoned by your parents, who appear unable or unwilling to engage in parenting now that you're not there to manage everything." Troy stated that CPS was opening a case. My parents would have to complete a parenting capacity assessment, attend mandatory family counseling, and show that they could meet their children's basic needs without relying on their adult son. If they do not comply, or if Sienna's situation deteriorates after the twins move out, as they have stated they intend to do, we will need to consider alternative placement for her. The weight of it settled on me. My absence revealed such profound parental inadequacy that the state stepped in, and my mother had caused it by attempting to weaponize CPS against me. My parents' calls stopped after the CPS visit. The silence was eerie and unsettling, but the flying monkeys increased. Family members I barely knew were calling Harper's workplace, attempting to have her fired for corrupting me and destroying our family. Someone wrote on my firm's Facebook page that I was an abusive brother who had abandoned his disabled sister. My mother had apparently launched a full-fledged public relations campaign, telling everyone who listened that I'd refused to help during a medical emergency, that I'd called CPS on them out of spite, and that I was a monster who prioritized money and vacations over family. The lies were so prevalent and confidently delivered that some people believed them. Dr. Whitaker predicted this. When you stop enabling dysfunction, the dysfunctional people will rewrite history and paint you as the villain, she had warned. Because admitting that they are the problem would necessitate self-reflection and change, which they are incapable of. It is easier to blame you. I knew she was correct intellectually, but reading messages from cousins and aunts calling me evil, seeing my name dragged through the mud on social media, and having my reputation shredded by people who didn't know the truth, hurt in ways I wasn't expecting. On September 11th, 5 days before our scheduled flight home, I received an email from an attorney named Daniel Cross of Cross Family Law Group. The subject line read, "Legal consultation of Pierce family harassment case." He stated that he specialized in family law, specifically parental alienation, exploitation, and harassment. Dr. Whitaker had referred him to me because he believed I might need legal representation due to my parents' escalating behavior. "I've reviewed the documentation Dr. Whitaker forwarded with your permission," he said. "You have a compelling case for harassment, defamation, and possible parental exploitation. I'd like to discuss your options during a free consultation." We had that consultation at a pub in a small Highland village. Harper and I huddled around my phone at a corner table as Daniel Cross explained our legal options in simple, straightforward language. "Bottom line," he stated, "your parents have no legal right to your time, money, or labor. You are not responsible for their children. You never were. Any suggestion that you have a legal obligation to provide childcare is completely false." He explained that the defamation, which involved telling people I was abusive, neglectful and cruel, could potentially be actionable if it harmed my professional reputation, though those cases were difficult to prove. The harassment campaign through third parties, which involved family members flooding my phone and contacting my workplace, could support a restraining order. "I recommend documenting everything, which you already do," Daniel said. "Every message, call and social media post. If you want to pursue a cease and desist letter, I can write one. It would formally notify your parents to stop contacting you directly, or through intermediaries, making false statements about you, and leaving you alone. It is not legally enforceable like a restraining order, but it establishes a paper trail and demonstrates your seriousness. When most people realize there are actual legal consequences, they usually back down." Harper and I decided to have the letter drafted. We decided whether to send it after we returned home and could assess the situation face to face. But just having an attorney, someone with legal expertise on our side, made me feel less powerless against the onslaught. We ended our honeymoon. We visited more castles, drank more whiskey, and hiked through breathtaking landscapes that did not seem real. But every moment was clouded by my phone buzzing with abuse, the knowledge that my family was imploding while I was an ocean away, and the creeping guilt that perhaps I should have just returned home. We flew back on September 12th, landing in Los Angeles at 6:33 p.m. After 14 hours in the air, I turned off my phone's airplane mode and braced for the usual avalanche. Instead, I received a single message from an unknown number. "Hello, it's Carter. I got a burner phone so Mom can't monitor this. Can we please talk?" I called him from the baggage claim. He responded immediately, his voice tight and strained. "Are you back?" he asked. I said, "Just landed." "What's happening? Are you okay?" Carter remained quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice crackled. "Mom and Dad are informing everyone that you called CPS to destroy the family. They claim you made everything up to punish them. Aunt Marjorie and Uncle Raymond were here yesterday, and it was like an intervention about what a terrible person you've become." He paused. "Dylan and I know we've been trying to stay together since you left, and it's been a nightmare. Mom barely functions. Dad works before zoning out in front of the television. Sienna is struggling, and no one is helping her. The CPS lady was here, and she should have come years ago. But Mom is acting as if you orchestrated this. I didn't call CPS, I explained carefully. Mom called them herself, attempting to get me into trouble. However, when they investigated, they discovered real problems. That is not my fault, Carter. That is on Mom and Dad for failing to parent without my help. He made a sound that could have been either a laugh or a sob. I understand. Dylan knows. We are not stupid. We've been witnessing this dysfunction our entire lives. You leaving has made it impossible to ignore, and we're done. Dylan and I are moving into an apartment together in 6 weeks. We have already signed the lease. We can't do it anymore. His voice was full of relief, guilt, and exhaustion. My 19-year-old brother sounded like he had aged a decade in 2 weeks. I'm sorry you're stuck with this, I said, meaning it. But you're making the right decision. You cannot give up your life to parent your parents. They must figure it out themselves. We talked for another 25 minutes. Me and the twin I'd helped raise, whom I'd taught to ride a bike, assisted with math homework, and counseled through breakups. He talked to me about the apartment, his plans, and his fear of leaving Sienna behind. I assured him that Sienna would be fine, that CPS was monitoring the situation, and that sometimes the best thing you can do for someone you love is to let the system work. The next day, Harper and I met with Daniel Cross at his downtown Portland office. He was older than I expected, possibly in his early 60s, with gray hair and the calm professionalism that would have cost clients a lot of money. We sat in his conference room and reviewed everything: the texts, the voicemails, the social media attacks, the CPS report, the fake emergency, the harassment campaign. Daniel took detailed notes, occasionally asking questions. When we were finished, he sat back and folded his hands. This is one of the clearest cases of parental exploitation and subsequent retaliation I've encountered. He said, you have extensive documentation. Dr. Whitaker's assessment provides expert validation. The CPS investigation corroborates your account. If your parents attempt any legal action against you, which they won't because they'd lose immediately, we can shut it down instantly. Can they actually sue me for anything? I asked, because at this point I didn't know what was possible. Daniel shook his head. They could file a frivolous lawsuit. Sure, anyone can sue anyone, but they have no standing. You have no legal obligation to provide childcare for siblings. The concept doesn't exist in law. If anything, you'd have stronger grounds to sue them. 19 years of unpaid labor, lost educational opportunities, emotional damages. I don't recommend that route because family litigation is expensive and traumatic, but you'd have a viable case. He slid a document across the table. This is the cease and desist letter. If you authorize it, I'll have it delivered tomorrow. The letter was formal and unambiguous. My parents were to cease all direct contact with me or Harper. Stop recruiting third parties to contact or harass us. Stop making false statements about us to family members or on social media. And cease all attempts to hold me responsible for childcare or financial support of my siblings. Failure to comply would result in legal action, including restraining orders and potential defamation suits. It was harsh. It felt necessary. Harper and I signed the authorization. Daniel promised to handle delivery and follow-up. Fair warning, he said as we left. People like your parents tend to either back down completely or escalate dramatically when served legal papers. There's rarely middle ground. Be prepared for either response. The cease and desist letter was delivered on September 18th at 3:12 p.m. According to the courier's tracking, my mother called 22 minutes later. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail that was 3 minutes of hysteria, screaming, crying, accusations so garbled I could only catch fragments. Ungrateful lawyer destroying the family. Never forgive. My father called next. When I answered, his voice was cold and distant. So this is what we've come to? You're threatening us with lawyers because we asked for help with your own family. The reframing was masterful. Demanding I cancel my honeymoon had become asking for help. And 19 years of exploitation had vanished entirely from the narrative. Dad, you didn't ask for help. You demanded I cancel my honeymoon to babysit teenagers. When I said no, Mom faked a medical emergency severity, weaponized my siblings against me, recruited extended family to harass us, and then accidentally got CPS called on herself. That's not asking for help. That's abuse. Long silence. Then if that's your perspective, I don't think we have anything more to discuss. He hung up. That was the last direct contact I had with either parent. The flying monkeys persisted for a few more weeks, but Daniel sent cease and desist letters to the most aggressive ones, and the messages gradually stopped. My parents had apparently decided that complete estrangement was preferable to accountability or change. The CPS case continued for 5 months. Troy Haldane updated me periodically. My parents had completed 2 parenting assessments. Both scored poorly on measures of emotional availability, child engagement, and understanding of developmental needs. They attended 4 sessions of mandatory family counseling, then stopped showing up, claiming the therapist was biased and didn't understand their family. The house conditions had improved marginally, mostly because Carter and Dylan had been doing cleaning and cooking before they moved out. Sienna was back in school consistently, but her grades had dropped, and she'd told her school counselor she felt emotionally neglected at home. The issue is that your parents are barely meeting minimum standards, Troy explained in one call. They're not abusive in ways that would justify immediate removal, but they are profoundly inadequate parents. Your sister essentially parents herself, gets herself to school, makes her own meals, manages her own schedule. Your parents provide a house and financial support, but almost no emotional engagement or practical guidance. He sounded frustrated. Unfortunately, inadequate parenting isn't usually grounds for removal unless it causes demonstrable harm, but we're monitoring closely, especially now that the twins have moved out and your sister has lost her buffer. In January, 4 months after we'd returned from Scotland, Carter called me with news. Madison is moving out, he said. She found a job at a hospital in Seattle, and she's transferring to finish her nursing degree up there. She's leaving in February. My first thought was relief that Madison was getting out, followed immediately by worry about Sienna. What about Sienna? I asked. Carter was quiet. She's counting down the days until she turns 18 in May. She's already been accepted to state, and she's planning to live in the dorms. 5 months and she's out. She just has to survive until then. Survive. The word hit hard. My baby sister, the 3-year-old I'd helped raise, now having to survive in her own parents' house until she could legally escape. Is she safe? I asked. Carter sighed. Physically, yeah, but emotionally? Mom and Dad barely talk to her. They're like roommates who ignore her. She eats dinner alone in her room most nights. When CPS came to check on things last month, she told them everything was fine because she's so close to aging out that she doesn't want to risk getting put in foster care. She'd rather be lonely than in the system. It made sense, but it broke my heart. In March, I got a call from Sienna herself. We hadn't talked much since I'd been back. A few short texts, nothing substantial. But now, she called, her voice small and uncertain. Hey, she said. I wanted to tell you something before you heard it from someone else. I got into state. Full-ride academic scholarship. I'm moving into the dorms in August. Pride flooded through me, mixed with relief. Sienna, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you. A full ride is amazing. She laughed, but it sounded sad. I basically raised myself this year. Did all my college apps alone, wrote my essays alone, figured out financial aid alone. Mom and Dad didn't help with any of it. They didn't even ask. We talked for over an hour, my sister and I, about her plans and her fears and her hope for a future where she didn't have to parent herself. She told me she'd been in therapy through her school counselor, working through the realization that our parents' neglect wasn't normal or acceptable. She said she understood why I'd left, why I'd set boundaries, why I couldn't keep sacrificing my life for their dysfunction. I don't blame you, she said quietly. I'm going to do the same thing once I'm out. I'm going to build my own life, and they can figure out how to function without using their kids as unpaid labor. The CPS case closed in May, right before Sienna's 18th birthday. Troy called to let me know. We're closing the case since all the children are now adults, he said. For what it's worth, I want you to know that you didn't cause this situation. Your parents did. You just stopped enabling them to hide their inadequacy. Your siblings are all going to be okay. They're smart, resilient, and getting out. That's the best outcome we could have hoped for. He paused. And Mr. Pierce, what you did? Setting boundaries, protecting your marriage, refusing to sacrifice yourself. That took real courage. Your siblings learned from watching you that it's possible to choose yourself. That's a gift. My parents still haven't spoken to me. It's been 20 months since the honeymoon, since the boundary that broke our family. I've seen them 4 times in that period. 3 times at a distance at family events where we stayed on opposite sides of the room. Twice at the grocery store where my mother literally turned her cart around and left when she saw me. They look older, smaller, diminished somehow. My mother's hair has gone almost completely gray. My father has developed a stoop. They look like ordinary aging people who made catastrophic choices and paid devastating prices. Sometimes I feel sorry for them. Mostly I feel nothing. Madison is thriving in Seattle. Carter and Dylan share an apartment and are doing well at State. Sienna moved into the dorms in August and calls me regularly with updates about classes, friends, her newfound independence. She told me recently that she barely talks to our parents. They call occasionally, but the conversations are stilted and brief. They don't know how to relate to me as a person. She said they only knew how to relate to me as someone they could use. Now that I'm not available for that, we have nothing. It's sad, but it's also reality. Harper and I just celebrated our 3rd anniversary. We took a long weekend to Cannon Beach, stayed at a small inn, walked on the shore, ate fresh seafood, and actually relaxed. No emergencies, no guilt trips, no manufactured crises. It was quiet and simple and exactly what our honeymoon should have been. On our anniversary night, watching the sunset over the Pacific, Harper asked if I regretted how everything had played out. "You lost your parents essentially," she said softly. "That's not nothing. Do you wish you'd handled it differently?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. About Carter's exhausted voice talking about surviving our parents' house. About Sienna doing her college applications alone. About 19 years of my life spent parenting children who weren't mine. About the honeymoon my mother tried to steal. No, I finally said. I don't regret it. I regret that it was necessary. I regret that my parents chose control and pride over relationship. I regret that my siblings got hurt. But I don't regret protecting our marriage and choosing our life together. Because if I'd given in, if I'd flown home from Scotland and resumed my role, it never would have stopped. They would have owned me forever. Harper squeezed my hand. "I'm proud of you," she said. "I know that might sound condescending, but I mean it. You chose yourself. You chose us. And you gave your siblings permission to do the same." We sat in silence, watching the sun sink into the ocean, and I felt something I hadn't felt since before the honeymoon. Peace. Real, deep, uncomplicated peace. Not the absence of conflict, but the presence of freedom. Freedom from obligation, exploitation, and the crushing burden of other people's refusal to mature. Sienna sent me a letter 2 weeks ago. Not a text or email, but a real handwritten letter in the mail. "Dear Logan," it began. "I've been thinking a lot about what happened to Mom and Dad during the honeymoon. I was confused and angry at first. But now I get it. You were not abandoning us. You showed us that it is possible to set boundaries. Watching you stand up to them. Choosing your own life despite everyone accusing you of being selfish. That taught me something I needed to know. That my worth does not depend on how useful I am to others. That I am free to want things for myself. Thank you for that. I hope you and Harper are happy. You deserve to be happy after everything you've given up for us. Love, Sienna." I called her in the evening. We discussed school, her psychology major, and her future plans to work with children from dysfunctional families. She sounded light, unburdened, and free in ways she had never done growing up. At the end of the call she said, "Hi Logan, I am so glad you went to Scotland. I am glad you did not let them ruin your honeymoon. You deserved the trip." My throat tightened. "You deserve to choose yourself." "Thank you, Sienna. That means a lot." We hung up. I sat in our living room in the house Harper and I purchased last year, and I realized that this quiet evening with my wife, this freedom to build our own life, the absence of constant crisis and manipulation, was worth every painful consequence. My parents expected me to cancel my honeymoon to look after my siblings. When I refused, they attempted to destroy me, staged emergencies, weaponized my siblings, recruited flying monkeys, threatened legal action, and accidentally imposed CPS on themselves. They lost custody of their children's emotional well-being. Lost relationships with all of their children except through formal politeness. Lost their reputation in our extended family. Lost their oldest son permanently. And, according to relatives I still speak with, they continue to blame me for everything, telling anyone who will listen that I am a vindictive monster who destroyed our family out of selfishness. Perhaps some people believe them. I don't care anymore because I know what actually happened. Therapy notes, CPS reports, legal files, and my siblings' testimonies all bear witness to this. The truth is devastatingly simple. I wasn't supposed to be their parent. I was supposed to be their son, brother, and family member, with proper boundaries and mutual respect. When I finally stopped being their unpaid servant, the dysfunction they had created through my exploitation collapsed. That is not my failure. That is theirs. And I am free. Finally, complete and permanent freedom. Why waste 2 lives when we can waste yours? Dad said. My parents asked me to confess to a hit and run for my sister. When I refused, they disowned me. Imagine standing in a police station, your world collapsing, only to have your own parents look you in the eyes and beg you to give up everything, including your freedom, future, and very identity for the sake of your sister's crime. That night I realized that some families choose appearance over honesty, and some lives appear to be worth less than others. Main narrative. The air in the precinct was thick with the stale aroma of burned coffee and despair. My hands trembled in my lap as I sat across from Detective Daniel Mercer, painfully aware of my parents' quiet, unbreakable wall shielding Scarlett, my younger sister. Her mascara had run black rivers down her flawless cheeks, making her appear even more gorgeous in her feigned grief. My mother's fingers constantly caressed Scarlett's hair, muttering calming things that I had never heard aimed at me. Someone needs to accept responsibility for this. Detective Daniel Mercer's words broke through the tension, and his eyes shifted between us. The evidence suggests that one of you was behind the wheel during the hit and run. Mrs. Evelyn Parker is currently in serious condition. My father then took a step forward, wearing a mask I recognized all too well, the one he wore while making cold, calculating business choices, assessing costs and benefits with harsh precision. Officer, he started. My daughters are here to fully cooperate. We simply need a moment to discuss this as a family. They escorted me into a small, antiseptic side room. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, giving everything a sickening yellow tint. Scarlett collapsed onto a chair, burying her face in her hands, her tears reverberating against the austere walls. My mother hurried to her, cuddling her as if she were still 6 years old rather than 24. Then my father turned to me, his look imprinted on my mind, something I can still see when I close my eyes. Claire Bennett, he replied, his voice bland and devoid of emotion. We need you to let them know you were driving. The words struck me like a physical blow, removing the breath from my lungs. What? No. Scarlett was driving. I wasn't even inside the car. My speech was a frantic and choked murmur. Without looking at me, my mother spoke out. Your sister has a whole life ahead of her. She has recently been admitted to graduate school. James wants to marry her. She is going to do something meaningful with her life. In contrast to you, the insinuation lingered in the air like toxic gas. I'd heard it 1,000 times in my life, in every subtle gesture and disdainful look. This is ridiculous. I was not there. The truth will come out. I pleaded, turned to Scarlett, hoping she'd speak out and tell them this was ridiculous. She merely sobbed more, her expression disguised. My father's voice lowered, taking on the frightening tone he used when completing difficult negotiations, knowing he had the upper hand. You are 29 years old, Claire Bennett. You work in a supermarket shop. You reside in a studio apartment. You've never done something noteworthy with your opportunities. Scarlett would not survive jail, Mom said, finally catching my gaze. Her eyes were chilly, assessing. Look at her. She's delicate. She's sensitive. But you're stronger. You've always been the tough one. What are you referring to? The words flowed out before I could stop them, expressing the hidden reality that had defined every family relationship for as long as I could remember. My mother blushed, but she did not deny it. You're being theatrical. This is about practicality. Scarlett has opportunities that you will never have. Why squander 2 futures when we can only waste one? Something inside me solidified at that instant. Hard, cold, and completely clear. When I looked at the lady who gave birth to me, I saw a stranger. Someone who had calculated my worth and determined that I was worthless. Dear responsibility, as the older sister, Dad instructed, his tone condescending. For once in your life, contribute to this family. I walked out of the room without uttering another word. My legs felt like lead, yet my back was ramrod straight. I gave Detective Daniel Mercer the complete truth about everything. Scarlett contacted me that night, distraught, and begged me to come to the police station for help. She'd been driving intoxicated when she hit Mrs. Evelyn Parker in a crossing, and became terrified. Our parents had arrived before me, already devising a horrible plot. The sight on my mother's face as I made my remark drove me through all that followed. My hands shook as I answered the detective's inquiries, but my voice remained firm. He was patient and systematic, meticulously recording every detail. My parents' features were distorted with wrath when I looked through the glass in the interview room. Dad paced like a caged beast. Mom wrapped her arm over Scarlett, who had slumped again, no longer sobbing but glaring at me with absolute loathing. "Let me make sure I understand," Detective Daniel Mercer remarked, going over his notes. "Your sister called you around 11:53 p.m. and asked you to meet her at the station. She didn't explain why over the phone." "No," I said, throwing my arms over myself, feeling cold despite the tight atmosphere. "She kept repeating she needed me, that something bad had happened. I suspected she'd been attacked or robbed. She sounded afraid. When you arrived, your parents were already there, and they took Scarlett to a private room first." "Yes," I affirmed, and the recollection made my stomach churn. When I stepped in, Dad quickly began detailing their strategy. They had already made all their decisions. They only needed me to agree. Detective Daniel Mercer put down his notepad and studied me with a look I couldn't decipher. "Miss Claire Bennett, what you are doing requires bravery. The most difficult instances are generally family-related. They're no longer my family." I heard myself say it, and the words seemed more genuine than anything I'd ever said as they left my mouth. The investigator excused himself to consult with his colleagues. I remained alone in that room for about 50 minutes, watching the clock tick by as my old existence faded away, second after torturous second. Through the glass I watched my parents gesticulating fiercely, Dad's face flushed with rage. A uniformed cop stepped between them and the interview room door, evidently to keep them from breaking in. When Detective Daniel Mercer returned, he was joined by another officer, a woman with gentle eyes who introduced herself as Sergeant Rebecca Hayes. She sat across from me with a lovely grin. "We're going to need you to give a formal statement," she stated. "Everything you remember from the phone call, the timeline, what your parents said to you. Can you do that?" I blushed. My throat felt constricted, but my determination was hardening into something stronger than diamond. They had made their decision on who I am. Now I was creating mine. The formal announcement took an additional 2 hours and 15 minutes. They prompted me to repeat some things numerous times, looking for contradictions. I knew what they were doing, which confirmed that I was telling the truth and that this was not a malicious fiction motivated by sibling rivalry. "Has there been any recent tension between you and your sister?" Sergeant Rebecca Hayes inquired. I agreed that there has always been tension, but not necessarily fighting. Rather, it was as if she existed in the light and I resided in her shade. That was exactly how our family operated. "Could you elaborate?" I took a big breath, attempting to articulate dynamics that had always been. Scarlett was the one who was attractive, intelligent, and had potential. I was just there. My parents made this plain in 1,000 tiny ways. Better clothing for her, fancier birthday celebrations, and more focus on her concerns. I learnt to become invisible. That must have been painful. It was natural, I explained, letting out a sour laugh. At least I assumed it was. Perhaps every family has a scapegoat and a favored child. I just happened to be born in the incorrect role. Sergeant Rebecca Hayes and Detective Daniel Mercer shared an unintelligible gaze. She took a few more notes before continuing. "Is this the first time they've asked you to make a sacrifice for your sister?" The query led to an unexpected outcome. Despite their age, memories came flooding back, vivid and stinging. "I was 16 when I started my first job," I explained slowly as I bagged groceries at the downtown grocery. "I saved every penny for over a year in order to attend the school trip to Washington, D.C., which cost $950. "Have you gone?" Scarlett's automobile broke down 10 days before her vacation. She was 18 years old and had recently received her driver's license. Dad explained that the family couldn't afford both the repair and my vacation. He used my funds to fix her automobile. The previous hurt felt remote, like if it had occurred to someone else. Scarlett traveled to prom in the automobile. I looked at the school trip images on Facebook. "Have your parents paid you back?" They claimed I was selfish for asking, and that family requires sacrifice. I informed them about our college fund, which existed until Scarlett decided she wanted to attend an expensive private institution. My funds had been sucked into hers. I'd been informed that community college was totally suitable for someone with my grades. I told them about how I won a regional painting competition in high school, which was the only thing I'd ever been truly excellent at. My parents had missed the award ceremony since it clashed with Scarlett's volleyball match. Mom hadn't even glanced up from cooking supper when I returned home with my award and $75 reward. "That's wonderful, sweetheart," she'd replied absently. "Can you set the table? We're eating early because Scarlett has practice." The ribbon had disappeared into a drawer. Scarlett's volleyball trophies adorned the mantel. "Why didn't you leave?" Sergeant Rebecca Hayes inquired. "Once you were 19, you could have walked away." "Where would I go?" Even I thought the question sounded naive. I had no money, no vehicle, and no support system. And a part of me kept believing that if I simply pushed more, performed better, or proved myself in some way, they'd eventually notice me. And tonight, I met her gaze straight. Tonight I finally understand. They will never see me. Not in the manner I needed them to. They regarded me as expendable. So I'm getting rid of them instead. The subscribe line is halfway through. By the way, if you're still with me after that, please click the subscribe button. Trust me, I have more stories that will make your mouth drop, and I do not want you to miss out. After I concluded my statement, they told me to wait while they interrogated my sister. I sat in a different room, nursing horrible coffee from a vending machine and watching the minutes tick away on the wall clock. It was after 3:18 in the morning. A victim advocate whose name I don't recall came to check on me. She was young, perhaps just a few years older than myself, with worn eyes that said she had seen too much. "Do you have somewhere safe to stay tonight?" she was wondering. The question had not even occurred to me. "I have an apartment." "Will your parents know how to find you?" "Of course they will." They'd arrive full of fury and blame. The concept made me feel sick. "I can link you with resources," the advocate said, handing me a card. "Counseling services and temporary housing. What you are going through is a sort of familial trauma." I received her card but knew I wasn't going to call. I handled it the same way I managed everything else. Alone, silently, and without asking for aid that may not come. Detective Daniel Mercer discovered me about 4:45 a.m. He seemed fatigued, yet satisfied. "Your sister confessed." The evidence was overwhelming. Traffic camera evidence, paint transfer on her car, and her own blood alcohol test taken tonight. Her tale kept shifting. But she finally acknowledged to everything. Relief surged through me so strongly that I felt dizzy. What will happen now? She will be properly charged. Given the seriousness of the offenses, DUI, hit and run, escaping the scene of an injury accident, she faces considerable prison time. Your testimony will be vital throughout the trial. I'll be there as promised, whatever you need. He looked at me for a moment. Your folks are still inside the building. If you wish to avoid them, we may take you out by the rear entrance. I examined this and then shook my head. I'll stroll out the front. I'm not hiding anymore. They waited in the lobby. Dad stood with his arms folded, his face like a thundercloud. Mom sat slumped on a plastic chair, appearing hollowed out, having aged a decade in one night. Scarlett was nowhere to be seen. She was most likely already processed and being jailed for arraignment. Dad's gaze fixed on me with a ferocity that would have horrified a younger me. "You've destroyed this family." "You destroyed it yourself," I responded, my voice cool and steady. "When you decided one daughter was worth more than the other, I just refused to go along with it." Mom eventually glanced up, her voice a hoarse whisper. "She's your sister. How could you do this to her? She is a drunk motorist who left someone to die on the street. How will you defend her? Were your parents?" Mom's voice trembled after everything we had done for you. "Like what?" The inquiry came out harsher than I had hoped, fueled by years of hidden hatred. "They fed me and offered me a room. That is the very minimum of parental obligation, not a debt I owe you." Dad moved closer, his voice lowering to a menacing whisper. "If you walk out that door, you're dead to us. No longer relatives or support. You will have nothing." I smiled and I could see it upset him. It wasn't a cheerful grin, but one of deep and freeing truth. "I already have nothing from you," I responded, staring him straight in the eye. "At least now I'm free." I moved past them into the early morning darkness. The sky was just starting to brighten around the edges, that deep, bruised blue that precedes morning. My car was alone in the parking lot, and I drove home via vacant streets, feeling lighter than I have in years. The next weeks were a jumble of court hearings, paperwork, and increasingly furious communications from my parents. They recruited a lawyer who attempted to undermine my testimony, portraying me as a jealous, vengeful sister who had invented proof out of rage. The traffic camera evidence rendered that scenario implausible, but they still tried. Then Mrs. Evelyn Parker's family contacted the prosecutor's office to see if they might meet with me. I consented, frightened of confronting the lady whose life my sister had nearly taken. Mrs. Evelyn Parker was in a wheelchair when I met her. Her daughter, Natalie Parker, was gently wheeling her into the victim services office where we'd agreed to meet. She was smaller than I expected, with gray hair and trembling hands, yet her eyes were keen and compassionate. "You're Claire Bennett," she remarked, looking at my face. "You look like you haven't slept in weeks." "Neither do you," I said, then quickly regretted my bluntness. But she laughed, which sounded like rustling leaves. "I like honesty. Sit down, dear. Let's talk." We spent 2 hours together. She described the accident from her perspective. Crossing the street after her book club meeting, the unexpected impact, waking up in the hospital unable to move her legs, months of physical rehabilitation, financial ruin, and nightmares that still awakened her at 3:18 a.m. I kept saying, "I'm so sorry," as if I could somehow apologize for my sister's conduct. "You didn't do this," Mrs. Evelyn Parker stated firmly. "And according to the police, you're the only one in your family who tried to make it right. Your parents actually approached my daughter. Did you know that?" I felt my blood become cold. "What?" Natalie Parker took out her phone and showed me a stored voicemail. My father's distinct voice echoed around the little space. "Hello, Mrs. Evelyn Parker. This is Robert Ashford. I am phoning to negotiate a settlement. My daughter committed a terrible mistake, but she's young and has a long future ahead of her. I'm willing to pay big cash if you're willing to speak with the prosecution about lowering the charges." He attempted to purchase her silence. I should not have been astonished, but I still was. "I told him to go to hell," Natalie Parker stated simply. "Your sister nearly killed my mother and drove away. No amount of money changes that." Mrs. Evelyn Parker stretched over and clasped my hand with shaking fingers. "But you said the truth. In a family that plainly prioritizes image over integrity, you chose the correct thing. That requires a level of guts that most people never have to find." Her remarks stuck with me throughout the trial, through my sister's 5-year sentence, and through my parents' final cruel texts informing me I was no longer their daughter. Scarlett was convicted and sentenced to 5 years. Mom and Dad recruited the best lawyers money could buy, but the evidence was overwhelming. Traffic cameras, paint samples, and testimony from a jogger who witnessed the entire incident. My sister's blood alcohol level had nearly doubled the legal limit. I packed my studio apartment the day after the sentencing. My phone was continually ringing with calls from my parents, which I directed to voicemail. The messages became increasingly nasty as they realized I was not going to respond. The first one from Mom was nearly conciliatory. "Claire Bennett, we need to discuss this. You have made your point." By the 6th, her genuine sentiments had surfaced. "You ruined your sister's life out of spite. I knew you were envious of her, but I never imagined you'd be that cruel." Dad's messages centered on realism. "Scarlett's actions were wrong, but your tenacity has cost this family hundreds of thousands of dollars in court bills. Your sister's future is wrecked. I hope you can live with it." I could. I slept better than I have in years. I relocated to Portland, which is 3 states distant from my family in Ohio. I enrolled at community college using the money I had earned from working extra shifts at the grocery store. The plan had always existed, hidden behind years of their low expectations and my own resigned acquiescence. Now nothing could stop me. My academic supervisor, Dr. Allison Walsh, was the first person to see my potential. She became very interested in my placement tests as she studied them. "Have you ever considered majoring in computer science? These analytical results are extraordinary." I barely finished high school. I acknowledged that my family had always felt I was not college material. Dr. Walsh took off her spectacles and studied me with keen brown eyes. "Your family was mistaken. I have been doing this for 28 years. You have aptitude." Those words altered everything. I plunged myself into my studies with feverish concentration. Programming languages made more sense to me than anything else. There were laws, logic, and issues with obvious answers. Work yielded results. Effort matters. The first semester was terrible. I had been out of school for 11 years. and my study abilities were almost non-existent. Everything my peers appeared to know immediately, such as how to take notes, prepare for examinations, and handle several deadlines, I had to learn by trial and error. I failed my first programming midterm. After that, I sat in my car and grieved for 25 minutes, believing that my parents were correct all along. Then I wiped my eyes, went to Dr. Walsh's office hours, and requested assistance. She did not sugarcoat it. "You've fallen behind. Your basics are weak. But you're also one of the most driven pupils I've met. Determination can accomplish a lot." She linked me with a tutor, a doctoral student called Kevin O'Connor, who was infinitely patient with my foolish queries. We gathered 4 times a week in the library to go through difficulties until the principles resonated. Slowly and gradually, I began to realize. I earned an A/B on my 3rd midterm. I received an A on my final test. Kevin O'Connor gave me a high five after the grades were released. "Do you know what the difference was?" he said with shining eyes. "You overcame your fear of making mistakes. You simply continued trying till you had it right." His observation cut harder than he realized. I'd spent my whole life terrified of being incorrect, because being wrong meant proving my parents correct about me. But in this new world I was creating, being incorrect just meant I hadn't learnt anything yet. There was no guilt in it, only opportunity. The next semester I took 6 classes and worked 28 hours a week at a tiny computer firm to pay my bills. Sleep became an unaffordable luxury. I lived on instant ramen and coffee, studying in my spare time between work and school. Marcus Grant, the owner, recognized my devotion. He had begun the firm in his garage 6 years ago, and grew it with pure, stubborn persistence, a road I recognized in myself. "You're going to burn out if you keep this pace," he cautioned me one evening, when he discovered me debugging code at 1:10 a.m. "I can't afford to slow down," I explained simply. "I'm making up for lost time." "Lost time from what?" I said, offering a truncated version of my narrative. The family that had abandoned me, my sister in prison, and the decision that had cost me everything while also giving me everything. Marcus listened without interrupting, his gaze becoming contemplative. After I finished, he sat back in his chair and nodded once. "My parents wanted me to become a doctor," he explained. "Traditional, prestigious, and honorable. I dropped out of medical school to write code in my garage. They did not talk with me for 3 years. Did they finally come around? Eventually. But by then, I had realized I no longer needed their approval." He waved around the workplace of the firm he'd founded. "This is mine. They can accept or reject it. Regardless, it exists." That exchange changed how I saw my own journey. I'd been fleeing from my family's judgment, attempting to prove them wrong. Marcus demonstrated an alternative possibility, creating something so genuine that their opinions became meaningless. Within a year, I had transferred to Portland State University on a full scholarship. I kept working part-time at Marcus's software business, analyzing code and learning everything I could. "You're wasting your time doing grunt work," he informed me after I solved an issue that had puzzled their top developers for many weeks. "I'm moving you to the development team." The development team was made up of 7 persons, all of whom had computer science degrees from prominent colleges. I was the only community college transfer, and the only one who began coding after turning 26. The lone lady. Brandon Cole, my new boss, expressed his doubt early on. "Marcus loves to offer individuals opportunities," he told me after my first team meeting. "But this is professional grade work. If you can't keep up, speak out before bringing down the entire squad." I kept my lips shut and head down, allowing my job to speak for itself. When Brandon Cole gave me what he plainly felt was a tedious duty of documenting historical code that no one wanted to modify, I discovered 3 serious security flaws concealed in the ancient routines. Marcus summoned an emergency meeting after I submitted my report. If the weaknesses had been exploited by the wrong persons, the firm may have suffered catastrophic consequences. I not only discovered them, but also provided elegant solutions that would fill the gaps without disrupting existing functionality. Brandon Cole's expression as Marcus complimented my work in front of the entire business was almost worth the restless hours I'd spent searching over the code. "Good catch," Brandon Cole mumbled, unable to meet my gaze. "Just doing my job," I said evenly. But something had altered. The other developers began approaching me with questions, seeking my feedback on design decisions, and incorporating me in informal talks around the coffee machine. I was becoming a member of the team, gaining respect one challenge at a time. My social life, such as it was, consisted primarily of study groups and coworkers. I'd learned to be alone in my family, and that skill translated nicely into my newfound freedom. But there was a distinction between voluntary solitude and forced seclusion. Maya Collins, from my database management class, asked me to a party at her residence. I nearly declined. Parties were never my thing, but something made me accept. The meeting was tiny, about 14 persons, primarily computer science students. They discussed code and theory, and fought politely about the finest programming languages. For the first time in my life, I was in a room where I understood the topic and could make a significant contribution. You are the one who discovered those security flaws at Chen's firm, correct? I asked a man called Jordan Pierce. I learned about it through the internship network. Quite amazing. People were discussing my work. I was impressed with something I had done. The novelty of it made me nearly ecstatic. I began accepting more invites: coffee with Maya Collins, lunch with Kevin O'Connor, and happy hour with the development team. Building a social network from scratch was difficult and uncomfortable, but it was also mine, based on who I truly was, rather than who I was expected to be. My neighbor, Helen Gallagher, became an unexpected friend. She reminded me of what a mother could be: engaged, supporting, critical when needed, and always kind. She showed me how to prepare actual cuisine, not just ramen and pre-made meals. "You're too thin," she said, arriving at my home one Saturday with bags of food. "Come on, I'm showing you how to prepare lasagna." Her kitchen was warm and messy, the result of a long life. Photographs of children and grandkids adorned the refrigerator. Plants grew on every windowsill. She strolled around the area with ease, picking out pans and supplies and explaining each process. "Cooking is chemistry," she explained. "You understand coding. You can comprehend this." She was correct. Following a recipe was similar to following an algorithm: exact quantities, defined stages, and predictable results. I approached learning with the same zeal that I did everything else. While we waited for the lasagna to bake, Helen Gallagher commented that her granddaughter had gone to college to study computer technology. "She's doing quite well, works at a large firm in Silicon Valley. Are you close to her?" Helen Gallagher's countenance flashed with sadness. "Not as close as I would want. She's busy. I am elderly. That's life." "You are not old," I gently reminded her. "You are training me to prepare lasagna." She giggled and rubbed my hand. "Claire Bennett, you're fantastic for my ego. I'm delighted you moved next door." The statement struck a raw nerve in me. Someone was relieved I existed in their space. It was such a simple thing, yet I had never experienced it before. The lasagna came out nicely. Helen Gallagher sent me home with half of it and promised to make bread from scratch the next week. My parents phoned a couple times that first year. I changed my phone number, yet they continued to seek for my new contact information. I never responded, allowing their increasingly irate voicemails to pile up before deleting them in batches. Then, around 16 months after I went to Portland, Mom caught me in a moment of weakness. I had recently completed a difficult exam and was not paying attention when I answered an unfamiliar number. Her voice on the other end was strained with rage. "Scarlett writes to us about how bad jail is. She cries every day. She's experiencing panic attacks. The other convicts are abusive to her. And you continue to live your life as if nothing had occurred. She hit someone with her car and left them to die on the street." I answered gently, my voice cold and professional. "Mrs. Evelyn Parker spent 3 months in the hospital. She still cannot walk without assistance. Please tell me more about Scarlett's jail experience. You could have avoided all of this." Mom's voice crackled. "One modest sacrifice. That is all we requested. You wanted me to go to prison for a crime that I did not commit. You said I was trashy, unattractive, and useless in comparison to her. You wanted me to throw away my life because you believed hers was more valuable." My voice stayed firm and steadfast. "So I made a decision too. I picked myself. You are not the girl I raised. Good. Your daughter was miserable." I hung up and blocked the number. That was 3 years ago, and I have not communicated with them since. 2 months ago, I received a message on LinkedIn from James Callahan. The name seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it. Then I remembered Scarlett's fiancé, James, with whom she had purportedly planned a future. His message was brief. "I hope this gets to you. I know we have never met. I wanted you to know that I ended my engagement to your sister around 7 months after her conviction. Your parents informed her you'd been lying about what happened that night and had sabotaged her out of envy. I want you to know that I never believed them. I contacted Mrs. Evelyn Parker's family and learned the facts. I apologize for everything you went through. You did the correct thing. I gazed at the message for a long time. The vindication felt remote, like if it happened to someone else. I'd stopped seeking their approval years before, but I reacted nevertheless. Thank you for contacting out. I hope you are well. His reply arrived an hour later. I married somebody else 2 years ago. She is a public defender. Works with humans. The system fails. Meeting her helped me understand why you took that decision. Some things are more important than familial loyalty. I grinned at that. A stranger's husband understood me more than my own parents ever did. The years in Portland changed me in ways that I'm still finding. After struggling through community college, I transferred to Portland State and graduated summa cum laude with a degree in computer science. The lady who had just from high school finished university with a 3.8 GPA of 3.8 and employment offers from 3 separate firms. I decided to stay with Marcus Grant. Loyalty was important to me, and he gave me a chance when I was nobody. 2 years after graduation, I was promoted to lead developer at Marcus's firm, which had evolved from a scrappy startup to a real contender in the cybersecurity industry. My income had already reached 6 digits. I bought a tiny house in a quiet area with a garden that I was learning to tend. Tomatoes were supposedly more difficult to cultivate than code. My neighbor, Helen Gallagher, a retired teacher, handed me flower garden cuttings and told me about composting. She knew nothing about my family, Scarlett, jail, or the decision I had taken. To her, I was simply Claire Bennett, the quiet young woman next door who occasionally needed help identifying weeds. You have good instincts, she told me one Saturday morning while we worked in my garden. This soil was completely depleted when you bought the place. Look at it now. I examined the dark, rich dirt streaming between my fingertips. Something that had died was brought back to life via careful work. The metaphor was not lost on me. Scarlett was freed on parole last week. She had completed 4 years of her 5-year term with credit for good behavior. I knew because she had somehow discovered my email address and sent me a message. The subject line said, "We need to talk." The email itself was lengthy and meandering, alternating between fury and self-pity. She had lost her invitation to graduate school. James had abandoned her. She had a criminal record, making work practically difficult. Our parents had spent their retirement funds on legal expenses and appeals. And somehow, it was all my fault. You ruined my life because you were jealous, she wrote. You constantly resented the fact that I was prettier, smarter, and more accomplished. You saw one opportunity to tear me down and grabbed it. I made an error. People make errors, but you had a choice. You decided to be nasty. I read it 3 times, waiting for an emotion to develop. Anger, guilt, satisfaction, or anything. But there remained only a faint recollection of who she had always been, and who I had ultimately ceased being. I carefully wrote my response. Scarlett, you were driving intoxicated. You struck a 66-year-old woman in the crosswalk and drove away as she lay bleeding on the pavement. Mrs. Evelyn Parker survived, but she will never fully recover. She had to relearn how to walk. She is still in chronic pain, and her medical bills have bankrupted her family's savings. Our parents asked me to go to prison for your crime, telling me that I was worthless, ugly, and that my life was less important than yours. They asked me to give up my freedom so you could keep your opportunities, but I refused. That is the extent of my crime against you. You believe you deserve special treatment because your parents spent your entire life telling you that you were exceptional, but you're not. You're just someone who made a bad decision and had to pay for it. I sincerely hope you rebuild your life, but you'll have to do it the same way I did mine, through hard work, accountability, and the understanding that no one owes you anything just because you want it. I will not answer to any future emails. I wish you the best, but I am no longer a part of your life. I emailed it and then quickly banned her email address. Then I disabled my parents' emails, cutting off the final thread that connected us. The relief was profound. 3 days ago I received a letter in certified mail. Although there was no return address, the postmark indicated that it came from Ohio. Inside was a handwritten message from my father. Claire Bennett, your mother is quite unwell. The doctors think she does not have much time left. She is begging for you. Whatever your complaints are with this family, she is still your mother. She reared you, nourished you, and provided you with a home. You owe her at least one visit. Put aside your pride, and do the right thing. Dad. I held the letter for a long time, sitting on my porch swing as the dusk light faded over my garden. Helen Gallagher was watering her flowers next door, singing something tuneless but happy. The dying woman was not my mother in any manner that counted. She ceased being that the minute she looked at me coldly and decided I was disposable. Our biological tie was only a genetic fluke, no more substantial than having a blood type with a stranger. I considered the mother I wished to have. The one who would have safeguarded both of her children, who would have had Scarlett face her penalties while still giving love and support, and who saw value in both of us. That mother had not existed. I had finally accepted the reality. I walked inside and wrote a quick answer. Dad, I hope Mom receives the care she requires. I will not be visiting. Claire Bennett. I sent it the next morning. 4 weeks later, another certified letter arrived. I knew exactly what it would say before I opened it. The funeral notification was simple and conventional. My mother passed away. Services would be conducted in the church where I was christened as an infant, which I hadn't visited in almost a decade. I was recorded as a survivor, as if I had been present in her life. I placed the notification into the recycling bin and went to work. Yesterday, Marcus Grant summoned me to his office. I was working on a significant security contract that had the potential to propel the organization to new heights. My work was precise, identifying difficulties before they arose and fixing them with beautiful efficiency. Marcus Grant smiled as he continued. The client was impressed. They want you to lead the implementation team. It's a promotion, a large raise, and your own department. We spoke about the specifics for an hour. This role would make me one of the company's youngest department heads. The salary was ludicrous, something I'd never considered applying to my life. I accepted on the moment. Walking back to my car, I contacted Dr. Allison Walsh. She'd become a friend over the years, and I checked in with her quarterly to report my progress and ask advice. I informed her I received the promotion. Her pleased giggle filled the phone. I knew you would. You have earned it 1,000 times over. She paused. I kept thinking about our first encounter in your office. When you told me I had aptitude. You did. You do. She continued, her voice becoming quieter. I've seen many pupils pass through my programs. Very few of them possess your brains and determination. But I have observed something. The people that accomplish the most are frequently those who have something to prove. You had more to prove than most. I don't anymore, I realized as I spoke it aloud for the first time. I'm not trying to prove them wrong anymore. I'm simply living. That's when you've truly won, Dr. Allison Walsh replied softly. We spoke for a little longer before saying goodbye. I drove home through Portland's nighttime traffic, seeing the city lights turn on against the darker sky. My phone was buzzing with texts from coworkers congratulating me. Plans for a celebratory supper were already underway. I thought of Scarlett in Ohio, freshly freed and presumably trying to find work because of her record, living with our father in the house where we grew up. Mom had passed away 4 weeks ago, and she was buried without my presence. I imagined Dad alone with the daughter he attempted to save and the one he'd discarded, and all I felt was a distant optimism that they'd ultimately come to terms with their decisions, just as I had. My house gleamed warmly as I pulled into the driveway. Helen Gallagher waved from her porch, saying something about bringing zucchini bread tomorrow. Inside, my home office was filled with proof of my actual life. Framed degrees, job awards, and photos of coworkers who had become friends. There are no family photographs. I stopped exhibiting them years ago. I prepared dinner and worked in my garden till the light went out entirely. The tomatoes were finally flourishing, laden with fruit that would mature in the following weeks. I'd learnt patience with them, seeing that progress could not be pushed, but rather encouraged and given time. My phone vibrated one last time. An email sent from an unknown address. I nearly deleted it before reading it, but something compelled me to open it. Miss Claire Bennett, my name is Natalie Parker. My mother was the victim of the hit and run that involved your sister. I wanted to reach out since my mother had requested me to contact you. She read about your sister's release in the press and wanted to tell you something. She wants you to know that she has forgiven your sister for what transpired. But more than that, she wanted me to tell you that your story, your honesty about what occurred that night, restored her trust in humans. She had been suffering with wrath and resentment, believing that justice did not exist. Learning that someone had chosen truth above familial loyalty, even at tremendous personal sacrifice, aided her recovery in ways that medicine could not. My mother is now 74. She is still in pain and needs a cane, but she is at peace with it. She wanted you to know that your choice was important to her and that it helped. Thank you for your integrity. Sincerely, Natalie Parker. I read it 3 times. Tears obscured the words and surprised me with their ferocity. I hadn't sobbed about anything in years, but these weren't tears of sorrow or rage. They represented something cleaner, almost like finality. I wrote back. Dear Natalie, please tell your mother that her note meant more than she knows. I hope she continues to heal. I hope she has many happy years ahead. Thank you for contacting out. With thanks, Claire Bennett. I submitted it and shut my laptop. The home was calm around me, full of the life I had created from nothing. There is no family legacy, no parental support, and no sister's shadow to live in. Just my own work, my own decisions, and my steadfast reluctance to accept their interpretation of who I was meant to be. I moved through my house, shutting out lights and closing doors in preparation for sleep. In my bedroom, I saw my reflection in the mirror. The face staring back was not awful. It had never been unattractive. It was all mine, lived in and earned, with challenges my family would never comprehend since they hadn't bothered to witness them. Tomorrow I'd go to work and begin establishing my new department. I'd hire people who shone promise in the same way Marcus Grant and Dr. Allison Walsh saw it in me. I'd make something worthwhile with nothing but labor and vision. My phone was now quiet. There are no more letters from Ohio. No more guilt trips or manipulations. My mother was killed and buried without my tears. My father had reclaimed Scarlett, the daughter he had chosen. They could rebuild any connection they wanted without my interfering. Helen Gallagher's zucchini bread might appear at some time. Work would be difficult and fulfilling. My garden would require maintenance. My existence would continue, constructed on my own foundations and nourished by the effort I decided to make. They wanted me to give up everything for Scarlett because they believed I was worth less. Instead, I walked away and realized how much I was worth when assessed by my own standards rather than theirs. The math worked out better than they could have dreamed. I got into bed and slept peacefully, dreamlessly, like someone who had finally let go of a burden she was never meant to bear. Tomorrow would bring new problems, new wins, and new proof that the person they'd discarded was precisely the person who ought to be retained. And that, I thought as I went off to sleep, was the finest justice of all. Call to action. I hope my tale touched some of you. It has been a long road, and it is still ongoing. I would love to hear your opinions. Have you ever had to choose yourself above your family's expectations, or leave a relationship that was holding you back? Tell me what you think in the comments section. I genuinely want to know. Accused of assault, while 85 miles away. My brother posted, "Believe them," and tried to put me in jail. My parents disowned me, until the court hit him with $175,000. I'm a 41-year-old male who owns an electrical contracting business and teaches basic electrical safety courses twice a week at Riverside Community College. Not exactly glamorous, but I make mid-six figures when commercial jobs come in, and teaching keeps my skills sharp. Additionally, the college pays $85 per hour for 2 3.5-hour sessions. Easy money. The nightmare began on a Tuesday, when Dean Whitaker, the department head, summoned me to his office following my morning session. I assumed it was about the new curriculum they wanted to implement for the fall semester. Perhaps a pay increase. Something normal. Dean Whitaker was sitting there with Dr. Marissa Vaughn, the student services director, and a college attorney whose name I couldn't remember because I was too busy reading the room. The atmosphere was funeral home wrong. Too many serious expressions for a scheduling conversation. Ethan Walker. Thank you for coming in. Dean Whitaker held his hands together as if he were about to deliver bad news about a terminal diagnosis. We need to talk about some allegations made about your behavior at last month's Skills USA competition. My brain immediately went on red alert. What are the allegations? 3 students have filed separate reports alleging inappropriate physical contact occurred during the competition weekend in Sacramento. Given the gravity of these allegations, we are placing you on immediate administrative leave pending a thorough investigation. I stared at him as if he had grown a second head. What competition? The Skills USA Regionals will take place in Sacramento from April 18th to 20th. I wasn't at the competition. Dr. Marissa Vaughn leaned forward, using a practiced counselor voice that made my teeth hurt. Ethan, I understand how shocking this must be for you. These situations are always difficult, but the most important thing is that we prioritize student safety and adhere to proper protocols. I wasn't at the competition, so I repeated slowly this time. I was working on a 3-phase installation at the new medical complex in downtown. I can get the permits, inspection reports, and everything. Dean Whitaker's expression did not change. We will go over all documentation as part of the investigation. However, given the consistency of the reports and the gravity of the allegations, we believe immediate suspension is the appropriate response. Which reports are consistent? I was not there. I did not go to Sacramento. I was 85 miles away, running conduit through a hospital with security cameras on each floor. Dean Whitaker finally said, "Your name is on the trip roster." As if that was checkmate. I informed him that the roster was incorrect and offered to provide proof that I had been on a job site all weekend. Nobody pretended to care. The attorney eventually spoke up. Some people repeated corporate nonsense about liability and proper procedure. "We need you to gather your materials and leave campus today. Someone from Human Resources will contact you to discuss next steps." That's when I understood. They'd already decided that evidence was merely an inconvenience that could complicate their neat little narrative. Can I at least know what I've been accused of? Student privacy laws prohibit us from disclosing information without signed releases, Dr. Marissa Vaughn explained. However, the nature of the allegations requires immediate action. I wanted to pull out my phone and show them the work orders, signed inspection documents, and time-stamped photos I'd taken of the installation for the project file, but the fact that they were all sitting there together in this unified wall of bureaucratic certainty told me it didn't matter. They had chosen their story. I was just the impediment. I cleared my desk in 20 minutes, grabbing my tools, a couple of reference books, and some flash drives containing lecture materials. The entire time I kept thinking about April 18th. I remember that weekend vividly because my hospital job had been a nightmare. Inspections are scheduled for Monday morning, putting work on the critical path. I'd been on site since 5:30 a.m. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I was supervising a crew of 5 guys while also running the rough-in on the surgical wing. My back was killing me by Sunday night. I went home and spent an hour soaking in a hot bath. I had permits requiring my signature, inspection reports, progress photos, and daily logs. 5 electricians who had worked alongside me all weekend. Over the course of 3 days, my phone most likely pinged off the hospital's cell tower 240 times. A 12-minute record check would have resolved this issue immediately. They did not want to check. I called my parents from the truck. My father answered on the second ring. "They're accusing me of something that is physically impossible," I explained. No preamble, no drama. 3 students claim I did something at a competition I didn't attend. They suspended me. My mother went on speaker. Her voice had that edge that comes with seeing an opportunity. What exactly do they claim happened? They won't give me specifics, but they said it happened at the Skills USA competition in Sacramento. I worked the hospital job all weekend. There was a pause. Then, my father. "Do you have proof? Permits, inspection documents, work crew witnesses, and site photos have all been signed." "Then we'll handle it," he said. But his tone was not reassuring, it was calculating. "Stop by the house tonight. We need to talk about strategy." That night, I retrieved every piece of documentation I had. Permits signed by me as the license holder on site, as well as inspection reports from 4 separate walkthroughs that weekend. Hospital security badge logs that show entry and exit times. Crew statements, progress photos with timestamps, everything organized, chronological, and airtight proof that not only suggested innocence, but also demonstrated physical impossibility. I was not in Sacramento. I was 85 miles away on a job site with a paper trail that any second-year law student could check in 12 minutes. I sent it all to Dean Whitaker at midnight, with the subject line, "Documentation, April 18th to 20th hospital job." He never replied. My brother Logan Pierce called me at 9:15 a.m. on Wednesday. I was still half asleep, but we grew up in the same house and had the same surname, so I assumed blood would count for something. Then I remembered Logan Pierce's need to be the better son. When I started my business at 27 and bought my first home at 29, he spent Thanksgiving dinner explaining to everyone that real jobs required advanced degrees. When I paid off my truck in cash, he made a remark about how blue-collar money did not create generational wealth. Our parents had always preferred his corporate career over mine, despite the fact that I had a state MBA, a non-profit job title, and community leadership experience. He had been posting ally content on social media for 3 years, mostly in the form of performative threads about accountability and believing in survivors. His career had stalled after being passed over for director twice. He needed a reason. I just didn't realize I'd become it. Logan Pierce, thank God. Did you hear what happened? The college is trying to. I can't talk to you right now. His voice was cold. Professional. I'm meeting with the college administration this afternoon. I wanted to let you know that Natalie Pierce and I are taking this very seriously. What are they taking? Seriously. I was not even at the competition. I have documentation that shows I spent the entire weekend on a job site. Permits, inspections, and crew statements. I have to go. He hung up. I tried to call back. Blocked. Tried texting. Blocked. I sat in my truck staring at my phone, wondering if I had misheard. Perhaps he needed some time to process. Perhaps the college fed him some nonsense that made him cautious. Then I received a text from Uncle Raymond, Ray Walker. Have you seen what Logan Pierce posted? Call me. Logan Pierce had sent something to his extended family first. A private message to my parents, aunt, and a few cousins. Uncle Ray Walker forwarded it to me. Professional language about serious allegations and supporting the investigative process, as well as how he couldn't in good conscience continue to communicate until the facts were established. Cold, measured, but clearly a line drawn in the sand. That was a warning shot. 7 hours later, the family group text exploded. Logan Pierce had posted a message that felt like a stab to the chest. I have been informed of credible allegations against Ethan Walker made by Riverside Community College students. After meeting with college officials and thoroughly reviewing the information they provided, Natalie Pierce and I believe the students who have come forward. We will not be in contact with Ethan Walker, and we strongly urge the family to prioritize the safety and well-being of the young people involved in this situation. I read it 4 times, trying to make the words mean something different. My mother responded first. We are behind you both. This is heartbreaking, yet necessary. My father agreed. Some things are more valuable than family loyalty. You're a hero for advocating for the victims. My cousin, Chloe Walker. Wait, what? Has anyone spoken to Ethan Walker? My uncle Ray Walker. This is ridiculous. You're condemning him without first hearing his side. I began typing a response. I deleted it. I started again. I deleted it. What in the heck was I supposed to say? That I wasn't present? I'd already told Logan Pierce that he didn't bother to look at the evidence before declaring me guilty in front of everyone we knew. I tried calling my father. Voicemail. I tried my mom. She responded, but it sounded like she was reading from a script. Ethan, honey, we've talked about this a lot with Logan Pierce. He has shown us the college's concerns, and we believe the best course of action is to take a step back and allow the investigation to proceed without family interference. Family interference. I'm trying to show you proof that I wasn't even present. Sweetheart, we're not investigators. We are not qualified to evaluate evidence. What we can do is support the process and make victims feel comfortable coming forward. Victims of what? I was on a job site 85 miles away, with 5 witnesses and a stack of inspection documents. Your anger is understandable right now, but it is unproductive. We love you, but we need to think about the bigger picture. What are the broader implications of? Destroying an innocent person is easier than verifying basic facts. She sighed as if I was being difficult. We will talk once you have calmed down. She hung up. Logan Pierce had already posted something on social media on Thursday night. My uncle Ray Walker took a screenshot and sent it to me before my mother forced him to delete his phone number from the family contact list. Some lengthy manifesto about believing survivors, even if it costs you relationships. About how true accountability necessitates sacrifice. About prioritizing what is right over what is convenient. 420 likes in just 3 hours. Comments calling him brave and a true ally. No one asked if he had verified any facts. The college sent out the termination letter on Friday morning. Corporate language about maintaining safe learning environments and making difficult decisions in the best interests of students goes into effect immediately. I'd been teaching there for 5 years. I helped design their entire electrical safety curriculum. Had a 96% student approval rating. I never received a single complaint until 3 students who had never been in my class suddenly remembered that I had molested them at an event I had not attended. They dismissed me in 4 paragraphs. My landlord issued an eviction notice the following Tuesday. You have 75 days to vacate. Apparently, there is a morality clause buried in the lease regarding conduct that harms the property's reputation. Being falsely accused of predatory behavior appears to qualify. My commercial account began to pull contracts. The word spreads quickly in the construction industry, and no one wants to be associated with that kind of liability. 3 jobs totaling $195,000 in billings vanished in 10 days. The general contractors who had been contacting me for bids suddenly encountered scheduling conflicts. The supply house that had given me net 45 terms for 7 years switched me to cash only. My accountant sent me a polite email suggesting that we reconsider our professional relationship. Friends stopped responding. People I had known since high school abandoned me on red. My gym membership was mysteriously canceled. When I walked into the coffee shop near my apartment, the guy who ran it couldn't make eye contact with me. I'd been getting the same breakfast sandwich for 4 years. I decided to stop going. I kept sending messages to Logan Pierce. I tried email after he blocked everything else. I sent him the entire evidence folder complete with timestamps, photos, and documentation proving I was on site that weekend. Subject line: just take a look at this. Delivery is confirmed. Never opened. He decided I was guilty and that the evidence was insignificant. I stopped explaining on day 14. Not because I had given up, but because I realized something sitting in my empty apartment surrounded by boxes that I couldn't afford to move. Nobody who had already chosen a side was going to look at the evidence. They did not want the truth. They wanted a villain. And I had been perfectly cast. I did not return to my parents' place. The door was welded shut. I put my belongings in storage and slept in my friend Derek Collins' basement on a folding bed. I paid him in cash and rewired his panel, which appeared to have been installed during the Nixon administration. I spent my weekend organizing everything: permits, inspections, time-stamped badge logs, progress photos, and crew witness statements. Everything led to the same conclusion. I was not in Sacramento. I was on a job site 85 meters away, doing work that left a detailed paper trail. Monday morning, I contacted a lawyer. This is not a large firm. Couldn't afford it. But my uncle, Ray Walker, knew someone who owed him a favor. Civil rights attorney in his early 40s who worked on Title IX cases and had a reputation for eating college administrators alive. When I arrived at the diner, she was already on her second coffee. "Walk me through it," she said, taking out a legal pad. I did. The entire situation, the accusation, the suspension, the family breakdown, Logan Pierce's social media campaign, everything. She spent 20 minutes reviewing my evidence. When she did look up, her expression was predatory. "This is bulletproof. You were not there. I understand. So why are they still pushing this? Because admitting they were wrong entails admitting they railroaded an innocent person. The college, the administrators, and my brother went public quickly and loudly. Walking back now makes them appear incompetent or malicious. It's easier to keep insisting that I'm guilty and hoping to slink away quietly." She nodded slowly. "Here's what you need to know. You have strong claims of defamation, tortious interference, and possibly Title IX violations. Your brother made specific, false, and damaging statements that cost you money and housing. The college disregarded basic due process. This will turn ugly. It will take time and cost more than they are willing to pay. I am not going anywhere." Good. Then comes the play. We don't participate publicly. We preserve evidence, file the appropriate complaints, and allow them to continue digging their hole deeper. Every time your brother posts, we screenshot it. Every time the college refuses to review your evidence, we document it. When this comes to trial, we will bury them in their own negligence. How about Logan Pierce? What about him? He's out there, calling me a predator. He's coaching the families, so let him. Every post he makes, every statement he helps shape, every time he doubles down without verifying fundamental facts, it becomes evidence. The more confident he appears, the worse he appears when we show that he never verified anything. He's preparing your case for you. I liked her immediately. We spent the next hour discussing next steps. Before I left, she gave me one more instruction. Send preservation letters to both the college and Dr. Marissa Vaughn. Put them on notice that they must keep all documents, emails, and records related to this case. If they destroy evidence after receiving that letter, it becomes a completely different issue for them. That afternoon, I sent preservation letters and filed complaints with both the State Accreditation Board and the Department of Education. Started drafting a defamation lawsuit against Logan Pierce. Nothing dramatic, nothing public. Just bureaucratic machinery in motion. Logan Pierce continued to post lengthy threads about believing victims, the dangers of families protecting predators, and the importance of choosing moral courage over familial obligation. He wasn't being subtle about it. The whole thing came down to convicting him first and asking questions later. Each post was screenshotted, logged, and added to the file. He was building my case one self-righteous paragraph at a time without even realizing it. The police investigation began 4 months ago. They checked the competition records. My name was not on them. I checked the chaperone list, lodging, and transportation logs, and there was nothing. Then they investigated the hospital job, discovered my permits, inspection reports, badge logs, and 5 electricians who swore under oath that I'd been on site all weekend. The detective called me in November. He sounded tired in the way cops do when they realize they've wasted months on nonsense. "We have completed our investigation. I want you to know that we found no evidence that you were in Sacramento that weekend. Your alibi is absolutely solid. We are closing this case with no criminal charges filed." "How about the accusations?" A long pause. "We are looking into how those allegations were documented and who was involved in the process. This is all I can say." He hung up. I called my lawyer. She was not surprised. "Perfect. Now we're after them." She'd been busy while I remained quiet. I submitted a discovery request, served subpoenas on the college, Dr. Marissa Vaughn, and Logan Pierce. The college fought it. Student privacy, institutional privilege, and confidentiality are all claimed to be protected. She ripped through each objection like tissue paper. But first came the stonewalling. HR began ghosting. The college's legal department issued form letters. "We cannot comment on ongoing personnel issues." When my lawyer requested the hospital's security badge logs, they claimed the data was unavailable due to technical issues. The college attempted to make it go away quietly. Their attorney contacted them in December with a settlement offer. $65,000 mutual non-disclosure agreement. No admission of wrongdoing. The email had a desperate corporate smell. "Make this disappear before it worsens." My lawyer forwarded it to me with a single word: laughable. She responded with our own offer. Full reinstatement, a public apology, $325,000, and Dr. Marissa Vaughn's dismissal. Or we go to trial and expose every procedural flaw in discovery. They remained silent for 4 weeks. Then a reporter from the local newspaper began asking questions. Someone leaked the police findings. The college's public relations office started putting out fires. Board members became nervous. Donors began calling. Suddenly those unavailable hospital badge logs reappeared with exact timestamps. External pressure had forced them to confront reality, something my evidence had failed to do. The discovery materials began arriving in January. Discovery answered the only question that mattered: how my name became attached in the first place. Dr. Marissa Vaughn had forwarded the Sacramento trip roster, which was a recycled template from the previous year. My name was still on there. She treated the spreadsheet as gospel and coached the girls until their statements matched the roster. Dr. Marissa Vaughn and Dean Whitaker exchanged emails about narrative management and story control. Dr. Marissa Vaughn and the students' parents exchanged text messages about how to help them organize their memories. Multiple drafts of student statements with significant edits and additions that clearly did not originate from teenagers. The accusers were not malicious masterminds. They were children. Haley Carter, 18, is in the welding program, and Brooke Daniels, 17, is studying HVAC fundamentals. Both had actually attended the Sacramento competition. Dr. Marissa Vaughn approached both after the event as part of what was supposed to be a routine feedback session. Their initial statements were ambiguous, confused, and uncertain. Then Dr. Marissa Vaughn became involved. A single email from Dr. Marissa Vaughn to Haley Carter's mother stood out. "I understand she's having trouble remembering specifics, but trauma can make memories fuzzy. Let's try the timeline exercise that we discussed. Walking through the weekend hour by hour can help bring things to the surface." Another for Brooke Daniels' father. "I believe we now have enough consistency to move forward confidently. The statements are well aligned. We just need to ensure that the family remains committed to the process and does not waver under pressure." There were more pages to it. Dr. Marissa Vaughn guided, suggested, and shaped every detail until the stories fell into place. But the most damning evidence came from Logan Pierce's digital trail. He was so certain he was the hero that he documented everything. A message to Haley Carter's mother read, "I understand your daughter is having second thoughts. However, backing out now sends the message that if you put enough pressure on victims, they will give in. We need to show strength here." Another, "Don't let them fixate on timelines and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic used by predators. What really matters is the trauma, not the logistics. He had saved everything. Every conversation where he assisted them in refining their statements. Every moment he'd prioritized his crusade over basic fact-checking. Every time he'd pushed back when doubt started creeping in. My lawyer scheduled depositions for February. Logan Pierce went first. The deposition happened in a conference room that smelled like old coffee and desperation. Logan Pierce sat across from me for the first time in 9 months. He looked terrible. Dark circles under his eyes. His lawyer was some underpaid associate who kept checking his watch like he had somewhere better to be. My lawyer looked like a shark that had just spotted blood in the water. She started soft. Background questions. His relationship to me, his work and community advocacy. Then she shifted gears. When did you first learn about the allegations against your brother? The college contacted me in late April. Asked if I'd meet with them to discuss a serious situation. And what did they tell you in that meeting? That 3 students had reported inappropriate contact during a competition weekend. Did they provide specific details about what allegedly occurred? No. They said privacy laws prevented them from sharing details without parental consent. Did they tell you which competition? Skills USA Regionals in Sacramento, April 18th through 20th. And did you at any point during or after that meeting verify that Ethan Walker had actually attended that competition? Pause. Logan Pierce glanced at his lawyer. The lawyer nodded slightly. No, you didn't check the attendance records. Didn't verify the chaperone list. Didn't ask the college to confirm Ethan Walker had even been present? No. My lawyer let that sit for a moment. Ethan Walker reached out to you after the accusation was made. Correct. Yes. And what did he tell you? He said he wasn't at the competition, that he had proof he was working a job that weekend. And what did you do with that information? I told him I couldn't discuss it with him and ended the call. Did you ask to see this proof? No. He sent you documentation, didn't he? Permits, inspection reports, witness statements. He sent emails. I didn't open them. Why not? Logan Pierce's jaw tightened. Because I'd already made my decision based on the information the college provided. Looking at his defense felt like it would compromise my ability to support the victims. Support the victims? My lawyer repeated flatly. Even if the alleged victim wasn't actually victimized by your brother. I thought the allegations were credible, but you didn't verify them. Silence. My lawyer let it hang there. The court reporter's fingers stopped. Logan Pierce's lawyer shifted in his seat. The whole room could feel the weight of that admission settling like cement. You posted on social media about this case multiple times, correct? Yes. Public post declaring your belief in the accusations and your decision to cut contact with Ethan Walker. Yes. And you helped the families involved organize their statements, didn't you? Hesitation. I provided support and guidance. My lawyer slid a printed screenshot across the table. This is a message from you to Haley Carter's mother. You wrote, and I quote, "Don't let them focus on timelines and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic predators use." Do you remember writing that? Logan Pierce stared at the paper. Yes. Were you aware that timelines might actually matter if, for example, the accused person wasn't present at the event in question? At the time, I believed verification wasn't important. I believed protecting the students was more important than getting caught up in technicalities. Technicalities like whether your brother was actually there. His lawyer objected. My lawyer withdrew the question and kept going. You also messaged Haley Carter's mother encouraging her not to let Haley Carter walk anything back even after the student expressed uncertainty about her recollection. Is that accurate? I was trying to prevent her from being pressured into silence. Or were you trying to prevent her from telling the truth when that truth became inconvenient for your narrative? Objection withdrawn. Let's talk about your testimony to the college board. You gave public comments, correct? Yes. And in those comments you stated that Ethan Walker was guilty and that the family should support the accusers over him. I stated that I believed the students and that accountability was necessary. Accountability for something he didn't do. I didn't know that at the time. You could have known. You chose not to. Correct. Logan Pierce didn't answer. My lawyer leaned forward. Logan Pierce, did it ever occur to you that by publicly declaring your brother guilty, by helping families craft consistent statements, by encouraging them to ignore doubts and stay committed, Did it ever occur to you that you might be participating in destroying an innocent person's life? No. Why not? Because I've worked with victims for years. I've seen how often they get silenced and dismissed. I didn't want to be part of that system. So instead, you became part of a system that destroys innocent people without checking basic facts. Objection. The deposition went on for 7 more hours. My lawyer walked him through every message, every post, every statement he helped shape, made him explain each decision, each assumption, each moment he'd chosen certainty over verification. By the end, he looked destroyed. My lawyer had one final question. Logan Pierce, if you could go back to April, would you have done anything differently? A long pause. Logan Pierce's hands were shaking slightly. I would have verified he was there first. The deposition ended at 8:45 p.m. Logan Pierce left without looking at me once. His lawyer pulled my lawyer aside in the hallway. I watched through the glass as they talked. The lawyer kept shaking his head. My lawyer's expression stayed neutral. When she came back, she had that look lawyers get when they know they've already won. He's going to settle, she said. He has to. His own words buried him. The college board meeting where everything fell apart happened on a Tuesday in March. They'd scheduled it as routine business, but word had leaked about the investigation findings. The room was packed. Parents, faculty, a handful of reporters, local activists who'd been supporting Logan Pierce, and some family members I hadn't seen in months. Uncle Ray Walker was there, my cousin Chloe Walker, a few friends who'd stuck around. I'd asked them not to come, but Uncle Ray Walker had said, "We're watching you get vindicated. We're not missing it." My parents sat in the back corner. My mom had that tight smile she wears when things aren't going her way. My dad looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Logan Pierce was absent. His lawyer had probably told him to stay away. The interim college president, brought in from the district office after the scandal broke, and Dean Whitaker resigned, opened with a prepared statement about transparency and institutional responsibility. The room became silent. Then they read the findings. After an extensive review of the allegations made against Ethan Walker, including examination of work permits, inspection reports, security logs, and witness testimony, this board finds no factual basis connecting Ethan Walker to the alleged incident. Ethan Walker was not present in Sacramento on the weekend in question. He was in fact on a commercial job site in this city, performing licensed electrical work with multiple witnesses confirming his presence. Murmurs rippled through the room. Furthermore, our investigation revealed significant procedural failures in how the initial accusations were handled. Students were interviewed without proper protocols. Statements were edited and refined by college personnel in ways that compromised their credibility. Multiple administrative decisions were made without verification of basic facts. The interim president looked uncomfortable. Ethan Walker has filed civil claims against this institution, against Dr. Marissa Vaughn, and against his brother Logan Pierce for defamation and related allegations. While we cannot comment on ongoing litigation, the college wishes to acknowledge that Ethan Walker was wrongfully terminated and that his professional reputation was damaged by institutional failures on our part. Someone in the audience shouted something. A reporter stood up. The president gave for order. "We are prepared to offer Ethan Walker a settlement in the amount of..." My lawyer leaned over and whispered, "Don't take it. We're going to trial on the defamation claims. Make an example." I nodded. Logan Pierce's case went to trial in May. Civil court, not criminal. Money and reputations, not handcuffs. His lawyer tried everything, argued good faith reliance on the college's investigation, claimed his posts were protected opinion, said he was trying to support victims, and didn't have a legal duty to verify facts. My lawyer destroyed him. She walked the jury through every piece of evidence Logan Pierce had ignored, every message coaching families to ignore doubts, every public declaration of guilt without checking if I'd even been in the same city. "This isn't about believing victims," she said in closing. "It's about what happens when belief becomes a weapon." Logan Pierce didn't just fail to verify facts, he actively avoided them because they were inconvenient. He helped manufacture consistency in statements that were falling apart. He pressured families to ignore their children's doubts. He did all of this publicly, loudly, with absolute certainty. And he did it to a man who was 85 meters away on a commercial job site when this alleged crime supposedly occurred. The jury took 3 hours, liable on all claims, $175,000 in damages for lost income, reputational harm, and emotional distress. Logan Pierce's face was blank when they read the verdict. His lawyer tried to say something. He just stood up and walked out. The college settled the next week. $310,000, public apology, agreement to reform investigation procedures. The settlement required them to send formal correction letters to every single person in business they'd notified about the accusations. My landlord, every vendor who'd pulled contracts, the college department mailing list, the local contracting association, all on official letterhead stating that the allegations were unfounded, that I'd been wrongfully terminated, and that their investigation confirmed I wasn't present at the event. My lawyer called it reputational remediation. I called it watching them eat crow in writing. My old landlord called me 2 days later, apologized, offered to be a reference. 3 vendors who dropped me reached out about new contracts. The department chair who'd supervised my termination had to sign every letter personally. They also paid settlements to the families whose kids had been used as props in Dr. Marissa Vaughn's crusade. I don't hate Haley Carter or Brooke Daniels. They were 18 and 17 when this started. Just kids who got pulled into something they didn't understand by adults who should have known better. Dr. Marissa Vaughn manipulated them. Logan Pierce reinforced it. Their parents got coached into believing consistency mattered more than truth. The girls were confused, pressured, and surrounded by authority figures telling them what to remember. I blame the adults who used them. Dr. Marissa Vaughn lost her license 5 months later. The state board found she'd coached students, manufactured evidence, and violated about 18 professional standards. She tried to appeal. It went nowhere. I didn't move to some new city to start fresh. Forget that. I rebuilt right here where everyone could watch. Used the settlement money to buy my own building. 4,500 square foot shop with office space and room for equipment. Hired back my old crew. Started bidding on the commercial jobs that had dropped me. Turns out a multi-$100,000 settlement and a court judgment in your favor is pretty good advertising. Within 7 months, I was busier than before the nightmare started. My parents tried to reconcile in July. Showed up at the shop unannounced while I was running conduit for a restaurant renovation. I saw my dad's car pull into the lot and knew exactly what was coming. My dad started with, "We thought it was important to clear the air and discuss." "Get out of my shop." My mom tried her soft voice, the one she uses when she wants something but needs to pretend she's being reasonable. "Ethan, sweetheart, we were just trying to do what we thought was right at the time. We didn't have all the information." "You had the information. I sent it to you. You chose not to look at it because Logan Pierce told you not to. That's not fair." My dad said, "We were in an impossible situation. Family was divided. Emotions were high. Emotions were high because you let Logan Pierce declare me guilty without checking a single fact. You backed his play because he's always been your golden child. And I've always been the disappointment who works with his hands instead of pushing paper in some corporate office." My mom's eyes got teary. "We never stated that. You did not have to. You demonstrated it when it mattered." I returned to work. They stood for another minute before leaving. I haven't heard from them since. The family fracture never healed. Uncle Ray Walker and cousin Chloe Walker remained in touch. Everyone else either supported Logan Pierce or remained silent. Fine with me. Blood is meaningless when those who share it throw you under the bus at the first opportunity. Logan Pierce attempted to rebuild his advocacy career, but the court judgment followed him everywhere. He was fired from his nonprofit job 4 months after the verdict. Last I heard, he was working for an insurance company doing grunt work for $48,000 per year. Natalie Pierce, his wife, left him in September. He took the house, the car, and his remaining dignity. I did not celebrate. It didn't feel good to watch him crater. But I didn't feel bad either. The true satisfaction came from watching everyone who was so certain, so righteous, and so sure they were on the right side of history. Watching them all have to eat their words and knowing they'd never admit their mistakes. Logan Pierce arrived on a cold Saturday in October, nearly 20 months after the accusation. I was closing the shop around 6:30 p.m. when his truck pulled into the parking lot. I immediately recognized it. He drove the same beat-up Ford since college. He sat in the cab for about 7 minutes before getting out. I continued loading tools into my service van as if I had not noticed him. He walked over slowly and stopped about 12 feet away. "Ethan." I had finished loading the drill kit before looking up. "What do you want?" He looked worse in person than I had expected. Thinner, older, and worn down in a way unrelated to age. I wanted to talk about what? About everything. About what occurred. He came to a stop. "I messed up. I know that now." I closed the van door and leaned against it. "You drove an hour just to tell me you messed up. That is your big revelation." I am trying to apologize. You are trying to make yourself feel better. There is a distinction. His jaw tightened. I was wrong about everything. I should have listened to you. Should have examined your evidence. Should have checked to see if I was actually present before declaring me a predator in front of the entire family. Yes. Before telling families to ignore their children's doubts, they should have verified at least one fact. Yes. Should have considered for a second whether your crusade was more important to you than the truth. He did not respond to that one. I pushed off the van. Logan, you did not make a simple mistake. You made a decision. You chose to believe I was guilty because it made you feel better. Because it allows you to be the hero. Because verifying facts required effort, while believing in your own righteousness was simple. I was trying to help. You were trying to feel important. And when the evidence did not support your narrative, you simply ignored it. I thought I was doing the correct thing. No, you assumed you were the correct person. There is a distinction. You've spent your entire life striving to outperform me in terms of intelligence, success, and status. When those students made their accusation, you saw an opportunity. I finally had proof that you were the good brother and I was the screw-up you always thought I was. His hands shook. That is not the case. You did not verify my presence because you did not want to. You wanted me to feel guilty. It matched the story you had been telling yourself since we were children. Silence stretched between us like razor wire. I lost everything, he admitted finally. My job, marriage, and reputation. I understand that this does not make up for what I did to you, but nothing. You did not lose those items because of what I did. You lost them due to what you did. Because you prioritized your crusade over basic facts. When the truth was revealed, everyone knew exactly who you were. I'm trying to make things right. You cannot. Some issues cannot be resolved with a 20-month late apology. You ruined my life because it was convenient for you. You made mom and dad think I was a predator because it made you look better in comparison. You coached families to ignore evidence because you couldn't stand being wrong. I walked past him, toward my truck. Ethan, please wait. I paused but did not turn around. Do you want forgiveness? Do you want closure? Do you want me to tell you that everything is fine and that we can rebuild our relationship? I'd like to try. Then, try this. Accept the consequences of your actions. Live with the fact that you destroyed your brother based on unverified accusations. Live with the knowledge that when it really mattered, you chose your ego over the truth. Live with the knowledge that everyone who praised you for your bravery was actually praising you for being certain of something you never checked. Do not call me again. Do not show up at my shop. Do not send letters, emails, or messages via family members. We're finished. I got into my truck and started the engine. Through the windshield I could see him standing in the parking lot. Shoulders slumped and smaller than I'd ever seen him. His hands were inside his pockets. His head was down. He appeared to be a man who had finally realized what he had done, and that there was no way to fix it. I drove away without looking back. At Dad's country club retirement party, the legacy slideshow erased me completely. I left one envelope. You inherited yours. I built mine. I'm Ethan. I'm 39, married with 2 children. Liam is 11, and Ava has just turned 8. I'm a software consultant who works largely from home, and I actually prefer it that way. I get to walk my children to school, prepare supper most nights, and be present. That wasn't something I had growing up. My father was present, but he assessed love in terms of milestones and achievements. He wasn't harsh, just frigid. Unless you're my elder brother Logan. Logan could do no wrong. Straight B's in school. At least you're trying. Takes 3rd place in a scientific fair. Look at the future engineer. Meanwhile, I came home with straight A's, and Dad would squint at my report card and mutter, well, that's what's expected. I became accustomed to being the invisible child. But things improved when I left for college. I met my wife, Natalie, fell in love, began our own family, and dedicated everything to creating something unique, warm, and constant. I used to believe I had made peace with the way things were. Dad was not going to change, but I no longer needed his approval. Or so I told myself. It's funny how the past constantly finds a way back in. This narrative begins on December 18th, when my father's long message appeared in our family group chat, which usually remains silent until birthdays. It was very intelligent and nearly lyrical. He stated that he intended to establish a new tradition, a New Year's Eve family party at his home, replete with food, a fireplace gathering, and a special surprise for the grandchildren. He repeated that part twice. Something extremely unforgettable for children. Now, I have to admit that I hesitated. Our prior holiday gatherings had been difficult. Logan was toasted during Thanksgiving and delivered a long, rambling speech about carrying on the family name as I sat silently with mashed potatoes in my lips. Or the Christmas when Dad gave all the kids gifts but mine since he didn't know what Liam was into these days. However, this message was different. It sounded like effort. It sounded like he was trying. Liam was quite excited. He inquired if he should wear his blue blazer, which he refers to as his gentleman's outfit. Ava practiced counting backwards from 10 and repeatedly asked if she could stay up until midnight like the other children. I will confess it. I allowed myself to hope it would be different. Maybe this was Dad's way of reaching out, of attempting to balance the scales slightly. We got at Dad's apartment about 6:45 p.m. on New Year's Eve. Natalie brought her trademark cranberry tart. The kids were all dressed up, and I even donned one of those stupid paper crowns off a cracker to lighten the atmosphere. The place was already bustling. My brother Logan and his wife Leia had come earlier with their 3 children. Dad was in the kitchen, uncorking wine and giggling as if it were a sitcom. I offered him a tiny bottle of whiskey that I knew he liked and said, "Happy almost New Year, Dad." He hardly looked up. "Oh, thanks. Put it by the drinks." Okay, hardly the most promising start, but I shrugged it off. It was early. As the night progressed, things began to seem odd. The living area was decked out with decorations, but not the typical Happy New Year ones. There were sparkly banners with phrases like Carter's Big Year and A Star is Born, Chloe's ballet journey. The bookcases were adorned with posters and framed images of Logan's children, their spelling bees, piano recitals, and soccer medals. There was also a little monitor on the side table that displayed a slideshow. Of course, it was a slideshow, replete with beautiful background music and film footage of Logan's children performing everything from school plays to unwrapping Christmas gifts. Natalie looked at me, her grin frozen in a polite, "Please tell me this isn't what it looks like" expression. "Maybe there's another surprise later," I said, fixing Liam's bow tie. He was watching the slideshow with an odd face, as if he wasn't sure whether he should be impressed or uncomfortable. Then came the toasts. Dad stood up, tapped his glass with a fork, and went into what he described as a small tribute to the next generation. I expected something broad, perhaps a general homage to all the grandchildren. Nope. Carter has had a tremendous year. Dad began grinning. Student of the month twice. Don't forget the game-winning goal in October. He looked at Logan's youngest. And Chloe, you blew us all away with your ballet presentation. Such poise. Everyone applauded. He proceeded down the line, lavishing Logan's children with praise. Jackson's scientific project was so excellent that we should have called NASA. More laughter, then silence. Not one mention of Liam or Ava. Not even a look in their direction. I kept waiting, hoping he'd come back and say, "And of course Liam aced his math test and Ava's drawings are all over our fridge." But they are not. He lifted his glass and said, "Let us all be inspired by their hard work. Cheers." I felt Liam move behind me. Ava's hand clasped mine. Natalie clenched her lips into a narrow line but said nothing. I grinned, or something like that. I smiled despite clenched teeth, a racing heart, and the sound of clinking glasses and polite laughing. I rose up carefully and murmured to Natalie, "Let's go get their coats." We departed discreetly before midnight. No scene, no drama. I really didn't want my kids to endure through another second of being neglected. I tucked them in at home shortly after 11:15 p.m. Liam inquired, "Did I do something wrong?" I said no. People don't always notice things they should, and it had nothing to do with him. But I could see the perplexity in his eyes, the uncertainty. And Ava. She cuddled up close to her teddy rabbit and didn't say anything. The next morning, at 8:32, I received a text message from Dad. It said, "Leaving early was disrespectful, Ethan. The kids were disappointed you weren't there for the countdown, especially mine. You made it about you again." That's when I knew it wasn't just another blow. This wasn't due to forgetfulness or poor judgment. This was something else. A pattern. A option. A message was delivered loudly and clearly. That was the moment something inside me changed, and I began to plan something of my own. I did not reply to my father's SMS. At first, I gazed at the message, repeating the last phrase as if it might change if I looked at it long enough. You made it all about yourself again. That was the portion that stuck like a fishbone in my throat. As if this had been a reoccurring crime of mine. As if simply leaving a party where my children were absent from the storyline suddenly transformed me into the villain in a film I was not even watching. I showed Natalie the text that morning as we sat at the kitchen table. She didn't say anything at first, simply set down her cup and touched the side of her head, as if to massage the annoyance away. Then she gave out a quick, breathless chuckle. He actually texted that. Yes, I said. Like if it was my fault. We both remained quiet for a bit. Ava was watching television in the living room while humming. Liam was upstairs, most likely creating one of his enormous Lego forts that occupied every flat area in his room. I don't want them to grow up with this, I added eventually. I don't want kids to believe this is usual. You know what hurts me the most? Natalie spoke softly. When we arrived home, Ava asked me whether she looked nice enough. Maybe that was why your father didn't say anything. I had no idea what to say about it, so I didn't. I simply stretched for her hand and held it. We sat in quiet, not out of discomfort, but because saying anything would have further exacerbated the pain. But things didn't end with New Year's Eve. They initially escalated quietly. Like my father couldn't believe I hadn't come crawling back with an apology. 10 days passed, then another, and I still had not responded. That's when the second communication arrived. This is a group chat announcement. Logan and I are planning a springtime family vacation. We are thinking of a cabin weekend with hiking, activities, and family bonding. Grandchildren are welcome. Please let us know who has arrived. Notably, the message was sent to family chat as well. Not the normal crowd. Natalie and I realized Logan had renamed it. My mother was not present, nor were a few cousins. It's just myself, Logan, and our separate families. I didn't respond to that mail either. I knew what it was. A fishing line with a hook embedded in guilt, but I didn't bite. Neither was Natalie. About a week later, my mother called. We don't communicate too often, but she does check in on occasion, generally when she detects stress and tries to smooth things over. She was always the bridge between my father and me, albeit a creaking rope bridge across lava. I simply wanted to check how you were doing, she replied, bypassing the greeting. You have been silent. I'm all right, I said. But I wasn't. She exhaled. Your father is unhappy. He feels as if you are punishing him. I actually laughed. Punishing him for not celebrating my children and for pretending they do not exist. She hastily replied. He didn't mean anything by it, Ethan. He simply got carried away. You know how Logan's children are constantly performing or competing? He had more stuff, correct? Because Liam's success in his math league finals is not worth a toast. Alternatively, Ava may be granted accommodations in order to assist a younger student in adjusting to class. Not showy enough, I suppose. She dropped her voice. He asked me to call you. You said you would listen to me. That stung worse than I thought. It reminded me of when I was 12 and she said, Ethan, just try to understand your father. He does not always know how to say the proper thing. But 39-year-old me didn't want to be the interpreter anymore. I have to go, Mom. I told Dad that I'd see him when he was ready to treat all of his grandchildren like they mattered. 10 days later, Logan's wife, Laya, shared a Facebook album titled, Family Unity, Winter to Spring, in which she included everyone except me and Natalie. The photographs were excessively polished. Logan's children in matching fleece jackets carrying cups of hot chocolate are shown in group images of board games and beautiful walks with the remark, so grateful for a father-in-law who sees and nurtures the best in our children. Natalie showed me #legacy.yourfamilyfirst without saying anything. We stared at the TV together until Liam came in and asked if we could prepare pancakes. I got up, went to the fridge, and broke eggs with a bit too much force. Then came Ava's birthday. She turned 9 in late March. We opted to keep it small. Natalie planned a backyard party for a handful of her school pals, complete with balloons, cake, and a treasure hunt made out of riddles affixed to little envelopes. It was sweet. She donned a glittering outfit and embraced everyone, including the neighbor's kid who was constantly pinching icing from her cupcake. Liam assisted with the clues. Natalie took photographs. Dad did not come, he didn't call or text. There wasn't even a slow happy birthday greeting on the group chat. But do you know who showed up? My mom said quietly. She arrived midway through, carrying a wrapped package and a card. She just stayed long enough to say, "Your father's busy, but I wanted to come," and kiss Ava on the forehead. I didn't blame her, but I also didn't question what busy meant. That night, as we tidied up streamers and half-deflated balloons, Liam inquired, "Why didn't Grandpa come?" Natalie and I exchanged glances across the yard. "I don't know, Bud," I said. "Maybe he had other plans." "But it's Ava's birthday," he replied, as if I'd overlooked something obvious. "I know." That's when something clicked for me. This wasn't simply favoritism. This was exile. Slow, passive-aggressive, and deliberate. He was writing us out of a family screenplay. We were no longer inside. But the ultimate straw, the true breaking point, came in mid-June, when Natalie's mother died. A painful and unexpected strike. Natalie was gutted. And I was doing my best to keep things running as she mourned and helped prepare the memorial. I was transporting the kids to school, cooking, cleaning, keeping the house peaceful, and offering her space and support. It was one of the most emotionally exhausting times of our life. Dad texted me again. "Hey, I saw Liam didn't attend Carter's birthday celebration. He was invited. Logan claims you never RSVP'd. I hope this isn't about New Year's yet." Our anguish, however, seemed to have an expiration date. As if our sentiments were nasty leftovers in his conscience's refrigerator. I didn't respond. Not to that message. Not until the next one. Not to the one that followed a few weeks later, asking Liam and Ava to a grandkids-only weekend at his home. A sleepover replete with a talent show, personalized t-shirts, and special awards. He also added a flyer that looked like it was for a school field trip. I showed it to Natalie. She reiterated the special recognitions. For what? Being linked to the correct son. We declined graciously. I assured him that the kids had plans. But what harmed? What truly stung was that he didn't inquire why. Did not follow up. We didn't try to reschedule. Just went on as if we were the problem. We felt that we were never really a part of the family in the first place. That was the night I went into the garage, took out the dusty plastic bucket labeled Dad's boxes, and began sorting through old family pictures. Not out of nostalgia, but to check if I had imagined it. If I had ever been in his universe in the same way Logan had. But in photo after picture, birthday cakes, beach getaways, and school performances, I was always off to the side, cropped, half-shadowed, arms folded, and smiling but not visible. That's when I found the letter. A tattered envelope with yellowed corners buried behind a stack of old report cards. It was addressed to me in my mother's handwriting. Inside, let's just say that everything changed. I sat on the chilly garage floor for a long time, holding the letter with shaky hands. It wasn't long or fancy. It was simply a folded sheet of cream paper with fading ink, dated September 12, 2006, my sophomore year of college. I'd recently switched majors from engineering to computer science, something my father had never mentioned. The letter came from my mother. It began with a single line. "Ethan, I am sorry your father did not say it, but I am proud of you." I blinked at the words. They struck harder than I imagined. My mother wasn't the gushy sort. Never had been. Growing up, most of our chats were about logistics, meals, school, and chores. However, this letter was different. She had composed it in secret. I could tell. It had a somber confessional tone, as if someone was penning down something they knew they'd never have the confidence to speak out loud. She went on. "You've always followed your own path, which terrifies your father. He doesn't grasp what he can't control. He sees Logan's life and it's familiar. Grades, trophies, predictability. But you ask questions. You don't just follow. You think deeply. That's not a defect, Ethan. It's your strength." I read that section 3 times. Someday you'll build something that no one else in this family has ever done. And don't allow anyone take credit for it. Not even me. Own it. It concluded simply. "I love you always, Mom." I did not weep. I just sat there gazing at the letter, as the quiet hum of the garage freezer broke the silence. It was the first time I understood how long I'd been seeking crumbs of approval from individuals who had no intention of feeding me. That night, when the kids had fallen asleep and Natalie had finally dozed off, I went into my home office, turned on my monitor, and gazed at the desktop. I had a dozen open tabs, including emails, old ideas, and incomplete code. Normally I'd close them, shut everything off, and walk away. But something was different. Something within me had moved. I opened a blank document and began typing. Not code, Not a client brief, simply ideas, notes, and fantasies of things I'd always wanted to develop but had put aside. I created a list. It started little. An instructive game that Liam might like. Natalie joked about needing a budgeting software. A reminder system that did not feel like a to-do list screaming at you. Then it increased. Concepts for modest software products for parents, students, and freelancers. Nothing groundbreaking, but it felt like me. Over the next 2 weeks I began waking up earlier. Not by much, only 40 minutes before the rest of the house awoke, but it was sufficient. I'd brew some coffee, open that document, and begin drawing wireframes, creating user flows, and teaching myself frameworks that I'd always wanted to learn someday. Someday has finally come. Natalie noticed. "You've been up early," she commented one morning while stretching on the kitchen island. "Working on something new." I paused. Only a few thoughts. I do not know. It may be nothing. She drank her tea. I doubt it. And just like that, I began constructing silently. There is no hoopla, no major pronouncements. I was no longer attempting to prove anything. I simply wanted to create. But even as I settled into this new routine, things at home were not simple. Natalie was still mourning. Some days she'd be her normal self. Organized, humorous, and snarky. On other days, she'd sit on the couch, eyes vacant, holding her mother's necklace in her fist. I did what I could. I took over bedtime readings, kept meals warm, and left tiny messages for her on the bathroom mirror. It wasn't flawless, but it was authentic, and it reminded me how much love resembled work. Consistent, patient, and unglamorous work. The children, thankfully, were resilient. Liam began 5th grade and joined the robotics club. Ava started drawing more. Actually, I'm painting. She was expressing herself rather than simply coloring between the lines. She created entire stories, comic-style panels featuring dragons, queens, and mysterious castles. One afternoon I came across a drawing of her standing on a stage holding a microphone with the caption, "I matter too." I kept it. In late summer, my app, an all-in-one digital planner for families, was in beta. I called it Hearth. The interface is clean and simple. Shared calendars, chore charts that resembled games, and task boards that children could update with emojis. I shared it with a few parent friends and asked for feedback. The response was stronger than I had anticipated. One father emailed me and said it was the first time his son remembered to take out the trash and brush his teeth without nagging. By October, I'd created a working prototype, a simple landing page, and a small email list. Nothing flashy, but it felt solid and personal. And still no word from my father. There were no check-ins, invitations, or even mentions of the kids when my mother called every now and then. It was as if we had been completely erased, like someone had torn a page from the family photo album and thrown it in the fire. One Sunday, Natalie and I took the kids apple picking. It was a clear, crisp day, the kind where the leaves crunched beneath your boots and the sky seemed higher. Liam dashed ahead with a basket, calling out which trees had the best ones, while Ava attempted to reach the highest branches and ended up covered in juice and laughter. We paused at a bench for cider, and Natalie said, "You know what I realized? This is what matters." I nodded. "Yeah, I believe I have always known. I just didn't realize I was allowed to stop chasing everything else." She nudged my shoulder. "You did not stop. You simply changed direction." I grinned. For the first time in months, I felt lighter. But that feeling did not last long, because 10 days later, I received an unexpected phone call. It came from my cousin Brooke. We weren't especially close, but we always got along. She worked in real estate and had a sharp sense of humor. I picked up thinking she was calling about the fantasy football league we were both forgetting to update. Instead, she said, "Hey, so I wasn't sure if I should tell you this, but your dad's planning something big." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "There is a retirement party surprise for him. Logan is organizing it, but your father is aware. It's one of those fake surprise deals. It's in 3 weeks. Nobody told me." "That's kind of the point," she explained quietly. Then she paused. She added, "There's a speech. Logan is giving it. I saw the draft. He refers to himself as the next chapter in his family's legacy. There is a slideshow. Just don't be surprised if you aren't in it." I didn't say anything for a few seconds. I think I was trying to breathe silently. Brooke lowered her voice. "Ethan, your mother isn't thrilled either. She asked Logan if he was going to include both of you, and he said something like, Ethan's on his own path now. He's not part of the business family. The business family? Like we were some annex colony. I thought you should know. She said. You deserve to know. I thanked her, hung up, then sat in my chair, staring at the Hearth dashboard on my screen. An app, one built from scratch with love and late nights and patience. Something that was helping families across the country stay connected, stay grounded. But in my own family, I didn't exist. That was rock bottom. And that was also when I realized I wasn't going to stay there. 3 days after that phone call from Brooke, I opened a new folder on my desktop and labeled it Legacy Rewrite. That same night, I went into our bedroom where Natalie was folding laundry and told her everything about the party, about the slideshow, about how Logan was positioning himself as the next chapter in the family legacy like I'd never even existed. I watched Natalie's face shift from confusion to disbelief to something far sharper. So, they're rewriting history now, she said flatly, tossing a folded towel onto the bed. Just cutting you out like you were never part of it, apparently. And your dad's okay with this? He's not just okay with it, I said. He's proud of it. She was quiet for a beat. Then she picked up Ava's pajama top and stared at it in her hands. You know, she said, I used to think he just didn't know how to connect with you. That he was old-fashioned or insecure or maybe just afraid of showing emotion, but this isn't awkward parenting. This is intentional. I finished. She nodded. And that was when we decided if they were going to treat me like I never existed, I'd give them a taste of what that actually felt like. But not with a scene, not with yelling, not with some viral meltdown at the retirement party. I was going to show them what legacy really looked like, and I was going to do it my way. The first step was simple. Take control of the narrative. Logan had the family name, the family business, and our dad's approval. But I had something else. A product people actually used. Families depended on Hearth to organize their lives, and slowly, quietly, it had grown. Not just a few dozen users anymore. Not just friends. We had just crossed the 12,000 user mark. And what started as a side project was now something I had to scale. I hired a freelance UI designer, brought on a part-time back-end dev, and partnered with a local parenting coach to build a blog around it. Then I did something I hadn't done in years. I reached out to a friend from college named Caleb who had built and sold a productivity startup for mid-six figures. I sent him a demo. He replied within an hour. Dude, this is good. Like actually good. We got on a Zoom call. I told him I wasn't looking to sell just yet, but I was looking to build it out, position it for a real seed round. He offered to connect me with 2 angel investors he trusted. By the time the retirement party rolled around, I had a new version of the app launching, a logo refresh, a waiting list for new features, and best of all, a soft feature in Family Focus Weekly, a parenting blog with over 220,000 monthly readers. But that was only one side of the setup. The other was personal. See, my mom hadn't attended the spring getaway. She'd skipped Logan's kids' birthdays. She kept calling me with quiet concern, asking how the kids were doing, asking if we needed anything. It was subtle, but I could tell she was feeling the cracks forming under the weight of my dad and Logan's alliance. So I invited her over one day. Just her. No pressure. No agenda. I asked if she wanted to come help Ava with an art project she was doing for school. My mom agreed. And that visit, it changed something. Ava lit up when Grandma walked in the door. Liam shyly handed her a drawing he'd made of our whole family, including her, labeled Grandma and holding a pie. My mom sat at the kitchen table helping Ava glue cutout stars to a poster board. And after a while she looked up at me and said, "You've built something beautiful here, Ethan." She didn't mean the poster. I offered her tea. And when we sat across from each other, I slid the letter across the table, the one I found in the garage. She picked it up instantly, recognizing her handwriting. Her eyes softened. I forgot I ever wrote this. I didn't. She looked up. I held her gaze. I think I need to do something. Something that might not look nice from the outside. And I need to know you're not going to stop me. She folded the letter slowly. I won't, she said. Your father made his choices. Now you make yours. And with that, I had an unexpected ally. Now let me explain something about my dad. He's not flashy, but he's extremely prideful when it comes to appearances. He values tradition, reputation, and doing things the proper way. So when I found out that the retirement party was being held at a country club he frequented, with catered hors d'oeuvres, a hired videographer, and a legacy wall featuring framed photos of him, Logan, and the business they built, I knew exactly where to hit. Not with drama, not with a scene, with optics. So, I got to work. The first thing I did was build a clean 2-page website for Hearth. Not the main landing page, but a hidden one, a case study page. On it, I included screenshots, user testimonials, graphs of user growth, and a breakdown of how we were helping over 12,000 families structure their lives more intentionally. Then, at the bottom, I added a simple paragraph. Founder's note. Hearth was built quietly in the shadows of a family who never believed in me. This is what legacy looks like when you choose to build your own instead of waiting for permission. I didn't sign it, just a quiet mic drop. I printed 12 copies of that page on heavy cardstock and slipped each one into a custom white envelope with a navy wax seal. No name, just the logo. Then I shipped them out. One to the country club's event manager, one to the videographer Logan hired, one to the guy who handled the programs for the night, and one to Brooke. I also sent one to our old high school principal who now sat on the board of the local tech council. That part wasn't revenge. That was strategy, because I wasn't just trying to get even. I was preparing to elevate. Then came the part one debated most. Should I go to the retirement party, or should I let my absence speak louder? It was Natalie who helped me decide. Go, she said. But don't go to make a scene. Go to watch. Let them feel you watching. Let them know what they lost. So I suited up. Gray blazer, white shirt, dark jeans, clean, understated. I brought a small gift box with me and told Natalie I wouldn't be long. The club's parking lot was packed when I pulled in. There were banners out front, one with a photo of my dad shaking hands with the mayor from some event years ago. Inside, the lobby smelled of champagne and old money. Everyone was milling around, sipping drinks, taking selfies in front of the family legacy display. And right at the center of it was Logan, grinning, holding court, back straight like a politician working the room. He saw me, and his smile faltered for just a second. He walked over, drink in hand. Ethan, he said, like he hadn't nearly erased me from our family's history. Didn't expect to see you here. I smiled. I figured I'd witness the coronation. He laughed tight, controlled. No hard feelings, I hope. Of course not, I said. Why would there be? He opened his mouth to say something else, but the event coordinator called everyone to the main room. It was time. I followed the crowd in, found a seat near the back. No one approached me. A few glanced my way and quickly looked elsewhere, like I was a ghost at the feast. The lights dimmed. A slideshow started. Photos of my dad, of the company, of Logan shaking hands with partners, accepting awards, coaching his kids on a soccer field. I wasn't in a single frame. When the lights came back on, Logan took the stage. He cleared his throat, voice full of warmth and reverence. He talked about sacrifice, about perseverance, about carrying the family name with pride. And then, near the end, he said, "When I think about legacy, I think about the roots we plant, not just in our business, but in our children." My father taught me what it means to build something that lasts. Everyone applauded. Everyone except me. I stood up quietly, left the box I brought on the gift table, and walked out. Inside the box was one of the sealed envelopes. Just one line printed on a card inside. Some legacies are built on inheritance. Others are built on silence, pain, and perseverance. Guess which one lasts longer? I got in my car, pulled out of the parking lot, and drove home. No fireworks, no confrontation. Just the beginning of something bigger. 3 weeks passed before the first ripple hit. I was stirring pancake batter on a Sunday morning when Brooke called. Not texted, called. "You really lit a fire," she said, her voice hushed but thrilled. I wiped my hands and stepped into the hallway. What happened? They found the card. I didn't say anything. I just listened. Apparently your dad opened it at home alone. Logan wasn't there. I think he expected some kind of gift. Maybe a framed photo or a heartfelt note. Instead, he got your little manifesto. Did he say anything? Not to me, she said. But I heard from Aunt Lorraine that he didn't sleep that night, and he canceled the golf game with Logan the next morning. Interesting. I thanked her and hung up. It was working. Not in some dramatic explosion but in a quiet unraveling of their story. The moment they saw I wasn't playing their game anymore. The moment they realized I'd built something without them, they started to feel it. The absence. The weight of what they'd pushed away. Then 3 days later, it went public. Family Focus Weekly ran the feature on Hearth right on the front page. How one father turned family chaos into a 12,000-user organizational app. There was a photo of me and Natalie at the park, Liam and Ava in the background laughing. The piece was soft, warm, well-written. It told the story without bitterness. It never mentioned my dad or Logan by name, but it didn't have to. The closing quote was mine. Legacy isn't what you inherit, it's what you choose to build, even when no one's watching. The article exploded. Tech Twitter picked it up. Parenting blogs reshared it. My inbox filled with partnership inquiries. School counselors, even a city nonprofit that wanted to trial the app for low-income families. By the following Monday, we hit 28,000 users. Caleb called again. Ethan, I hope you're ready. This is turning into something real. You're going to have options soon. Big ones. I nodded. I'm ready. And I meant it. Because this wasn't just about growth. It was about proof. Not to them anymore, but to me. Still, I won't lie. I did feel a spark of vindication when I got a text from my mom that afternoon. Your father saw the article. He didn't say much, but he clipped it out of the paper and put it in his study. That was his version of a confession, not an apology. He'd never say the words, but clipping it out, that meant it got under his skin. The following weekend, the biggest surprise came. Logan emailed me, not a text, not a call, a formal, oddly corporate email. Subject, opportunity to collaborate. Hey Ethan, saw the piece in Family Focus Weekly, really impressive work. I think there might be an opportunity here to cross-promote some of our consulting materials. Maybe even bring Hearth into the educational nonprofit space. Let me know if you'd be open to chatting. Logan. I stared at the screen for a long time. My brother, the one who erased me from the retirement speech, cut my kids from the highlight reels, dismissed my life's work like it was a footnote, was now asking to collaborate. Natalie leaned over my shoulder. Don't. I know, I said. I'm not going to, but I didn't delete the email. I replied, Logan, appreciate the kind words. I'm currently focused on building something independent of the family brand. I hope the retirement party was everything you wanted it to be. Best Ethan. Polite. Direct. I didn't give him oxygen, just closure. About a week later, my mom visited. She came alone. She brought banana bread and a small envelope. Inside was a photograph. I hadn't seen it in years. It was from my high school graduation. Me standing between my mom and dad, cap slightly crooked, holding my diploma. I was smiling, big and dorky, and my dad had his hand on my shoulder. Back then, I thought it meant something, but now I saw it differently. It was staged, a snapshot for others to see. A performance. My mom watched me closely. I kept it, she said. I thought maybe one day you'd want to remember that he tried. I looked up. Did he? She hesitated. He wanted to. But wanting isn't the same as doing. I nodded. She touched my hand gently. You broke the cycle, Ethan. Your kids will never doubt if they matter. That meant more than anything, and slowly things began to shift. My dad didn't come groveling. He never apologized, but he did start reaching out in small, careful ways. He sent Ava a birthday card that fall with a handwritten message. He called Liam after his first science fair and asked about the project. They were gestures, not grand ones, but enough to show he was aware now. Aware that the ground had moved beneath him. Natalie kept him at arm's length. She didn't forget how long he'd ignored our kids. But she saw what I saw. A man realizing too late that he'd bet on the wrong legacy. Meanwhile, Hearth kept growing. By winter we had 55,000 users. We were featured on a parenting segment on local TV. I hired 2 full-time developers. A VC firm from Austin sent an offer when I wasn't ready to accept just yet. But the valuation they proposed, it made my hands shake. Not from greed, from validation. Because this was legacy. Not the speeches, not the banners, not the business that traded warmth for tradition, but this. A product born in silence, in doubt, in the long cold nights after being told I didn't belong. A product built for families who wanted to be better, who chose to be present. And now it was changing lives. Liam kept building Lego cities and eventually started designing basic games using block coding. Ava got into a youth art program downtown and started selling little postcards of her dragons and castles. She saved her earnings in a glittery jar labeled Queen Fund. One night, as we all sat around the table eating spaghetti and telling stories from our day, Liam looked at me and said, "Dad, I think it's cool that you made something on your own." I smiled. "Thanks, bud." Ava added, "I want to build something too, maybe a comic book." "You can," I told her. "Start with a single page." They didn't know the full story. Not yet. Someday, maybe. But in that moment, they didn't need to know. They felt seen. They felt safe. They knew they mattered. And that was the best revenge of all. I didn't burn bridges. I didn't shout. I just walked across a new one built with my own hands. And on the other side, I built a home, a legacy, my